Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. We're glad that you're with us. This is the regular City Commission meeting, December 2nd, 2021. Madam Clerk, if you'll please introduce our first order of business.
Okay, our first item is the adoption of the consent agenda. And we do have 3 modifications. File 210664, resignations from various boards, change text file and add it back up. File 210647, fiscal year 2021 year-end investment performance reports, added item. File 210648, fiscal year 2021 year-end performance reports for the City of Gainesville fuel hedging program, added item.
Okay, thank you very much. I see a few new faces in our chamber today and potentially watching. So the first thing we'll do is adopt our consent agenda. Following that, we'll adopt our regular agenda. And those are all of the discussion items for the day. Following that, we'll have early public comment. I think I overheard somebody talking to the clerk that they wanted to speak to an item that's on our agenda later today, but wanted to do so early. And so that is the opportunity for that. And then following early public comment for any items that are on our agenda later today, then we'll move to general public comment. That's for folks to share their thoughts about anything under the sun that's not on our agenda. And then we'll get on with our business items. And so that's sort of our order of procedures here. And with that, we'll go to Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. And Commissioner Sacco is online, is that correct? Just so.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so-
I see you're up there.
Okay. I move that we adopt the consent agenda as modified.
Okay, motion and a second that we adopt the consent agenda as modified. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would actually like to pull CA7 and CA12.
Okay, CA7 is the release of a lien at 2509 Northeast 11th Place. And CA12 is the auditor quarterly update. Do the maker and seconder of the motion want to?
I'm good with those modifications.
Mr. Ward? Okay, then we'll remove CA7 and CA12 in addition to these modifications. Do you have a question?
I guess is it pulling or is it putting them on the regular agenda for discussion?
Put it on the
Regular
regular
agenda.
agenda.
Regular agenda, okay.
Okay, so any members of the public wish to speak to any items on our consent agenda? Spady, welcome.
Yes, I feel very welcome. Thank you.
Good.
Good afternoon. Joe Beatty. I'm going to give the same remarks I seem to give at all of these commission meetings and reiterate the remarks that 2 of you were privileged to hear at the Audit and Finance Committee. I think you have many items on this agenda, especially the finance items that were put on consent. Your staff did wonderful presentations about the different items that you've now placed on the consent without your colleagues being able to have those same presentations. I know you may get them one-on-one behind closed doors where you don't benefit from each other's questions, and certainly the public doesn't benefit from learning and understanding what's going on in our city and how we've gotten to the place that we've gotten. And I think that all the financial reports, I think the preliminary draft report from the Auditor General, all of those should be removed and placed on the regular agenda, and the citizens should be privileged to the presentations that 2 of the commissioners had and a couple of people who were able to be here at 4 o'clock on Monday were able to see. That's what that's how these meetings used to go a decade ago. Our rights and the visibility of our public business has been eroded over time. You keep pushing things and hiding them, and so it's hard to have an informed electorate and informed public so that we can do our thing. I'd also note that once again, this agenda was printed at 11 this morning. Once again, you keep changing the agenda, and I object to adding things at the last minute. And I'm just reiterating that. I would ask that you pull all of these financial reports, the audit reports, and that this public be privy to a presentation. I also would ask you, Ms. Gainey, it's a public records request for you to print out the Auditor General preliminary draft, whatever the 41-page thing that we've heard about in the news, and that you print those and print enough of them so that the public, when we pick up our agendas, the public can also read that report. This is a public records request, and I ask that you fulfill it shortly so that people can see it. Thank you. I hope one of you, some of you, I guess, it shouldn't even be something you vote on.
Thank you, Ms.
Somebody
Beatty.
should request that these things be pulled.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, before your time has expired. Anybody else wish to speak to any items on our consent agenda? Okay, Adam, I believe you are with us with the telephones today. Do we have anybody calling in to speak on items from the consent agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, Commissioners. There is nobody here to speak on the consent agenda at this time.
Okay. Mr. Scott, did you want to speak to any items on consent?
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mayor Nathan Scott. So with respect to the consent agenda, again, the same concern applies. With CA4, $1.6 million. CA6, $700,000. There's like a couple $1 million for big ticket items on the consent agenda, which I think that this commission should, frankly, have some discussion of. So I would, again, keep reiterating the fact that we have on this item, we have 14 items on the consent agenda. And, consent agendas can be used efficiently for ministerial matters or other non-controversial items, but when you have big dollar amount items on there, I think they warrant additional scrutiny from the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for items on consent? Okay, we'll move back to the commission. There's a motion to approve the consent agenda with 5 modifications, the 3 that you see on the screen, as well as the 2 items that got pulled to place on the regular agenda. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk?
Next item is the adoption of our regular agenda with modification. File 210565, second budget amendment to the fiscal year 2022 GG Financial and Operating Plan Budget, added item. File 210509, bid award for exterior maintenance service downtown Gainesville, added backup. File 210548, resolution amending and restating the rules of the City Commission, added backup, and the addition of file CA7, which is file number 210467, requests to release lien at 2509 Northeast 11th Place, and the addition of file number 210655, which is CA12, City Auditor Quarterly Update.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we adopt the regular agenda as modified or read by the clerk, and that CA7, CA12 are placed at the end of the afternoon.
Okay, is there a second? Motion and a second to adopt the regular agenda with those modifications. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would request that we amend this to remove RE3 and RE4 or continue them to the next meeting.
Okay,
And by the way, the intent, Mr. Mayor, is I would like to have the workshop discussion prior to accepting these.
okay. I know there are several folks here today to speak to that item, so we may want to hear from them before we vote on this motion. But Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't support removing those. We have a duty to hear items. We want to not approve them. We can, but this is, by delaying these, we are delaying affordable housing and people having, this is 100% affordable housing development. And by delaying these, we are delaying those people from having housing. I think we should hear the item and then make a decision at that time. Thank you, Mayor. I also have concerns about us delaying just kind of the approval process and things like that for affordable housing. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to acknowledge the attorney one sec, but I just want to remind my colleagues that this is a both of these are quasi judicial items, and so the standards by which we're required to make a decision will not change prior to that workshop or not. And I think the attorney can, we were going to explore this in a little more detail later, but Mr. Nee, do you want to add some insight right now to that?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor, as you mentioned, both of those items, it's the vacation of the plats, it's a quasi-judicial matter, and as with every quasi-judicial matter you have, it's really a three-prong review. You'd focus on whether due process is afforded. That's why we have the hearing here. Notice has been provided, and people have the ability to come and participate in the hearing. The due process is centered around the notice and ability to be heard, and to be heard by an impartial decision maker. Secondly, it's whether the essential elements of law are complied with. In this case, the elements of law that are at play are in Florida Statute 177.101, which tells the criteria that an applicant would have to reach in order to have a portion of the plat vacated, and those elements that would have to be satisfied are rather minor. We can go into it more later on, but basically whether fee simple title is owned and whether all the taxes are paid up are essentially the requirements that have to be shown in order to satisfy that requirement. And then lastly, whether competent substantial evidence is heard at that hearing. So what takes place at the hearing on those items is what your decision will be based upon, whether those criteria that we discussed are met by competent substantial evidence. As a quasi-judicial matter, obviously we always place a great deal of importance on due process and making sure that we can carry forward with the notice that's been provided.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nee. And the last thing I'd add to that is that the workshop, based on my memory of the motion and request, is largely centered around traffic patterns and how that will work, which is very different from what this is. This is not at all related to traffic or roads or anything else. And so I don't think they're mutually exclusive, but they are distinctly different items and discussions. Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will vote to approve the motion, but I do want to reiterate that we have to solve this, to have the discussion about the traffic, and it is unlikely to be just well, this is the way it is sort of thing. I mean, we're going to have to figure out some things that the city can offer to try to walk through this as we move forward.
Yep, okay, agreed. Okay, members of the public who wish to speak to the adoption of the regular agenda. Mr. Scott?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Poe, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So with respect to RE3 and RE4 on the Green Ridge vacation for vacating the plats, I've heard the discussion. I do think it's appropriate to defer both of those items. Again, the elephant in the room is the traffic ingress and egress. It's not a good alternative. Your neighbors don't want it. The community doesn't want it. The neighborhoods don't want it. Everyone wants affordable housing, but we need to address the mistaken impression this commission has that everyone that's going to live there is going to walk and ride a bicycle. That's nonsensical. Okay, it's not going to happen. So I've reached out to community members and also members trying to find some win-win solutions, which may include the Department of Transportation, trying to find a different way to egress the traffic. But Mr. D stated these are quasi-judicial matters. I don't see them noticed on the current agenda as quasi-judicial hearing today. What I see is a resolution to vacate the plat. It states that they're zoned RMF5 in the narrative in the agenda. That contradicts the staff analysis with a different zoning. So I think there's some procedural discrepancy issues that warrant approval. There is a statutory requirement, but as staff's notes in the staff report, it has to be consistent with being able to access and exit the property. And so it seems like this commission, once again, in its zeal to just rubber stamp developer proposals and ignore your constituents in the neighborhoods, it just wants to give its imprimatur to this as quick as possible. But clearly we need to figure out the traffic ingress and egress, which is at the crux of this issue. So I'd ask the commission to take appropriate time to address that, because I'm sure there are probably people that were here to speak to this and will be here this evening to speak to this if it remains on the agenda. But this commission needs to start listening to neighborhoods and protecting neighborhoods and listening to valid concerns, because none of y'all that like to ride your bikes and walk sit in Newberry Road traffic, 34th Street traffic, 8th Avenue traffic, 43rd Street traffic, St. Michael's, what you're intending to do there. You guys are just delusional. You're agnostic to what the reality is in the city of Gainesville. You sit up there in this ecclesiastical star chamber and just decree, and you had 3 hours of people giving you an overwhelming no to St. Michael's, and that was met with 2 pre-scripted lectures from you, Mayor Poe, and you, Commissioner Hayes Santos, as to the evils of single-family housing. But Mayor Poe, you live in a single-family house. You haven't sold that. So let's not be hypocritical. Let's do what's good for our community. And that's what's missing from this commission, because you guys only think for yourselves. Finally, with respect to RE2, there's no need for you to change the existing commission rules. They work perfectly fine. All you want to do is continue to suppress public comment and opposition. It's inappropriate. It's unnecessary. It's a waste of taxpayer money and commission time. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to speak to adoption of the regular agenda? Adam, do you have anybody on the line?
Mr. Mayor, there is nobody on the line for this issue.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Spady, welcome back.
Yeah, a couple of comments. First of all, the changes to the agenda haven't been here for the people to see. It's very hard. I'll remind you again, you're talking in code, and I think you all slip into it. I've asked before, and for the sake of people trying to watch, understand, people that have agenda, when you're sitting here calling out numbers, people don't know what you're talking about or which item specifically you're talking about. It would be nice if you would at least give the title to the item. And once again, I'm going to reiterate my standing concern about last-minute changes, last-minute additions, and though you think we have ample time to read and follow up on it, that's not the case. I would also endorse Mr. Scott's comments about you just keep changing the rules, and your narrative is you're being more open and welcoming and people have more time, when in fact, the truth of the matter is you're just cutting the citizens' opportunity to be involved. I find it very comical that you offer early citizen comment so that people can leave here and get on with their business, and then they don't really get to see what you do and how you're handling the public's business. So I would ask that you don't change the agenda. I would ask once again that you stop putting on additional backup, and please also read the motion in full before you vote on it, so people know what you're voting on. People don't know. You say, okay, I'm going to vote. We'll vote on the motion. You don't even know what the motion is, I dare say. So please, if you really, truly want to be open, inclusive, and fair to your employers, who you like to call your neighbors, that kind of brings us down to a level. You work for us. Please try to do some of the things that I suggest. These are not just Joe Beatty's suggestions for Joe Beatty's benefit. It's what I hear out among people that I talk to. What was that motion? I didn't understand what they were doing. They're reading off numbers. Come on. Really, be real. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak to adoption of our regular agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I have a caller when you're ready.
Go ahead, Dan.
All right. Mr. Tilford Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, please turn down the volume in your streaming or your TV.
Yes, good afternoon, City Commissioners, Mayor. All I have to say is one thing. Nathan Scott for mayor. Nathan Scott for mayor. That's my public comment.
All right, so thank you very much.
So, Adam, let's make sure when we screen folks, they're there to speak to the item that had before us. That was for general public comment, not for adoption of the agenda. Anybody else wish to speak to adoption of the agenda? Mr. Shepherd, go ahead.
Yes, I don't think they're, according to my speculations and my determination and findings that has transpired. I understand that David O'Rell is running for office for the mayorism. Where is the leadership? He hasn't demonstrated that as a commissioner. He hasn't demonstrated that as a person. And therefore, I say that he shouldn't run for mayorship, because where is his outlook of what he
Okay,
has to do?
Mr. Shepherd.
He has not.
Mr. Shepherd,
this here
Mr.
also-
Shepherd, just pause for 1 second, please.
Okay.
We are speaking to adoption of our agenda. This is not general
Okay.
public comment yet.
Okay.
Okay, so you
I
need to stick to
apologize.
that, just
So
adoption of
the
our
adoption
agenda.
agenda cannot happen under the regulations of what has transpired within the running of commissioners and the poll, and the poll of it states within term limits that these here, there's no explanation of the day in which these individuals started as commissioners. It doesn't state how they got to be commissioners in any of the agendas. And that there needs to be stated so the public understands. Joe Beatty is correct, Nathan Scott is correct, and I don't think this agenda should be followed today, because all the information is not here. Where's the problem, Selman? You got stuff that you want to shed, but where's this answer to this resolution of the agenda? There's not. So therefore, we can't hold meetings on when we don't have an agenda that explains what are we going to do to take and to resolve the problem of this item. That's all I have at this moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Anybody else here to speak to adoption of our agenda? Okay, thank you. With that, we'll move to a vote. All in favor of the motion to adopt our agenda with a few modifications, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Oh, did Commissioner Sacco want to speak? I know she had her hand up
That's
earlier.
why I had my light on a little earlier.
No, it's
Okay, sorry, I
fine.
didn't see that.
Mr. Nee covered what I wanted to say.
Oh, okay, okay, thank you. I apologize for that. And that was you that had
Fine.
your light on.
Like I said,
Mr. Lee, I
I'll-
got you backwards.
I have no problem speaking out if I need to say something.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. Okay, let's go back to the vote then. All in favor, say aye. All opposed?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. Okay, Madam Clerk?
Our next item is early public comment.
Okay, so this is one of a couple opportunities we have for people who would wish to speak to any items that are on our agenda later today, to do so at this point. What you will forfeit if you speak at early public comment is your opportunity to speak to the item later when it comes up on the agenda. If you choose to speak to one item on our agenda, you'll get the customary 3 minutes. If you choose to speak to more than one item on our agenda, you'll have up to 5 minutes to do so for multiple items. What I ask you to do is just let us know so I and the clerk can record it, which items you're speaking to. You can either give us the title or the agenda number, just so we can jot that down. So with that, I would invite anybody that is here today that would like to speak to any items on our agenda during early public comment to come forward, introduce yourself, and let us know what's on your mind. Anybody? Welcome.
Do I take this down or leave it on?
It's your choice. We prefer that you leave your mask on, but it's up to
Okay,
you.
then I'll leave it on. My
Thank
name
you.
is Lisa Gavidia. I live at the corner of Fifth Avenue and Northwest 36th Drive. I find it quite amazing that we're in the situation that we are at the very last final hour regarding these traffic situations and the proposed Real Park Apartments, which I understand the need for affordable housing, and I do not oppose that. What I do oppose is the traffic that is being proposed into the neighborhood itself. It seems more logical to me that Royal Park Apartments would use the Royal Park parking area that is on Newberry Road. Royal Park Theater is there. Gator Dockside is there. Ballyhoo's Restaurant is there. It is a very high traffic area with a light that would, I think, easily accommodate the proposed 192 additional families that will be coming in and out of these apartments. I understand they're going to be going to our schools and they'll be using our neighborhoods for walking and recreation. I welcome these people into my neighborhood. We need more kids in our neighborhood. It's getting kind of old, but we don't need more cars. Already there's a traffic issue in the evenings, high traffic times. People will come off of 34th Street and zip through the neighborhood to cut over to 8th Avenue, or they'll use University Avenue and zip down our street to cut into 8th Avenue. It's frustrating. I can't walk my dogs in the evening. Keep the kids up on the grass, because you never know when the cars are going to come flying. We do have speed bumps. People don't slow down for speed bumps. And there's a three-way stop at that intersection, 5th and 36th Drive, and they roll through it constantly. It's an issue already, the number of cars in our neighborhood. And I would please, it doesn't seem fair that we're having to address this at the very last minute. I think that there was a responsibility on the developers to notify the adjacent homeowners. I never received such notification, thinking that it might also come like tacked on the door. I asked people close by to me that are tenants, not homeowners, did you ever receive anything tacked on your door regarding this? And they said no. My parents own 2 homes on 36th Drive. One of them I grew up in since 1975. We've owned that home forever. No certified letters were sent to them regarding this proposal of traffic or even the development of the apartment. So sorry we're down here the last hour, but this is an issue that is huge, huge. And please, if we could just have more conversation about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Adam, do you have anybody here for early public comment?
We actually have 2 people, Mr. Mayor, the first of which is Reverend Milford Greiner. Reverend Greiner, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. As president of the Rosa Parks Quiet Courage Committee, and on behalf of all of the members, I want to thank the Gainesville City Commission.
Reverend Greiner, I'm so sorry to interrupt.
for
Adam,
helping
I
out.
believe that's for regular public comment, general public comment.
All right, if that's on the agenda, Reverend Greiner, we're going to hold for
Early public comment. So if you can ask them what items they're speaking to on our agenda, I think that would help clarify. While you're working on that with the screener, is there anybody else in chambers that wishes to speak to any items on our agenda during early public comment? Anybody? Okay, Adam, there's nobody else here, so I'll turn it back to you.
All right, we've been screening accordingly, and Mr. Telford Cartwright said he is here to speak on early public comment. Mr. Cartwright, when you speak, this is going to preclude you from speaking on this agenda item later in the afternoon. You have the floor.
Yes. Good afternoon, commissioners, mayor. My name is Telford Cartwright. And the term or words affordable housing is tossed around quite a bit. And I'm still somewhat perplexed or confused as to what this city commission defines as affordable housing. And to my humble opinion, based on some research and the record of Gainesville City Commission voting for or approving affordable housing, it would be more subsidized housing, subsidized in regards to utility bills, rent, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm asking this city commission, can you all, as servant leaders of the community, explain to us what does affordable housing mean? Or can you all define affordable housing? Because I think this is owed, or you all owe this to we the taxpayers. And once again, I want to end my public comment on this note. Nathan Scott for mayor. Nathan.
All righty, Mr. Mayor, that is our last caller on early public comment.
Thank you. Anybody else in chambers for early public comment? Okay, really quickly, the industry sort of standard definition for affordable housing is someone can spend 30% or less of their monthly income on housing. So depends on how much you make, what the level it needs to be for rent or mortgage to make it affordable. Okay, we will now move to general public comment. We have a 30-minute set aside for general public comment. Let's see, it's 1:31, so that would be 2:01. You have 3 minutes to share whatever's on your mind for anything that's not on our agenda today. Mr. Scott, welcome.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Poe, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So again, I want to echo and reiterate the concern that I and others have that this commission does not listen to your constituents. You do not listen to neighborhoods. You just do what you seemingly want to do, and anyone that, despite overwhelming opposition, again, I'll use Suburban Heights and the St. Michael's redevelopment. You had a hearing on that. 3 hours of overwhelming no from affected parties was met by a pre-scripted speech from you, Mayor Poe, and a pre-scripted speech from Commissioner Hayes Santos, which your speech, Mayor Poe, extolled the evils of single-family housing, but you live in a single-family house, and I don't see you wanting to sell that. So it's very insulting to neighborhoods, people, homeowners, constituents that are trying to preserve the nature and character of their neighborhood and their quality of living, to be lectured to by someone that seemingly lives in a glass house, because it's not being well received in the community, and it's just tragic how you guys are elected by such a small number of citizens for at-large election. It's about 6% of registered voters, and in a district, it's anywhere from 2.5% to 3% of registered voters. But you think that that's some sort of mandate where you can get up there and do whatever you guys want to do, and that's just not good governance. It's not representative democracy, and you really need to start listening to the people that you're elected to represent, rather than special interests. Moving on to another topic, GRU electric rates, which are unaffordable and continue to increase due to the ongoing mismanagement of GRU at the hands of the mayor and the Gainesville City Commission. As of yesterday, December 1st, with taxes, GRU residential electric rates are now $163.75 per 1,000 kWh, which is the standard unit of measure in Florida. This represents a 20.5% increase on 1,000 kWh residential electric bill since September of 2021.
Gentlemen,
Can we
it's
stop
very
it?
distracting when the speakers are speaking. If you're having your own conversation, if you want to do that, just step outside. Go ahead.
Again, that's $163.75 per 1,000 kWh for a GRU residential bill as of December 1st. That is a 20.5% increase in residential electric rates since September of 2021. It's unaffordable. It's not sustainable. You have a mountain of debt, and I'd really like to know your plan for meeting your renewable energy goal, taking debt to $6.55 billion, how you expect people to pay for that. Thank you.
Okay, Adam, over to you for anybody for general public comment.
Thank you. At the moment, I have 4 speakers in the queue. Beverly Craig, you are the first among them. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Beverly Craig, and I came and spoke before the commission November the 18th, 2021, about 2 businesses with no avail. I spoke with state and federal officials, and they stated to me that the mayor and commissioners are ultimately responsible to the citizens of Gainesville. I told them from 2011, that's not true. I said, well, we referred our concerns about a business that was not in compliance and was tax scammers on Northeast 8th Avenue to the Internal Revenue Service in Gainesville and to the mayor and the commissioners. I said nothing happened until we called you all on March 11th. March the 13th, y'all came in and raided that business. Right now, the only thing I'm requesting from the mayor and the commissioners is since these businesses are exempt, I want to receive a refund of over $4,500 for being in compliance for 26 consecutive years with the city, county, state, and federal to enable me to pay a utility bill. Since this COVID-19 pandemic, I have not been able to receive one copper penny as an individual or for my business. And I stated that to the state and federal officials, and they're investigating why. So I need someone to get back with me to let me know when I will be receiving my check for $4,500. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Craig.
Can we have the next speaker in chambers that wishes to speak to general public comment? Just anything that's not on our agenda today?
Yeah, I would just like, Ms. Gainey, I'd like to know if my public records request will be fulfilled in short order.
You want to step over to the clerk's office, they can assist you with the rest.
I'm sorry?
If you want to step over to our counter, they can assist you.
Oh, and they will fulfill this so that there'll be copies of that report for all participants?
After the cost is paid, absolutely.
After what?
The cost is paid for the report. The first 10 pages are free of any public record. After that, there is a cost of about 10 cents per page.
Okay, so other meetings you put back up there and you don't charge the public for it, but this report you're going to charge the public for the...
That report's not on our agenda, Ms. Beatty. It's not one of our backup items. It's not on the agenda.
Wasn't it referred to? I thought I saw it referred to getting filed or something. No?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Adam, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next in the queue is Debbie Martinez. Ms. Martinez, you have 3 minutes.
Yes. Thank you for taking my call, Adam. Now that the cat is out of the bag on Lauren Poe's plan to run for Congress, and now that the Auditor General's preliminary report is out describing only one small piece of the train wreck Mr. Poe has made in our city in the more than 13 and a half years since he was first elected to the city commission, it appears Mr. Harvey Ward has abandoned his plan to run for mayor of Gainesville. Mr. David Ariola will now be carrying the torch for Mr. Poe's damaging legacy. I would like the remainder of my 3 minutes to be a moment of silence for our unfortunate community. If Mr. Poe wishes to intrude upon my remaining time to apologize for the damage he has done and to let the public know when he will stop drawing his salary as mayor, that would be fine. Other than that, again, I would like the remainder of my 3 minutes to be a moment of silence for our unfortunate community.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Adam will go to our next speaker.
All righty, sir. Our next speaker, Tana Silva. Ms. Silva, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. An item passed on the November 4th consent agenda was to schedule a special meeting on the Housing Action Plan. Could that be the first of a housing town hall series in the new year with all the commission present? For all the talk about housing, the full commission hasn't held a housing forum since the summit of July 2018. And since then, the biggest recommendations haven't come up for discussion. Schimberg Center said the most urgent need is preservation of existing housing. And later, Florida Housing Coalition said local governments need to get ahead of opportunity zone tax break projects before they destroy neighborhoods and displace lower income residents as they have already elsewhere. 6 years ago, a city effort began to stem demolition by neglect, but that was abruptly halted without notice or discussion in April 2016, and only now it's being revisited. A fixation with upzoning and new apartments has eclipsed the discussion begun and ended 3.5 years ago. I hope not to hear debate from the dais today, but rather to see the new year bring a series of serious open forums on housing involving the full commission, and for the commission to look at what housing staff really needs. In a related issue, the afternoon before the November 18 commission meeting, Harvey Ward emailed the city clerk a motion he wanted to make at the meeting. The motion was to partner with Gainesville Housing Authority, giving it first right of refusal to city properties among advantages over other housing organizations. That's not right, and it's not fair, and certainly not urgent or necessary to spring that motion onto an agenda at the last minute. This hasn't come up since January 2020, when commissioners, especially Gail Johnson and Harvey Ward, and a few of us, notably Khalid Blunt, who knows so much history of GHA, questioned giving GHA such advantages. 2 commissioners on November 18th also raised concerns. Trust was and remains low after the debacle of Seminary Lane. Any city GHA partnership deserves and requires more thought and transparent discussion than getting it started as a last-minute agenda item in a meeting of only 4 commissioners, notably with Desmond Duncan Walker absent. Please revote that item and incorporate the possibility into a larger housing discussion that are discussions that are sorely needed and urgently needed, as is a better process for neighborhood notification of developments. Unwelcome surprises have been sprung on Kirkwood, Royal Park, and Suburban Heights neighborhoods. Please look into how the city can do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ella. Okay, next speaker, please.
Thank you. Reverend Milford Griner. Mr. Griner, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you, and I'm sorry about before. I just wanted to come on as president of the Rosa Parks Quiet Courage Committee to say, and on behalf of all of our members, to thank the Gainesville, the mayor, and Gainesville City Commission for coming out to our Rosa Parks Day of Courage program at the Rosa Parks Station, and also being present as we pay honor to the late Patricia Nunn. It was a very moving and emotional tribute and program, and I really am much appreciative of the support from the Gainesville City Commission. This also includes the proclamation that was read by the mayor. So I just want to say thank you all again for your support in honor of Rosa Parks, and also in memory of the late Patricia Nunn. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you, Reverend Griner. Mr. Mayor, that is our last caller. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Reverend Griner, for all of your leadership to keep Ms. Park's memory alive here in Gainesville. It really means a lot to all of us. Mr. Shepard?
Yes, I'm Don Shepard, the people's representative. I also went to that Rosa Park meeting and ceremony. And I thought myself after the meeting how degrading it was to Rosa Park to take and mention the Democratic board to take and be coming about making it an issue that they're taking over the city of Gainesville with a black NABBC taking the jobs and the city offices and that. I thought that was an insult to Mrs. Rosa Park. One, I think that this here ceremony should have been the time of her death. Why was it held all this time? I haven't heard of when her death occurred, only at this meeting that occurred then. And I think that for them to take and stomp out the issue of Democrats taking over, hello, Democrats already run this city. And where is their plan to take and renew? They never mentioned about their plan towards renewing our city and how they are planning to take and make our budget for GRU. This wasn't mentioned. If they're going to take and speak about that, they should have took and give us an outlook of their plan as a Democratic congregation to take and give us, the mayor, an outlook of what their plan is and how they are going to make our city better. I think that my other issue is that I'd like to hear the plan within the next month. I'd like to hear the plan of the new running mayor of what he plans on doing as a mayor. I plan on starting with housing. I plan on starting, as I am a running mayor, I plan on starting with our homelessness. That there is a main issue. You said, huh? What is your opinion?
Mr. Shepherd, if you just address the chair, please. Mr. Shepherd, if you just address the chair, please.
Okay. I think that this should have another ceremony, and I also think that the Arthur Luther King statue needs to be removed from the pit in which it's in. Serves no purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Your time has expired.
So, is my time expired?
It has, yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Just for you, Mr. Shepherd, anybody else listening, we hold that ceremony under the leadership of Reverend Greiner every year on December 1st because that is the historic anniversary of her courageous seat against injustice in Montgomery, Alabama. So it's always on December 1st.
As a mayor, or you're saying that as a Democrat?
I was elected mayor. I choose to be a Democrat.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd.
Thank you.
Adam, do you have anybody else for general public comment?
Mayor, there's nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in chambers? Okay, we'll close this portion of public comment. And Madam Clerk, if you please introduce our next item.
Absolutely. Our next item is BD1, University of Florida Campus Development Agreement, with a recommendation that the City Commission adopt the 2020 to 2030 UF Campus Development Agreement.
Okay, thank you. So this is the second hearing of this item that the Commission has had based on some emails and comments that the Commission has been getting. I did want to ask our city manager or through the city manager, if she wishes, our Director of Sustainable Development, to just give an overview of what the city's role in this process is, what authority we do have, what authority we don't have, and I think specifically what the housing element is within the campus development agreement. I just want to make sure that we're all speaking sort of the same language and addressing the same sort of set of criteria when we enter this discussion. So, Ms. Curry, if you'd like to introduce this, and I know that we have Mr. Persons with us as well.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you, members of the commission. Andrew Persons is here. He is the Director of Sustainable Development, and he will speak to this item in terms of what it is and isn't, and what we should generally expect.
Okay, very good, thank you. And I know we also have many people here to speak to this item, but we also have Ms. Linda Dixon from the University of Florida here with us as well to answer any questions. Go ahead, Mr. Persons.
Thank you, Andrew Persons, Director, Sustainable Development. So I guess real sort of high level, and there's certainly a lot of information I think in your backup, but the campus development agreement is really intended sort of First, as it relates to the campus master plan, which is a process that's intended to facilitate coordination and communication between state universities and their host governments. It's both the campus master plan requirements as well as the campus development agreement is found in chapter 1013.3 of Florida statutes, which really lays out both the process for the campus master plan as well as the proceeding campus development agreement. If you think about the campus master plan in relation to the city's comprehensive plan, they're almost one and the same. There are a little bit of nuance between the two, but essentially the campus master plan is the university's version of our city's comprehensive plan. The campus development agreement is really intended to address the potential impacts within a very narrow scope of the campus master plan and any updates to that campus master plan in terms of new development. So if you can sort of think about the campus development agreement almost like a private developer's agreement, except that this one is actually called out and very sort of rigidly defined in statute. So per statute, the campus development agreements must address level of service requirements, and those are, if you recall, in your comprehensive plan, we have level of service standards, or LOS, for certain types of public facilities, parks, transportation, stormwater, things like that. And so a campus development agreement has to address level of service requirements, including deficiencies and any campus development impacts to public facilities and services. And this is where it gets into that sort of narrow band. The CDA must address those types of level of service issues to roads, sanitary sewer, solid waste, drainage, potable water, parks and recreation, and public transportation. The agreement, the CDA agreement, may, if proposed by the university Board of Trustees, address issues related to additional facilities and services, including but not limited to electricity, non-potable water, law enforcement, and fire and emergency rescue, gas and telephone services. So while housing is an element of the campus master plan, it is particularly related to on-campus housing. And there's obviously what happens on campus affects off campus, particularly with housing. However, the CDA isn't really set up by statute to address this specific issue. So I think it's something that obviously both the city and the county commissions have talked about. I think the Board of Trustees was talking about it today. Linda Dixon is here from UF and may actually be able to provide some additional information about that. But essentially, it is, I think we've talked a little bit about it. The campus master plan and the CDA in statute hasn't been updated in a very long time. So it is very much a sort of a product of a almost 1980s growth management in statute. And while the city's comprehensive plan, for instance, we're sort of moving in different directions, the campus master plan and some of those things are very sort of programmatic in statute. So I can answer any questions, or we have Linda here to talk to you as well.
Yeah, so I've got a quick question. So if this commission chose to deny approval of this CDA based on a housing issue, that would be outside our sort of authority or parameters of what we're being asked to consider, since that is not an element in the CDA.
Correct. Essentially, while the university and the city have a lot of issues that we're working on together, and there are issues that the CDA is very strict in sort of what it identifies as what it can cover. So housing not being an issue in there, and also not having a level of service impact that's either adopted in our comprehensive plan or in the universities. Essentially, it's sort of outside of the bounds of the CDA agreement. And if the city and the county were to, essentially stake this issue as being a point of contention with it, and we passed the 180-day extension, we would go to the state for mediation, which from a staff level, of course, we wouldn't recommend. But essentially, housing would be sort of outside of the bounds of what the CDA addresses in statute, and which would be obviously not great for that negotiation.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ariola?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Andrew, I'm glad you ended on that point, because that's my biggest point of concern. When we first had this meeting, this commission expressed concern about the affordable graduate housing on campus. So we've been watching very closely, and we saw that the Alachua County Commission wanted to delay their approval of this agreement. So first I want to ask a question, which may be better suited for the university, but do the city and the county both have to come to an agreement, the same kind of agreement with the university, or are both bodies sort of separate in that sense?
The issues that both the city and the county are addressing in the CDA are the same. So the statute's the same for the city and the county. Both host communities essentially have to ratify the CDA in order to to move on and not go to mediation.
So if Alachua County, if this commission were to approve, but Alachua County were not, we could still be set up for mediation.
Right.
So this is my big concern about mediation is we're talking about mediation with the state of Florida. Who ultimately decides the outcome of that mediation?
Ultimately, the Department of Economic Opportunity, which is the state land planning agency, makes a binding determination.
And that's under the governor's office, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so Governor Ron DeSantis' office would get to make the final decision on the campus development agreement between Gainesville and UF. That makes me a little bit uncomfortable going to that situation. I'm just speaking for myself, colleagues. I still remain concerned about the original issue of housing at hand, and that is why we made that an issue to talk to the university about. My understanding is today that the Board of Trustees did get a presentation with a proposed solution. I don't know if that solution is good enough, but for me, it at least shows the intention to continue the conversation that we were promised we were going to have. So for me, when people make good on their word, I tend to continue to believe their word. So I don't want to put us into a position where the entirety of the CDA is put into the hands of Ron DeSantis' government. So that's my main concern of where we are right now, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Persons, for providing several points of clarity for me. I do have at least one other question that might best be fielded both by you and the university. You mentioned, first of all, potential impacts, but you also mentioned growth management. And I wondered if you could kind of flesh that out for me just a little bit in the context of the CDA growth management. Can you speak to that a little bit more?
Sure. So essentially, like growth management being related to the growth on campus. So the campus is building new housing in some cases, or building new office buildings. So essentially, those things are that types of expansions or changes on campus are reflected in that campus master plan. Essentially, the university's comprehensive plan. If those improvements or changes on campus would potentially negatively affect the level of service standards in the host communities, Gainesville, Alachua County, specifically related to those items I mentioned and those level of service standards, then that's where the campus development agreement comes in and would have mitigation that would be related to those specific items. So that's the sort of growth management side of it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Persons. Can you hold for me
Sure.
just a moment? Okay, thank you for that. Ms. Dixon, could I ask you to kindly speak to the same from the university?
Welcome, Ms. Dixon.
Good afternoon. I'm Linda Dixon with the University of Florida, Planning, Design, and Construction Division. And the question, just in terms of growth management, is
Yes.
that what? I think Mr. Persons answered it pretty clearly. The campus master plan communicates the university's 10-year vision for our growth. So housing, academic buildings, parking structures, even utility work, all of those things are outlined in our campus master plan. And it really is the document that communicates those growth plans to the community and to the host local governments.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Dixon, if this is maybe the appropriate time, do you have an update from the Board of Trustees meeting? I mean, I know a lot of things have been happening today, and I think some of us are trying to follow that, but haven't been able to completely. But do you maybe have a summary of, not maybe the entire meeting, but the portion that relates specifically to graduate student housing and some of those other areas of discussion?
Sure. And today was the first day of 2 days of our Board of Trustees meeting. So today at the Committee on Finance, the board ratified and approved our strategy for how we're going to address the replacement of the graduate family housing through our current agreement, student housing agreement that we have with Provident Group, which is the Continuum Properties LLC. So it's really kind of an expansion of looking at that public-private partnership for some additional acquisition of some existing housing, multifamily housing that is off campus, that is relatively new construction, that is really close to where those properties are, really on just the other side of 34th Street, and provisions for rate structures that the university would be able to control and keep below market. So those details are in the trustees' backup that's online if you haven't had a chance to see it.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I can go look at that later. Okay, I see Commissioner Sacco, you have your hand up.
Sir. Sorry, guys. Miss Dixon, if you wouldn't mind coming back for a second.
She's up here still. Yeah. You got her?
Oh, okay. I can only see you guys. Oh, sorry. No, not the button. There we go. Sorry. Forgot how to zoom. Miss Dixon, if from what I last read of the plan, I don't know if anything was modified after today's meeting, that strategy to partner with the corporation that owns the Continuum and other dwellings of that nature, did it include subsidizing the difference between the price of, let's say, McGuire Village and one of the units at the Continuum? Because it is a rather hefty difference.
There are rate reductions. They are not exactly the same as what we have currently in the McGuire and UVS, but they are below market, and we are also negotiating rent reductions at the Continuum property.
Okay. I'm glad to hear that you're negotiating those. I think, because I've heard the concerns. So I've heard Mr. Persons. I know what statute says. I know that we have a deadline by which we have to agree to this, or Tallahassee decides for us. I understand that. But I really do want us to use all of that time available to come forward with a much more concrete, detailed, in writing proposal for our grad students and families to know what's happening. I think the scariest thing in the world is not knowing where you're going to live tomorrow or in a few months. And from a lot of the emails and comments I've received from grads, alumni and current grads, a lot of the concern is that price difference and that distance. So if some of the units are on the other side of 34th, that's great. I can see how the Continuum is farther from resources for a lot of folks. I've made that commute in between classes back when I was a law student. It's not easy. But I think that price difference is really the biggest concern. And if the university can find a way to, put to paper, like get it in stone, like the university commits to curbing the cost penalty of this from impacting the students and their families, I think that is the best solution to all of this. I know there's a cost to it, but it's also the cost of your grad students who do help teach a lot of these courses. If they don't have somewhere to live, if they don't have somewhere to sleep, they can't teach, they can't grade, they can't fulfill their functions, like let alone their own personal studies. They can't serve as employees to the university. So I think making sure that they are housed and not worried about rent suddenly being twice what it is really the heart of this issue. So if you and your colleagues can continue those discussions to see whether it be subsidized, whether it be reducing it to a certain amount to get close to what McGuire and the other villages were, I would greatly appreciate that. And then I have no problem signing early before February. But I really do, I'm not even gonna say hesitate. I really won't sign or agree to anything until we have that plan actually ironed out and detailed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, if I could ask Ms. Dixon, what's our timeline right now? Where are we on that 180 days?
The date is in February, I believe February 8th, if you count from the date that the materials were emailed. Might be a little different date if you want to count from the certified mail receipt, but either way, it's early February.
Okay, thank you. It sounds like we have three scheduled meetings prior to that expiration. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe this is again for Mr. Persons or maybe Mr. Nee as well, because I don't want to wade into being a lawyer. If the commission were to deny this CDA based on our concerns about graduate family housing, what would our defense be when we went to mediation? They're both jumping at the opportunity to answer that question.
Well, that's a good question. I don't, because housing is not not a listed item within statute as something that we can or anticipated to be covered in the CDA. And we don't, in the city with our comprehensive plan, we don't set a level of service for housing in our housing chapter. So we would probably be not on really strong grounds if that was the contention. I mean, obviously, there's the connection between housing and transportation and some of the other things that are related to some of the items that are covered. But it would, frankly speaking, it'd be a stretch.
Mr. Nee, anything different to add?
I have nothing to add. At this point, it is difficult to see the overlay between housing and the decision on the agreement.
I mean, I guess let's go back historically. I mean, not necessarily even just for, Gainesville, Blatch County, University of Florida, but any university in any city in Florida, I imagine these have been challenged or there's been pushback against the city in areas where they were identified elements, so there was a significant impact on the wastewater system. And you could show that impact, new construction by the university using the city's wastewater treatment, adding 10,000 kgal, and having to take some measures to ameliorate that, which, and usually the remedy, right, is, well, you're going to give the city money to build additional capacity at the wastewater treatment facility, right? I mean, so there's sort of it's not even that you can't do it, but if you're going to do it and you're going to have this impact on one of these, specific criteria,
Correct.
You have to show how you're going to address that.
Right.
And make the city, make the community whole.
And we have, Mr. Mayor, we have gone to mediation on past CDAs, but they've been over issues that are specifically listed in statute. So I think the last time we went to mediation, Ms. Dixon can correct me, I think it was before my time in the city, but I think it was over emergency service response. So that was an issue, I think that was addressed, within the CDA, but that is an issue, again, is specifically one of the issues that the CDA can address. It's one of those optional issues in statute. Housing just doesn't happen to be one of them. I don't disagree that it should be in statute. It's just not in statute.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And so, we'll open it up for public comment here. And yeah, Ms. Dixon, I'll give you another opportunity here too. But, I feel like this CDA and approval process is being used to address a serious problem that exists. Nobody's denying it exists. It's part of a much larger challenge we have as a community in addressing affordable housing. But it's not the right tool. And so we have got to stay engaged with the university and with other organizations that work towards providing more housing, period, to lower the, increase supply, lower the stress on limited availability of housing at all levels. But this to me is not the way to go about that. I think we could do it. There's sort of, the downside to us is we spend some staff time and effort going to Tallahassee, but we know the outcome there. We absolutely know what the outcome is going to be. And so, simply because this is not one of the listed required elements in that agreement. So, we're in a tough place. I really concur with Commissioner Sacco that the more that we can see as a well-defined plan, and not to speak for the university, but everything that I've been told so far, and I don't think this has changed, is that nobody's going to be displaced from those areas. I don't think that's changed. That as people move out, new folks will not be moved in. So, I want to make sure that that's still the case. But I do think it needs to be something very intentional on our part to help act as a convener between the group of neighbors that's concerned about loss of affordable family housing and the university, and how we can develop a plan that makes sure that that's still going to be accessible in the future. So I guess that's where I am. And Commissioner Sacco, I do see your hand up there. Let me go to Commissioner Santos first.
Thank you, Mayor. It is unfortunate that the state statute does limit us and preempts us from having it as part of this conversation, because it is very important. My one concern about the proposal that I've heard from, I just heard it, I don't actually know the specifics on it, of purchasing already created housing, is that we'll actually see a net loss of housing in the community because of the old, and please correct me if I'm wrong. Let me ask you, Ms. Dixon, the current proposals that I've heard is purchasing or coming in some kind of partnership with already existing housing stock. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be correct. That would be working through our public-private partner who would acquire housing that already exists. It already exists as student housing off campus.
So we would actually see a net loss of housing in our community. Would that be correct? Everything staying equal with those housing going away, and then there's not additional housing coming into the community with that proposal.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure I could answer that. There is constantly a lot of development of student housing around campus. There's a lot of new housing being built by the private market. So this is assigning some of that very fertile private market to be managed by UF, so we can bring in UF programs, we can manage the rate structure, we can provide that sense of community and part of the university that the students value.
Yes, and I think those are good, and there is a lot. I think that's one of the things we have to, when those developments come before the city, is we have to keep on, there is a lot of people moving here and stuff like that, so we can't just stop all development across the city from happening.
I guess the other thing I would add too is keep in mind that our master plan has a net increase of housing on campus. We have broken ground on a 1,400 bed housing complex, And even with the demolitions, we will net out over 1,000 new units in the 10-year window.
Okay.
So there will be an increase in housing.
Okay, well, thank you for the explanation. That makes it clear for me. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think to your point, that I'll put on my lawyer hat, I acknowledge what the statute says. But I also know that by that same statute, we have until February to agree to this. And I think that's plenty of time for UF to iron out those details and let everyone know. So that way we can agree to it with a clear conscience and know that students who are also our constituents know what is going to happen. And to Commissioner A. Santos' point, and Ms. Dixon's response, there is more housing being built. It is not necessarily of the type that these families need exclusively, but I think that if there can be some kind of contract to stabilize or subsidize those units, or a certain number of units to make up for the loss of these graduate units until the point that new family units are built on campus, I think that could help. And I think we have 9 weeks, 7 if you take away 2 for the holidays, for UF and their partners to kind of figure that out. And I think we would all 3 parties here, the city, the university, and the grad students, would feel a lot more confident and secure in that decision and that approval if we have that. And we have time to figure it out before. There's no rush by statute to agree to this today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Sacco. So let's go ahead and open it up for public comment. And we'll alternate between folks in the chamber and folks that are calling in. And just introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes to share your thoughts. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Commission. My name is Bobby Murmer, and I'm here on behalf of Graduate Assistants United, the union of graduate workers at the University of Florida. I've come here to urge you in the strongest terms possible to vote no on approving the University of Florida Campus Development Agreement, or to at least delay approval of the CDA until the university furnishes a solid plan for mitigating the most harmful consequences of their latest scheme. You see, under the CDA before you today, 2 affordable on-campus graduate family apartment complexes will be demolished, McGuire Village and University Village South. Together, these comprise 348 apartments. The university claims these buildings are uninhabitable, but continues to refuse to provide details and reasonable evidence to back up that assertion. They also refuse to allow for an independent third-party building inspection to verify their claim, something we've asked for since last year. The most we've gotten from them so far is a heavily redacted consultant's report indicating that the university would bear a tremendous opportunity cost by keeping the graduate housing online. Again, the consultant's concerns, according to the portions of the report we've been made privy to, relate to opportunity cost, not habitability. The demolitions under the CDA aren't just unnecessary and bad for graduate workers, they're bad for the city's housing market and its infrastructure too. Yes, it's infrastructure. So I'm asking you to vote no, or at least delay, for 3 reasons. First, Gainesville's already overburdened affordable housing market cannot endure the loss of these affordable housing complexes. It's as simple as that. Second, many would-be future residents of McGuire Village and UVS will likely gravitate towards the continuum on University Avenue and 6th Street, which will put further stress on an already untenable traffic situation. Third, many other would-be future residents of the villages would gravitate towards new housing complexes along 13th Street, which would further stress that hellish traffic corridor. Again, please vote no, or at least vote to delay until UF gets its act together, especially on the traffic and the infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 2 speakers, the first of which is Telford Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon once again, City Commissioners, Mayor. My name is Telford Cartwright. Now, currently the University of Florida is in the process of, or have already started to build new dorms for the honor students at University of Florida in the amount of $255 million. Once again, $255 million. Now, I thought to myself, listening, this issue being discussed, or this item agenda being discussed, I said to myself, well, Grace Marketplace. Could Grace Marketplace be a area where the University of Florida, the City of Gainesville, and private partner or partners can invest at the Grace Market, considering the Grace Market homeless shelter is disbanded or shut down or closed. University of Florida College of Engineering currently exists or is on Waldo Road, say for example. So the University of Florida has more of a larger presence in the eastern portion of Gainesville, Florida. And if that area is developed for professional students / grad students, it will definitely add value to the eastern portion of Gainesville, Florida. And I don't think that, matter of fact, I know there would not be, or there would be less reports of crime or trash littered everywhere. I mean, just a plethora of social ills that occur at Grace Market or near Grace Market, and currently now, unfortunately, in the eastern portion of the city, as a result of Grace Market place being strategically, so I think, placed or opened there in the, off of Northeast 39th Avenue. Now, the existing buildings can be possibly renovated to accommodate grad students, professional students. And I think adjacent to Grace Marketplace, the University of Florida is utilizing a building, I think in terms of housing library materials. So as we see, there's an increasing presence of the University of Florida in the eastern portion of Gainesville, Florida.
I think we're done.
Thank you, Mr. Cartwright. We'll take our next speaker in chamber. Welcome.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Amanda Pritzlaff, and I recently received my doctorate from the University of Florida. Thank you. And I'm continuing to live and work in Gainesville. So I love my city, and I want to continue to be a good neighbor. And that's why I'm here today asking you to either deny or oppose or delay the campus development agreement. And I'm here representing at least 200 to 300 graduate students that I have had direct contact with and asking you for this. As you know, we will be losing significant on-campus affordable housing. And I want to assure you that there are infrastructure-related reasons why you can oppose this CDA. So let's think about this for a second. We'll displace up to 261 current residents and their live-in dependents. And this stress on the city's infrastructure will include traffic around campus, congested RTS bus systems, and we know that many of the campus bus systems are already packed with students, and there's really no room during business hours. Additionally, moving us off campus, we will rely on GPD instead of UFPD, which we utilize in the McGuire and UVS residences currently. Recreational areas and playgrounds will be removed, so these residents' children will have to work with recreational things in the community. So to further support this, I want to share some data with you that you may not have already about the residents that live at these villages that will be displaced. So this is from a 2021 survey of current graduate family housing residents, and 259 respondents replied. That's a response rate of 26%. So 73% of the respondents were international students. 44% have at least one dependent. 7% of these respondents relied on a car working on campus. So every day we're going to campus to work. Every day we're taking our children to Baby Gator child care facility, also on campus. So by moving us off campus, there's going to be a significant increase in traffic and demand on the infrastructure. So please take that into consideration. And we have even more data we can share with you if you request. So a final comment I want to add is that continuum and the public-private partnership is not something we really gravitate towards. It's much more expensive than the on-campus housing, and it's not family-friendly, right? People are not going to go towards this. Just keep in mind that our average stipend is $21,000 per year. So while we will not, you can't, make your decision on the CDA based on housing. This is something that, we're going to be competing with Gainesville residents to get affordable housing. So with that, I want to thank you for delaying this already and allowing me to speak, and consider opposing or continuing to delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, back to you.
Mr. Mayor, Tana Silva, you've got 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. U.S. claims to owe no further mitigation costs from 2006 through 2030. That's 24 years of coasting on $19 million you have paid since 2006, and is saying it owes no more. Lawyers can parse the details about what's in and not in the CDA, and UF has all the lawyer power in town, but UF's undeniable impacts include it and its affiliates taking more properties off local tax rolls without any compensation. No city in Florida feels the impact of a state university like Gainesville, where students make up half the population, and UF is the 800-pound gorilla in our midst. Why not stand up and push it to Tallahassee just because you don't like the governor? Don't just accommodate whatever UF wants. The proposed CDA amendment adds another million-plus gross square feet of new buildings, presumably on campus, to the million gross square feet yet to be built, and another 1,000 parking spaces, apparently above the 2,000 in the existing CDA, that is uncompensated since 2006. If UF plans no enrollment or hiring increases, why does it need thousands more parking spaces? And how does that not constitute an impact that needs level of service mitigation? The CDA, as Mr. Persons pointed out, may apply to other facilities and services than those listed. And 2 elements that matter tremendously and have great impact are housing and payments in lieu of taxes. Even if it takes pushing this amendment to the state level, our local government should not settle for 24 years without further mitigation. Particularly grad housing being moved anywhere off campus does have impacts from UF's campus planning, impacts on overall housing in Gainesville. Charlie Lane says the goal is to add 400 plus off-campus grad units by fall 2023. What is being overlooked is the huge concern people all over the city face is the quality of life in a corporate apartment complex versus a real community of people, and the destruction of trees and buildings for the enrichment of those corporate interests. Demolition by neglect is a terrible loss. Schimberg Center for Housing Studies says preservation of existing housing stock is the most urgent need, especially for lower income residents. More than 60% of Gainesville houses were built before 1980. And mobile and manufactured homes and small apartment complexes also need to be maintained, not sent to landfills and the residents displaced, as UF plans to do with its valuable grad students on campus. Destroying McGuire and UVS is demolition by neglect, same as the city and Gainesville Housing Authority have done with other entities.
We're kind of done.
All right. Kudos to UF for its lead goal,
Thank you, Ms.
renovation.
Silva. Can we have the next speaker in chamber, please?
Hello, Commissioners and Mr. Mayor. First off, I want to say thank you guys for having this meeting. But one thing I want to talk about in regards to the campus development agreement is this. In regards to the comments that were previously given on the level of service, I actually want to speak to that and say that actually the level of service is inadequate on the university side. Because here's the thing. Last year, this governing body, i.e. the local government here in Gainesville, actually initiated its tree master plan by the tree board. And as you know, Gainesville has a very good tree board, a very good tree canopy at 47%, which it beats most cities here in Florida, which is amazing in my opinion. And so here's one thing that I thought that was very ironic about the situation there. Right as that master plan was initiated, the University of Florida sawed about 20, I would say, mature loblolly pines along the Archer Road corridor, and they also destroyed a landscape conservation lab that now they're building a road for to their new stadium. And so with UF's actions in the past and also with today's analysis of the CDA, I believe that the University of Florida is not offering an adequate level of service to its grad students and to this community. The University of Florida, in my time living here in Gainesville, has always worked counter to what the community wants. And so in my opinion is this. If you're a planning student like I am, let's talk about Arnstein's ladder of participation, whereas you got 8 steps. The University of Florida is barely on the first step, in my opinion. And so what I say is this. I am also going to advocate for a denial. I'm also going to even advocate for maybe a defer, and bring the University of Florida to the table and have a public meeting where there is a participatory democratic system set up to where the details can be ironed out from both your end and both from the University of Florida's end, okay? Because here's the problem. And I'm going to say this. As an undergraduate at the University of Florida, I was not aware about this until one of my colleagues notified me. The University of Florida data mines and sells the students' information to the apartment complexes all around campus, and they call us every day asking us, hey, do you want to move in? It's $1,000 a month. And I'm like, no, that's outrageously expensive. So they have the technology to, I guess you could say, digitize democracy is what I like to say, and they choose not to because they know that they would get pushback from the student body. I mean, one thing that blows my mind as a student at the University of Florida is that the student body is almost not included in the entire process of the campus master plan. I mean, literally, without the students, the university ceases to exist. And so, one thing I ask you guys is just, I believe in this government. I believe in what you guys can do here. So please just make the right decision, defer, and bring UF to the table and bring the community to the table. Because in my opinion, the graduate students need to make the decisions here. Not the bureaucrats that are in Tigard Hall, the graduate students. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, the bureaucrats will still get their salary, and the graduate students, well, they're going to have to suffer. And like I said, $21,000 a year is barely livable nowadays. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Renz Torres, you have the floor for 3 minutes. Renz Torres, you out there?
Oh, sorry, you called me.
I did.
Yeah.
Go ahead, you've got 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Renz Torres, and I'm a coordinator of the Alachua County Labor Coalition. I recognize that the CDA can't directly address housing, but any housing decision made by UF, such as a public-private partnership being considered by the Board of Trustees, they'll impact public utilities like roads, transit, and sewage. We'd like a further delay in the approval of the CDA until we can figure out how UF's housing decisions impact those public utilities. For example, if UF decided to strip and eliminate all of its on-campus housing, that would have huge impacts on level of service on public utilities. More stress on our roads for more commuting, more packed buses, more sewage. Similarly, offloading McGuire and University Village South residents onto private residential makes the city have to deal with higher impacts on transit, from getting people from Varsity House or West 20th, or the continuum instead of on campus, more impacts on off-campus sewage, emergency services, etc. Although the CDA is tricky to deal with, the city can still mediate by trying to negotiate with UF with the creation of more university affordable housing, with the guise of mitigating other levels of service impacts. UF should be obligated to make sure its students and staff have a place to live, instead of encouraging market or market-adjacent solutions like public-private partnerships that result in relying on the city to house the students and result in externalizing all of its impact. UF can be involved in increasing the affordable housing supply on campus, which in turn leads to positive impact from the wider community, both in public utilities and more affordable housing in the wider community. We don't want just an increase of units on campus, but we want an increase of affordable housing that both exceeds the growth of the student and staff bodies and leads to widespread public positive impact on both levels of service in the community and housing in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker in chamber, please. Anybody else? Go ahead, Mr. Shepard.
My name is Donald Shepard. I'm running for mayor, and I'm a people's representative. I call myself, and I hope that people look at it that way. What I want to comment about is this has been an ongoing thing for 12 years that I know. I've worked at the university for 13 years. This here housing problem has been a problem even back then. I came to Gainesville in 90, I'm going to say 97, yes. When I came here and I got a job at the university, during the time being there, seeing these students sleeping underneath the stairways and here and there, because they had no other way. They didn't have the money to take and provide housing for themselves, and got no help from the university. I think that we definitely got to act in the behalf of these students. There is the issue I wanted to bring up about leases. We need to look at the leases and how many leases these students are paying and having to work 2-3 jobs to do that besides being able to eat. This is an ongoing problem. We need to address this. I tend to do this. I want the University of Florida to take and talk to me about their traffic problem. This has been a problem since I worked there. They knew about it then. Why didn't they put money aside for this issue? How many numbers of students have been killed within that time? This is something that needs to be addressed emergency, like when your police department and the UF police department addressed it, and no consolation. So I state that we need to put what I call roundabouts. I gave Commissioner Duncan Walker drawings of this walkabout and how it needs to be installed within the city. If they have any questions, I would be glad to answer them in regards to this and to draw them up my outlook of it if they don't choose to speak with the commissioner. And so I want to take and mention also that how are we going to address this? This here is the outlook in which I would like these contractors to take and come to me with how they tend to do this and how many of these are going to be low-income apartments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepard. Adam, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers in chamber? Good, Ms. Dixon, if you wanted to address some of those points.
Yes, just very quickly. First, I wanted to correct something Mr. Persons said. There was no mediation for the fire and emergency in the campus development agreement. That was included in the 2005 campus development agreement. The one and only time that the city and the county and UF have gone to mediation was in for the 1995 campus master plan and the CDA that was signed in 1998. That was the very first CDA under this, what was at that time a new statute. I wanted to say also that many of the concerns that have been brought up today are addressed in the plan that the BOT approved today. The types of housing that there are two complexes that will be decided one or the other. But both of them have been selected because they are compatible with family and graduate housing. The timeline has a phase for renovations that would include things like playgrounds and other amenities that we understand the students want. The complexes were selected because they are they have good transportation options. They're on campus bus routes. They're adjacent to the campus park and ride lot. They are proximate to the Archer Braid Trail that runs through the community and through the campus. So bicycle, pedestrian, and transit access is provided in those units. At the trustees meeting today, the trustees and our CFO committed that the conversations would continue, that the timeline is for these new units to come online by fall of '23 when the McGuire UVS come offline. But they even committed that beyond that, there will be continued conversation and monitoring of the demand, and that the product is meeting the need. There is certainly a time for the UF and the city and the county to be at the table to continue these discussions. I think the UF leadership would be willing to do that. But I think, the mayor said it very well, that the CDA is really not the vehicle for that because it is so narrowly defined in state statute, and it has that mediation and that timeline component. The Board of Trustees really is the best place, the best venue for discussing these housing options. And lastly, I just wanted to address some of the other comments made that in terms of impacts to other infrastructure and utilities, the campus development agreement goes through and iterates each one of those utilities and infrastructure that are subject to the CDA and explains why either UF already provides those services or we already have some mechanisms in place to pay for those services that we do receive from the local governments, or that our growth and development does not create any additional impacts.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon.
Thank you.
Okay, back to the commission. There is not yet a motion on the floor. Anybody interested in putting one on the floor?
Okay. Mr. Mayor, we do have one late caller. If you want to take that before the
Oh, yeah, go
motion.
ahead.
Up to you.
Sure, go ahead.
All right. Sheila Payne, you have 3 minutes.
Oh, hi. I didn't prepare statements. I've been following this. I saw the letter that UF, Charlie Lane, sent to Mayor Poe. And I don't know. I don't trust UF. It's obvious everything that's been happening. I'm wondering if these apartment buildings that they say they're going to be providing are going to once again take something off the tax rolls that will not benefit UF as far as the budget. And, that's an ongoing issue that UF should be providing more resources to the city for all the services that the city provides to the residents. I am concerned about, just the overall thing of them taking housing off of campus that graduate students have been using. And, they can walk their kids, if their kids are at the daycare, they can walk with them over to the daycare on campus. And it's just going to cause more stress for graduate students. And, I feel like the letter from Charlie Lane addressed some of those things. I still don't trust that the graduate students are not going to get the short end of the stick. I believe from what I've read, the CDA, you all can't really address the housing part of it, but UF should pay their fair share for the impact on the roads, and they should pay taxes on that property to the city instead of them buying up property in the city and taking more land off the taxes, the city of Gainesville. Thank you so much. I trust you all will do the right thing. I just don't trust UF at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Payne. Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Ms. Payne, for calling in. I'm glad we were able to get to you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sadly, I do not have a motion to offer, but I do have some comments and some different thinking about what we're talking about. A lot of conversation over the past couple of years about affordable housing in our community has rotated back to the concept of housing trusts, community housing trust, community land trust, that sort of thing. I feel like that's the direction that we should go. We're not going to get there as it relates to the current development agreement. They're separate things. But that's the direction I would like to see us move in, not just as the city of Gainesville and the non-campus community of Gainesville discussing that, but in a way that we could work with perhaps the University of Florida as an anchor institution and the major employer by leagues in our community. We should be able to come to the table and work on something like a housing trust that would work for workforce housing, workforce certainly to include graduate students. There are examples of this around the nation. I'm looking at one called First Homes Community Land Trust in Rochester, Minnesota, which was a partnership that the Mayo Clinic started in 1999 with their community for workforce housing trust, because they had a similar situation to what we have here. I don't know how to move that forward to get that conversation between the city of Gainesville and the community and the University of Florida moving. I am certain that this is not how that gets done, but that's the direction I would like to see us take. I think there is opportunity there, and I want to plant that seed wherever I can, and this was an opportunity to do so. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Any commissioners interested in putting a motion on the floor? Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I could say a lot, but I really don't think I need to, or that I even really want to at this point. I've heard a lot of compelling discussion from the students. I've read the emails. I've seen people on the street. And I would, as a result, like to put the motion on the floor that we defer this conversation to the point of one of my colleagues earlier, I believe it was Commissioner Sacco. We don't have to make this decision today. We've got a little time. And so to that end, I put the motion on the floor that we defer making this decision today so that we can have additional time. And I would also like to see the information, and I thank Ms. Dixon for bringing the information forward that she brought forward. I'd actually like to take a look at it before I'm comfortable voting yes or no. So I put the motion on the floor to defer making this decision today.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Commissioner Duncan Walker, seconded by Commissioner Sacco to defer this. I'm just trying to add a little bit of certainty. Maybe continuing this to a date specific. We have January 6th, January 20th. 20th is somewhat problematic because I know I have canvassing board and we'll need to leave that meeting early like I did this past time. And then there's February 3rd are the three meetings we have before the deadline that Ms. Dixon laid out. Okay, so continue this item to be brought up again at our February 3rd meeting. Seconder agree? Commissioner Sacco?
I'd rather not wait until the last second. If Commissioner Duncan Walker is okay with it, I think it might be best to look at January 6th just to see what headway has been made. And
I'm fine with that because that actually gives us a little over a month.
Okay.
yeah, I mean, that's still a substantial number of weeks, even with the holidays thrown in.
Okay, so the motion and the seconder agree that to continue this item to date specific, January 6th. Madam Clerk, if you'll place this first on our agenda that afternoon, just to make sure we get it in and have the discussion. And so all in favor of the motion, say aye. All opposed?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. All right, so we'll see you on January 6th. Thank you all for being here and participating. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item.
Next item is BD2 Gainesville Fire Rescue Growth and Expansion Feasibility Master Plan Presentation with a recommendation that the Commission hear the presentation from Emergency Services Consulting International and provide direction to staff regarding follow-up actions.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, if I might make a quick comment.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to remind everyone who might be sitting here waiting for the Royal Park item, that's not going to come up until the evening because we can't do resolutions until after 6. So it's going to be well after dark before we get to that, just as a heads up. Thank you.
All right, Chief, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the Commission. I'm Assistant Chief Steve Hessen, and on behalf of Gainesville Fire Rescue Leadership, the project team, and all 200 members of our department, I wanted to just express my gratitude for this opportunity, your time and attention today. This project for the facilities master plan started about 16 months ago, back in August of 2020, and I feel like the delivery of the report is an opportunity of the appropriate benchmark to conduct this presentation to provide you all an update. The impetus for this project was we knew that our facilities are aging. We were experiencing some significant and costly maintenance issues that were coming up suddenly that we were having to deal with and work with facilities on. So the thinking was a full assessment was in order to help provide an understanding of all of our needs in an attempt to get ahead of the trend or get ahead of the problem. This project is intended to chart a path for GFR to work with city leadership, facilities, and all the stakeholders to create a comprehensive and forward-thinking approach to our facility needs. We worked with procurement and used a competitive bid process to select Emergency Services Consulting International, ESCI, who we have with us today. Had the project manager from ESCI, Mr. Stuart McElhaney, who brought together a large group of experts in the field that had experience with public safety and helping fire departments with similar work to help us navigate this process. We also have Rick Kuehl here, who did the bulk of the heavy lifting with the facilities assessment. He's from WSKF Architects, did a spatial needs analysis, some programming for us, and then ultimately designed a template fire station that we will use in the event that we're able to replace any of our existing fire stations, so that it will meet our needs both currently and provide the services that we're providing now, but well into the future of what the fire service, where we're going as a department and where the fire service is going. An important aspect of their work was to make sure and assess the facilities for their health and wellness of our members, both our firefighters and our other members and support staff. So this is important work so that we can be up to industry standards with respect to that. So what I feel like we have is we've created a report with ESCI that gives a good, thorough assessment of our existing facilities, assessment of additional infrastructure needs for our support facilities, including CRP, our training, administration, fire prevention, and such. But it not only provides us valuable information in the current environment, but it helps us predict what the environment will look like 10 and 30 years from now, so they're well positioned to provide the services at that point. So with that, I'll turn it over to Stuart McElhaney from ESCI to do the presentation, and obviously we'll be available for comment and questions.
Great, thanks. Mr. McElhaney, thanks for being with us today.
Thank you, Chief Hessen. Thank you, Commissioners, Mayor, and Ms. Curry. We appreciate the opportunity on behalf of ESCI and our partners WSKF, Leverum, and several other consultants that we brought into this project. It was a pretty complicated project, and it actually had a 6-month timeline, and we were told we had to strictly adhere to that 6 months, so we did that. We're very proud of it. GFR beat us up routinely. We started in April of this year, and we met with them and made sure we had a good understanding of what you guys really needed. We met every 2 weeks throughout the project. We had a review at the 85% level of the report, a lot of back and forth, so there was a lot of staff interaction with us. We really appreciated that. We feel like we have a very good product for y'all that will help you set some sound policy regarding primarily your infrastructure for Gainesville Fire Rescue for the next 10 to 30 years. With that, just a couple of things I'd like to point out before we let Rick jump in. First of all, as I mentioned, the primary focus for this growth and expansion feasibility master plan was actually the infrastructure itself, your fire stations primarily, and some of your ancillary facilities, training and CRP and so on. There's a couple of different concepts that your staff helped us out with. But basically, as far as that goes, there was a comprehensive analysis of all of the facilities, and that was Rick and his team. They were here for a full week with the architects and the engineers, your MEP and civil engineers and so on. They looked at all the facilities. We also did some modeling and looked at optimal location for fire stations. We looked at your long-range growth for your community and that sort of a thing, and made some recommendations on where those facilities might be. And we'll talk about that in a minute. And then ultimately what we ended up with for y'all was sort of a notional implementation plan with some costing of what this might run you and how you might develop this. and integrate it with your CIP over the next 10 to 20 years. There was a secondary focus of the study, which was really on the operations of Gainesville Fire Rescue itself. We're not going to get into that today. A lot of that information, it's in the report. You can read it in depth. Feel free to call me anytime. I'll come back. We can talk about that if you'd like, either one-on-one or in a workshop. But a lot of that is for those guys to kind of digest and understand, and then maybe bring that forward to assist in other things. I'd like to thank the staff. They did a great job compiling tremendous amounts of data for us in a very timely manner, which allowed us to stay on schedule and get the project completed. You've got a great organization. It's very well led. You've got some outstanding, dedicated people, and I think the neighbors of Gainesville should be very proud of them. The final report itself was divided actually into 4 sections. Yeah. Oh, yeah, if you want to. Yeah. Could you go to, where is the person? Hiding in the back. Usually there's like a, if I do this, will that work? Next slide, okay. Could we go to report format, please? You all have this already, so I'm not going to read it for you, but basically the report is divided into 4 sections. The first part we did was an evaluation of current conditions, and primarily what we're looking at, and Rick will talk about this, is the evaluation of your existing facilities. And again, that was the main focus of the project itself. Many other aspects were looked at: operations, deployment, staffing, and so on. The second part of the study was actually looking at where is the community going. And some of our fire rescue folks were here. I think they interviewed many of you all. They interviewed your planning folks. And a lot of the modeling that we did and what we're looking at here, it was sort of from that information where you all were sort of looking at, rather than developing out, you're developing up, which has a pretty significant impact on how many stations you need and where they are and so on. So that's part of the premise of this. So if things turn out differently and you do expand out a lot more, then that's going to have some impact on where you put stations or how many more you may need in future. But that's the second part of the study, was growth and expansion considerations. The next part was recommendations of financial impacts. And really the meat of that, if you will, is a notional CIP basically for your fire stations and infrastructure with some costing. Obviously, cost is very dependent on what's the design, who you bring in, what's the cost of materials, and so on. Rick can talk about that a little bit later on. There was a lot of information that was compiled and developed in this, and we put a lot of that in appendices because it's important and it's interesting information, but it's not really the main focus of the report. So that's in appendices. Those are things like future demand models. Your staff is already doing a lot of different things with how do we deploy units. Do we look at peak demand units and things like that to try to improve response times? You heard a lot about traffic today. Traffic has a big impact on the response time of your units. So they're already playing with different things. We've done a lot of modeling, and that's in the appendices. Financial analysis, looking at a status quo projection. If you do nothing, what is it going to cost you down the road? And if you add things, it's going to cost you more, obviously. Current staffing, we looked at that. Apparatus and facility inventory. There's a lot of detail there. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Rick Poole, who's principal of WSKF Architects, and he's going to talk a little bit about the assessment of the existing facilities. Rick?
Thank you. Can we go to the first slide that says assessment of existing facilities, please? Fantastic. Thank you very much. Mayor and Commission, Rick Kuehl, WSKF Architects. As Stuart had indicated, there was a team of folks that came to Gainesville in April. We spent a week here looking at the 16 different facilities for Gainesville Fire Rescue. The list of facilities that you see up there are the facilities that we assessed. The 9 fire stations includes the ARF at the airport. So that was one of the facilities, even though that's a facility that is not owned by the city of Gainesville. It is a facility that is operated by the city of Gainesville. So was it included in the facility. The tactical facility, or tactical training, if you will, is the training element that's located at station number 3. So if you drive by station number 3, you'll see boxes and a tower and that sort of thing. That's what's meant by the tactical training element. 3 administrative facilities, I think, is inherently known. The logistics and support facility is at station number 1. And so if you drive around station number 1, you'll see an independent building that's set apart from the station itself, and that's the logistical building that is being referred to. The temporary facility is actually the facilities located on the campus with the 3 administrative facilities. And it's a temporary facility because, as you may recall, that a portion of the ceiling structure in the training building located on campus actually experienced a failure of the roof structure, which is temporarily supported. So the what we call clean training or classroom training was relocated to that temporary facility. And of course, the outdoor educational facility, actually a favorite part of mine, is the Safety City that's located. I think that's a phenomenal asset to the city of Gainesville, something that I've never seen anywhere else. So congratulate you on that. It's a great facility. Anyway, we assessed approximately 90,000 square feet of buildings and approximately 21 acres of ground in that week in terms of looking at it. And that assessment included architects, structural engineers, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing engineers, civil engineers, landscape architects. So we tried to do a fairly comprehensive assessment. Our assessment included approximately 140 items for each facility in terms of what we looked at. So we looked at everything from the high level to the detail, including ADA and compliance with ADA. And so we think it was a fairly comprehensive review of the facilities. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So this is kind of a listing, an overview, if you will, of what we looked at. So this 4-page assessment was completed to create some, what I'll call normalization of assessment. So we made sure that we covered things comprehensively for each of the facilities that we looked at. Now, not everything applied to all the facilities. So an administrative building is not going to be looked at the same way as a training building as a fire station. But we still tried to create some comprehensive assessment of those facilities to make sure that we were as inclusive as we could be. Can we go to the next slide, please? This is a snapshot, if you will, of our assessment of facilities. And so you'll see there is a number of facilities that are on the left-hand side, starting with station number 1, going down to Safety City at the bottom across the top. We tried to assess from a conditional standpoint what we considered the facilities to be, from exceptional to good to fair to poor. So the challenge to us in terms of the request for us to provide services to the city of Gainesville was to look at facilities and say with some certainty whether that facility was in need of repair, whether that facility was in need of renovation, or whether that facility was in need of replacement. All right. So that kind of conditions assessment kind of begins to aim at that. But it's a fairly simple tool, we think, to look at and get a snapshot of what the facilities look like today. So the takeaway here, if you will, is that there are obviously a fair number of facilities that are in the poor condition stage. And part of that is, I'll say, somewhat time sensitive associated with the facilities. And fire stations in and of themselves take a great deal of beating, quite frankly. They're occupied 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. And they're occupied by folks that have tough jobs. And that facility has to be responsive to that. But one of the biggest things for us these days is the belief that your job as a firefighter is risky. You're put at risk every day in terms of what you do from a services standpoint. We're big believers in the fact that where you work shouldn't make you sick. And if you look at the fire industry today and look at what's happening in the fire industry, there's a great higher incidence of cancer among firefighters than there is across the normal population. And to the great extent, that's due to their job. And so to the extent that we as designers can mitigate that circumstance in terms of responding to creating a healthy environment We think that's our challenge. So we also looked at facilities, when I talk about the time element. So when these facilities were built 30, 40, 50 years ago, all right, that was not a consideration. In fact, it was often considered a badge of courage to have a dirty helmet. So the dirtier your helmet had, the more smoke, the more soot, the more debris that your helmet had, that was a badge. That was something that you earned. Today, that's not true. You know, a dirty helmet is a sign of not a good condition for the firefighter. So to the extent that we can mitigate those circumstances within the station themselves is something that we try very hard to do. But that's also something that we assessed in terms of the existing stations. Now, there are some things that GFR is doing to address that. So, for instance, in apparatus bays, the diesel, the particulate, the matter that comes out of the apparatus that's in that station every day is harmful to the occupants of the facility. So GFR has gone out and they've done filtration systems. They're integrating things that they can do in terms of mitigating those circumstances. But there's a limitation in terms of what they can do in terms of within the confines of the existing facilities. But I guess the takeaway here is that there obviously are a number of facilities that are in the poor category. There are a couple that are in the fair that probably maybe should nudge their way towards poor, but the takeaway here is that we have a horizon here in terms of facility conditions that is not good. When we design facilities today for firefighters, we often look at the 40 and 50-year horizon as that's the time when it's time to replace a facility. You can do investments in terms of facilities, but at some point in time, it just doesn't make financial sense to continue to make those investments. It's like owning a car. At some point in time, you're done fixing that car, right? It's got to go somewhere, and you got to get a car because it doesn't make any financial sense to continue to make that investment. So let's go to the next slide, please. So average age, if you will, of all the facilities, and that and I don't know when it's 34 years, but that excludes the tactical training, the temporary modular, and obviously the safety city. The adjusted average age is 45 years. Those facilities that are at that age are really about finished. And doesn't at that point begin to make financial sense to continue to make investments in those facilities because it becomes a black hole. So the next line down, it says 5 of the 9 rank in the poor column. So 5 of the 9 fire stations rank in the poor column. And the conditional average age mode is 45 years. But the point is 45 years is where they're at right now. So that's kind of a bit of an overview of the stations. I'm going to come back after Stuart talks a little bit more about fire station location optimization.
Thanks, Rick. If we could go to the next slide, please. So part of what you have to think about, when you're looking at your CIP, and setting policy as to how you're going to execute that, you want to look at, all right, we have infrastructure needs. So if we're going to replace a fire station, well, does it get replaced in the same place, or is there a better place to put it? So part of what we did in this analysis is a pretty extensive GIS modeling. We used 2 years worth of actual call data. Where do those calls occur in the city? And that's kind of that ugly looking green, all those little lines. Basically what those lines are doing is they're going from a fire station and they're going out to where those calls occur. And what we looked at was industry standard for travel time is 4 minutes. And we can get into a whole discussion about travel time and what they're actually doing versus model. A lot of it has to do with some much more detailed analysis that we've already recommended to the department for traffic analysis. Looking at time of day, day of week, week, month of year, that kind of a thing, unit by unit. There's a lot that you can do with that and try to optimize that. But anyway, this is just looking at the whole thing, 2 years worth of data, where are the calls, and then what we looked at, we used Rick's chart from, I guess, two graphs ago where he looked at, excellent, good, fair, poor fire stations. Those fire stations that were considered excellent or good, we talked to the department and we said, well, does it make sense to float those around? And it didn't. You know, we're not going to replace those because we just built them, right? So we pinned those as far as this goes. Everything else, all the stations were allowed to float around to find where was the optimum location to accommodate the most calls within 4 minutes. So that's pretty much what that modeling did. We also looked at your 10-year boundary and your 30-year boundary as you move out into the county and annex. We looked at where growth is. It gets back to what we talked about, the folks that interviewed you guys and your planning folks. Where's growth going? Is it going up or is it going out? There's probably going to be growth out, but there's going to be growth up as well. A lot of this is based on the growth going up. So we pretty much assumed that you have a certain amount of call volume today, and that's going to increase, but it's going to increase in the same place. Now, if that changes, obviously, you know, this is going to change too. And I want to emphasize that this modeling is really a snapshot in time. There's a lot more that goes into this, but this gives you a rough idea of, you know, where your stations are and how many stations you need to serve the most calls in your community. So if I have the next slide, please. So I mentioned we looked at a lot of different models, and we looked at 9 stations, we looked at 10 stations, we looked at your 10-year boundary, your 30-year boundary, and those red circles that you see up there, those are kind of the little dots inside the red circles are some of the different models that we looked at. And what you found was that they all started to group. And so what we ended up with, if I could have the next slide, please. The map on the upper left there, that's the one you already saw. It kind of gave us, it basically sort of told us that, you know, the stations that you have right now, generally where they are, or the number of stations that you have is about the right number of stations that you need to serve the city right now. And again, the big assumption, assuming most of the growth is going up rather than out. And if that changes, as you go through your CIP and execute that, you may end up having to add a station somewhere. And so if you go down to the lower right map, you'll see that that station down near I-75, this was based on a lot of discussion with staff, where you have your temporary station right now by the bus station. You'll see the upper left station there, or the upper left map, we took that location and moved it southwest a little bit to accommodate what the department already knows they're experiencing down there. So that map on the lower right is pretty much a lot of back and forth with the department about where they think things are happening right now, and, and where they estimate things to be going in the next 5 to 10 years. And again, this is a snapshot in time. This is looking at 2 years of data, but it gives you kind of a rough idea of where you would need to build those fire stations. So this then can be used with the condition of stations, and you can sort of look at, for example, Station 3 probably would need to be moved, and it needs to be replaced. So that might be one that would be easy. Leave the guys there for now, build a new station, and move them. But there might be other stations that you have to rebuild them in the same place, so you're going to have to do different things with that. So those are some of the things that you all and the department can use to really kind of hone down your CIP, you know, how you want to phase that. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. I'm going pretty fast here, so I apologize, but the chief told us we had to get out here fairly quickly for you. Okay, so with that, I'd like Rick to come back up and then talk about the actual space needs analysis and get into the costs and so on.
All right, thank you, Stuart. So space needs analysis is really just a cataloging, if you will, of all the spaces that are required for any particular facility. And that's a spreadsheet, if you will, that creates that definition of what the space needs are. And if I could have the next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. So we start out with a prototypical station. If we were going to design a station that might satisfy the needs for different facilities, different locations that we saw up on the map, what might that look like? And then looking at the community resource paramedic program in terms of what the space needs requirements might be for that, understanding that that is kind of on-property delivery of services, and then that's off-property delivery of services as well, the mobile units that go out and provide those kinds of services. And then looking at a public safety hub, so an aggregation, if you will, of services. I'm going to talk a little bit more about what that represents. And then finally, fire training and a fire training facility and what those requirements might be and what that might look like. If we go to the next slide, please. So, prototypical station, what might that include? So, here are some of the objectives that we identified in terms of looking at developing what's called a prototype station, although I think this a little bit of an oxymoron because everybody says, well, it's a prototype, but then you always tweak it in the next design, right? Because there always changes, you learn things, and the location of the station changes, so the orientation, all that, it tends to change. But if you had a prototypical design, what would that include? Well, what are the typical spaces that might be needed? What's the flexibility that's needed for the number of personnel and the apparatus? So a station is going to respond to what kinds of services are delivered out of that facility and what kinds of apparatus are housed at those locations. And then looking for an eye for the future. So understanding that this facility, because it's a major capital investment, is going to be there for another 40 or 50 years. What are the potential future needs that might exist for that station at that location? And then how do we begin to integrate community services within each of the facilities? So it's not just located at one location, it's located at all of the stations. We're going to talk a little bit about that here in a second, show you how we plan for that. But overall, we're thinking that about 21,000 square feet is where we would be with a typical station. And if we can go to the next slide, please.
Sorry to interrupt, but just,
Yes.
just for point of reference, Chief Heston, like what's Station 1? How many square feet is that? I know that was sort of, we built that bigger and.
Station 1 is about 20,000 square feet,
Okay.
21,000.
Okay, so okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And that's our largest state, I mean, by far, right? That's our, yeah, okay. Thanks. Please continue.
Absolutely. So this would be a prototypical plan for a new fire station. This is what we would refer to as a 3-bay double deep drive-through station. And obviously with that amount of space for apparatus bay, that translates into the number of personnel that would be housed at this location. And so just overall, if you will, off to the right, obviously, are the 3 apparatus bays. And then to the right of that is the apparatus support spaces. And then immediately adjacent to the left of the bays are support spaces as well. And then to the top are what we would consider public or business aspect spaces for the station. And then down below that in green are and in yellow are the living quarters. We're big believers in the notion that fire personnel should have control over their facility, and that the business aspect of the station should be separated from the operational aspect of the station in terms of the services that they deliver. And so what's coming into play for a lot of communities is safety and security of the personnel that are located at those locations. And so access control, making sure there's security measures that are in place, whether that's from the apparatus bay, from a front door, or wherever it might be, is making sure that those are in place. And we're also believers in that the station should be not only an operational station, but should also provide some opportunity for limited training as well. So when training personnel are on duty, and if they have to go to a different location, they're taken off-site. So the idea is that there could be some training, and I think that happens at Station 1 right now. There's some training that occurs there. So some marginal training that could be happening at the station is helpful in terms of creating that capability. Kind of the last thing is that one of the things that the fire industry is finding is that there are a lot of duty deaths among firefighters as a result of their occupation. There's a lot of heavy weight that gets carried by a firefighter after an incident. So creating environments that become supportive, calming environments in terms of those circumstances are high on our list in terms of creating environments that are conducive to helping you do your job. So biophilia design is something that's been incorporated. We're incorporating in our station designs right now. And if you aren't familiar with that term, biophilia is our innate relationship with nature, that nature has a calming effect on us. And the more we can create a relationship between the space that a station occupies and nature, we have found, becomes that kind of transitioning, if you will, the calming environment, the soothing environment, creating a supportive environment for firefighters. Anyway, next slide, please. So for the Community Resource Paramedic Program, here are some of the objectives for that particular program. Obviously, creating space for the delivery of services, for health services at that facility, providing both on-site clinical as well as telemed opportunities. And you will see that in the space program in terms of how that was programmed to create those kinds of spaces. I'll apologize. I'm going to back up. Can we back up one slide, please? One of the things I did forget to mention is that in this station, and something that is unique to, I think, the design of fire stations for GFR, is that we did incorporate in here a clinical space that's located off of the apparatus bay, plus also it's accessible from the front lobby. So there is space actually within the station for the delivery of community resource paramedic services here.
You can essentially have a walk-in clinic.
You have
It's
a walk-in
functional,
clinic.
but separated from the rest of the
Right.
fire response. Yeah.
Right, yeah, absolutely. Next slide, please. Obviously with the CRP program, there's a need for support vehicles and storage for those, and parking space and controlled parking space for those kinds of vehicles. And then from a programmatic standpoint, we think that that kind of facility, those kinds of programs would be about 9,000 to 10,000 square feet in terms of making that a very functional and operational component. Next slide, please. So, Public Safety Hub would consist of central administration as well as support space for central administration. Would also include community risk reduction. So, fire marshals, those kinds of folks that go out to the community to look at community risk and how to reduce that. It would provide space for an event command center. Would also include within that command center the ability to do some bunking or overnight or extended stay capability as well on a temporary basis. But that's kind of the related services, and with that comes kind of all of the needs in terms of dining and kitchen preparation and all of that. But for that particular facility, for a public safety hub, the space program requirements would be approximately 13,000 square feet. Next slide, please. So, training. Chief Hillhouse and I had a couple of conversations about training. So he was we were talking about the containers, and our discussion was, containers are a very inexpensive approach and very economical, actually, and a lot of communities use them. But there aren't many fires that are fought inside a container. So the question becomes for us, we think you should train like you work. So providing capabilities, providing facilities that allow you to experience those conditions, whether that is a Class A or a Class B burn condition, where you have facilities that have flashovers and young firefighters get that experience before they get into the real situation, and that they have control over those circumstances so they don't put people at risk, I think are pretty important. But anyway, fire training space we think is pretty critical in terms of making sure that there's an evolution of development in terms of young firefighters, and they're coming into the agency and progressing through the agency with experience. But this would include administrative space as well as support space for training. Would provide what we call clean and dirty training. So we call classroom space clean training. Dirty space would be where they actually put on gear and get into outdoor training facilities. And then also provide space for some community risk training as well. So how do you train folks to identify what the risks are and what the circumstances are around a situation where there might have been an event. But also hazmat training as well as EMS training, and getting people experienced and capable in terms of delivering EMS services. And then obviously you want to have driver skills, so the capability of a driver of a large piece of apparatus to be able to control that piece of apparatus under a safe condition. So those are the space assessments for the facilities that were identified. We can go to the next slide, please. So going back to the slide that had the snapshot of all the facilities and their conditions. And if we were going to make a recommendation to the city of Gainesville in terms of how to implement a plan to address the facility needs, we would be looking at priority 1, which we think is, in this can be any length of time, but we said 1 to 3 years. Replacement of stations 2, 5, and 7 would be the initial recommendation in terms of that. And priority 2, which is 4 years, so you might as well say 1 through 4 years actually, would be stations 2, 5, 7, and 9 in terms of replacement. So those are the recommendations in terms of priority 1 and priority 2. Next slide, please. So for priority 3, which we would say be the 5 to 7 year time frame, would be to replace station number 3, and then to develop a tactical training complex. And you might even start the complex planning early. You could do master planning for the complex. The implementation of that could obviously be something that could come later. And with a master plan, obviously you could figure out how to roll out, if you will, all the facilities that might be needed for a training complex. And then also in that include the community resource program as a replacement would be priority number 3. Next slide, please. Priority number 4 would be the replacement of Station 4, and then again more advancement in terms of the training, fire training complex, if you will, to build out for the ultimate build out for fire training, and then also replace the administration building within that within the community services hub facility. I think that's last slide, please.
So again, Commissioners, the main focus was looking at your existing facilities, looking at where the community we think is going in the next 5 to 10 years in terms of service demand on the department, and trying to kind of optimize where your stations might go, and then give you a notional CIP and some estimated costing. So with that, we open up for questions.
All right, thank you both so much for all the work that led up to this today. Really appreciate that, and thank you for the helpful presentation. And I'm just going to ask a quick question that I already know the answer to, but I think the elephant in the room needs to be identified, which is, Madam Manager, how much money do we have set aside for these capital improvements presently?
Mr. Mayor and Commission, I don't believe we do.
Yes.
And I think this is the prime time to take a look at additional resources like that half penny.
Right, and so I just want everybody to be, aware that as we discuss this, this is our challenge in front of us, and not to sort of future cast too much, but we do have a joint meeting with the county next week. One of the items on there is discussing a potential infrastructure sales tax, and I think it becomes clear now why that is an important and time-sensitive discussion to have, and they, of course, have their needs as well. So with that, I will recognize Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for long work on this. So on the southwest, the station down on the Archer Road, I know there's been discussions in the past about like a police substation and maybe being that as part of a station down there, because I think we do have that area does a lot of police. Has that been kind of discussed or part of the plan on kind of a grouping together of police and fire in that area?
Yes, we have had conversations about that, and that is part of the overall plan for that area.
Okay. And one other thing I think we should consider in looking at that station and whatever we kind of do in that area is there are no community centers and community kind of city-owned facilities for the community really anywhere in the Southwest as well. And I think that's something. And is that? It's not just students who live in our southwest of our city, and students do they're the same state, they pay the same on taxes. There's a lot of thousands and thousands of people who, of all income ranges, who live in that area, and being able to provide community kind of services, and I think be something to look at in that station. You mentioned kind of looking at the future annexations and developments, and I know we recently, and there's two developments like the Finley Woods and then the one on Tower Road that probably going to bring close to 2,000 people probably at least, and I guess those were taken into account at least kind of currently or not really. I know those calls haven't started yet, but they will start soon.
And that definitely was taken into account, and that's why you saw the station off of Archer Road move farther west to help us deal with that.
So one other question I've seen in other cities, kind of more urban cities, and we are getting more urban, is smaller engines and things like that can be more kind of nimble and get around. Is that something that's in consideration when we're planning stations and things like that? I know we have the squad one, but our engines are still, I think it's probably a smaller engine too, might be able to maneuver better as we will have more traffic, and we will have it. So is that part of the consideration as well?
It was part of the whole evaluation, and we modeled a lot of deployments, alternate deployments than what we're using now, both from looking at CRP, looking at some more mobile EMS type units that specialize in just EMS, some squad concepts, as well as looked at some modeling for our specialty teams too. Okay. So it's all in the hopper, and so the template fire station that we developed is sort of scalable depending on, but we don't want to get in the trap that we're in now with some of our stations. If we want to add units or expand the capability there to meet the community need, that we're restricted because we don't have anywhere to put them, and we don't have anywhere to put the apparatus. And so that would be our biggest station, as the mayor mentioned, and some of them would probably be a little smaller, but each would have multi-units, I would think.
And the proposal of one story, is there thoughts of, I mean, I guess depending on the location, if it's one story or two story, is that, I mean, two story gets cost more, but
sure,
there is a lot of these stations are already in developed areas, so we have to land. So is it, I guess, depending on the location and what we pick, if it's one story or two story or whatever?
As you mentioned, definitely it would be dictated by the site constraints, and we did learn a lesson that we already knew and reinforced the lesson we knew with Station 1, that it does get a lot more expensive if you go vertically. Save on property, but you also expend that in the facility.
Okay, and one of the goals I'd like for the city is moving towards an ISO 1 rating. How do these stations change? Is it more of a personnel, or where do we kind of lack in terms of that? I know we just had our last couple years ago, I believe, right?
Right,
kind of
2019.
Rating. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So in terms of deficiencies we may have in there, where does this help address that, or is it more personnel or
Part
water?
of the study did explore that, and what we found is that is less rooted in our facilities, which is more of an urgent need for us, a higher priority, and more in our resources and staffing and personnel. So that would be adding, people and units to different stations in addition to what we have in place now. And so we have a robust discussion and understanding about that based on their experience and expertise. But this is the priority for us right now.
Okay, thank you. And funding, Mr. Mayor, right? Funding is a big thing. There's a sales tax. We haven't, I guess correct me if I'm, to bond property tax revenue that has to go to the voters. Is that correct? Okay. And I don't believe we've done that in a while. So I think it's one thing we should consider, because I think we've tied up a lot of our sales. I mean, I guess we could do sales tax. We would have more area to bond those out, but I do think it's something we should consider putting out to the public too, of like, we're going to do a bond and here's what we're going to do it, and does our community want new fire stations or not? And I think that's something that, because it's a level of service that our maybe our community's okay with that or not. So I think that's something we should consider too, not just a sales tax, but also doing a bonding referendum. Thank you, Mayor.
And I just add, we have space with the fire assessment that also can go towards capital costs. So there's a few different approaches towards getting that revenue. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Commissioner Hayes Santos. I am excited about the idea of bringing the community into conversations about, whether they want a new station and what they should look like, et cetera. I know that station number 3 is in District 1. And I have seen that station since I was a little girl. I grew up with it. As a matter of fact, it's just a little bit younger than my parents. So it's been around for quite a while. And as I look at your charts here, which thank you very much for this very informative presentation, as I took a look at it, I was reminded at just how old that station is. And so I have a question just in terms of how the priorities were arrived at, because when I look at Station 3 in particular, I believe, and I'm not looking at it now, it's not up. If we could go back to that slide, is it possible to bring that slide back up that had the chart of the age of the stations and the ratings, I believe, poor, good, etc.? That one. So station number 3 is 61 years old, and it's in poor condition. So I was just a little curious as to how we arrived at the priorities in terms of the stations that we suggest we deal with first, second, third, fourth, etc.
Well, that's a tough one. I'll talk about Station 3 in particular. So when we start seeing stations modified to accommodate the apparatus, lowering of floors in the apparatus bay so that it'll accommodate the apparatus, those start to become clues in terms of this station really doesn't work anymore. So now all of a sudden we're making adjustments in terms of apparatus in order to make it fit within the facility that it's housed. And so that's one item. Also, there were some conditions that were really not good in terms of mechanical systems in particular. So when I mentioned earlier about health and wellness and the importance of that. One of the things that's particularly important in terms of health and wellness within a fire station is this notion of positive air pressurization. So when I go from the living quarters into the apparatus bay, the air should flow from the living quarters into the apparatus bay, not vice versa. So I shouldn't contaminate my living environment with whatever is in the apparatus bay. That doesn't exist in any station. So that's one of the elements. But this 4-page assessment that we created, once you start going down the line and looking at each one of those elements, and it's like, no, we don't have that. We don't have fire suppression. No, we don't have ADA accommodation. Yes, the station's been modified. We've ground down the floor to accommodate the apparatus. I can't exit the apparatus bay as I normally would, because if I go too fast, my apparatus is going to hit the overhead door opening. It's just kind of one tick after another, and at some point there is that tipping point where it just says, gosh, we're really beyond that. And then the other thing is that, and this is really this exists everywhere, but fire stations are considered essential facilities these days. So they're required to be more durable, more resilient, more service than most facilities, and that doesn't exist either.
Thank you.
I'm not as smart as my architect colleague here, being a retired fire chief and all that, but if I could look at it from my simple-minded perspective, all we've provided you is sort of a notional plan. Things like, is that station in a place it needs to be, or can you move it? A lot of it really is going to come down to your fire rescue guys working with your facilities people, working with you all to develop that capital plan and what makes the most sense for you in terms of phasing, in terms of, how long you stretch that out. Do you do them all at one time? Do you have to move people, that sort of a thing. There's nothing really magical about, our phase 1, 2, 3, 4. That was just something we looked at to try to give you some idea of what that might look like in terms of a phased process. Does that help at all?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for saying that. So I live not too far from that fire station, and you all do a wonderful job. I unfortunately hear you too often. And so that's part of the reason that I needed to ask these questions, so that I can make sure that when my colleagues and I come back in future conversations, that we really look at very meaningfully and very intentionally where we start. To me, I think, you know, all of our fire stations are important, obviously, but when I look at what fire station number 3 has and what it houses and what the future plans are for it, you know, where it kind of falls and when we do what becomes increasingly important. Because if that is where we're training with our tactical training complex, and we have the community resource paramedic program facility there, I think that definitely should kind of inform us as to when and how we actually roll any improvements or modifications or new building of any of our stations, particularly number 3, which is the oldest and in very, very poor conditions. And I wanted to just say this. Thank you for teaching me biophilia. I love that. I absolutely love that, biophilia design. And I'd like to just say I'm grateful that in the industry, or at least within your organization, you are dealing with that. Mental health is incredibly important, and particularly when we're talking about our first responders who do a job that many of us wouldn't want to do and wouldn't attempt to do. I want to make sure that all of our stations and anywhere that they have to be working out of certainly does take into account their health as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I think the antonym for that is this chamber right here. Zero connection with the natural world. Something we can maybe have a discussion about at a later time, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You're telling me you don't like to just lose all contact with the natural world when we walk in and out of here? Yeah. Thank you to everyone at GFR who has been part of this, and to the consultants team. It is not a surprise, I think, to see these numbers come back, but it's still, you know, a big hit when we start putting pencil to paper on this. I do hope that as we move forward with planning, we're able to, as much as possible, I don't want to say make multiple purposes of buildings, but think with the whole community in mind as we plan new facilities. There's certainly some opportunity, as Commissioner Santos alluded to making community use of some of these facilities, and while still maintaining the sanctity, if you will, of the fire station itself. So let's, you know, make sure that we keep all that in mind. I am hopeful, as I think about the funding, that perhaps there's some build back better infrastructure opportunities here. And I'm reminded that our congressperson has a direct connection to GFR and has a special place in her heart for GFR. So I want to keep that in mind as we move forward. But I think perhaps the most direct approach is the conversation we're going to have with the county on Monday. I think our community would be very interested in how we all pitch in to pay for fire infrastructure, because our community cares about fire infrastructure. It's easy for people to understand how that is a function of city government that has a direct bearing on your life, because you want the fire truck to show up when you call 911, period. No matter where in Gainesville you live, you can see that quality of life issue pay for itself. And if we can ask through an infrastructure sales tax for some of our visitors to help us pay for that, well, that's a win. So I'm hopeful that we can make progress in that conversation on Monday. The numbers I'm looking at here, when I add everything up, is somewhere between $78 and $86 million. And if I have learned anything over the last few years, it is that the number that we see at the beginning is rarely where we end up. Yeah. So it is going to be a heavy lift, but that's the job. So thank you all for getting this all in one place where we can start thinking about it. Hundreds of conversations in front of us about what it is and where it is and what goes first, et cetera. I know one of the first things some of the GFR folks did after I joined the commission was make sure I got a good tour of Station 5 on a nice floody day. So there's no question that some of the decisions we make with this moving forward, where we decide to place things and how they're built, people are going to look back at us in 40 years and say, what in the world were they thinking? Because that's what I thought when I toured Station 5 the first time. Not only from a flooding perspective, which apparently it had done since pretty much day one, but also just getting the trucks in and out of the station regularly. The way it's situated doesn't make a whole lot of sense in 2021 or 2021. Maybe it did back in the 60s. I don't know. But I will beg the forgiveness of people 30 or 40 years from now for the decisions we make. We're going to do our best. And I'm looking forward to this process. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. The only thing I'd want to add to this discussion, I think it's been addressed in the prototypical design, but we are going to continue to see emergency response evolve, clearly. And we've been really trying to push that in Gainesville. So whether it's mental health co-responders or CRP, looking at a walk-in clinic model for every station. And I was having a conversation with a few folks today, and it was originated about diversion and deflection programs, but we got into the Combined Communication Center and dispatch. And, there is going to be a point, I would imagine, in the not too distant future, that, a call comes in, and because of what the professionals at the Combined Communication Center are able to identify, we're going to have a new coding system, and it's not going to be, an engine, and it's not going to be a squad car. It's going to be somebody in a Leaf, that has a certain skill set that's able to go help that person in need, and keep those other resources that are needed for more critical calls in the bay until they're needed. And so just having that flexibility in the design of the station, where somebody who doesn't necessarily work as part of GFR or GPD, but is a professional in the sort of emergency response and healthcare field, that's able to have the resources they need, be able to get in and out of there easily and quickly to do their responses, but also not get in the way of the men and women that are answering calls and in that sub 4 minute response time. And so I think that the design you've set up, especially with that bifurcated public access section, seems to be able to work for that. But what we know is we need our stations to be able to adapt to new ways of responding. And certainly some of our stations, 3 included, are the opposite of that. You're doing everything you can just to get the folks in and out of there in the most basic way. I think 1 is probably the closest to what that future station will look like. But it's something it's a 50-year commitment we're making. So what works in 2025 is, it's probably going to be different for what those needs are in 2065. If we make it that far. But this was great. I mean, it's clear the level of detail and how many conversations you had, and the expertise that you brought with you all to this process. Just really appreciate it. This is incredibly helpful. And really all we have to do now is figure out how to pay for it and develop a plan moving forward. So the easy part, right? But thank you so much. So there's really no motion necessary. We'll work with the city manager to get that sort of capital plan together and all that. But I would love to invite anybody from the public that wishes to speak to this item to do so at this time, if you'd so choose. And I'll start with you, Adam, if you have anybody on the phones.
Mr. Mayor, there's nobody on the phones right now. We've got to give them a couple of seconds to call in.
Sure, I'll check back with you in one moment. Anybody in chamber that wishes to speak to this item? Yes, sir, welcome.
Hi, my name's Richard Hoffman. In relation to case, where did it go? CA8.
Oh, yeah, so sir, this consent agenda, we already did that.
Say again?
Yeah, so the the only item we're taking comment on right now is the fire station item. If you want to comment on the fire station item, then
When
you
can I talk to you guys about this?
1 o'clock. That we took items on the consent agenda at the beginning of the
Clerk
meeting.
sent me an email, said to be here at 1:30.
Yeah, I apologize for that, sir. I can speak with you when we go into recess, and I can speak with you when we go into recess, and you can share your concerns with me.
Okay.
So, well, when we recess, just stick around, and I'll come
Yes,
to Craig.
sir.
Okay. Anybody else in chamber? Go ahead, Mr. Shepherd.
Yes, my name is John Shepherd, the People's Representative. This is something I was looking for years. And I've been trying my best to implement more programs within our fire departments and police. My outlook is to take them, see a helicopter pad within these drawings. I don't know if this is something that the board had brought with us today, but this is something I have in my plans of integrating within this circle of needs. Also, a fire engine that has a large ladder to it so that we can answer to the high rises within Gainesville. This here is a need that can be added to the many needs that are addressed within the financial plan of the fire departments and police. I think this was an exquisite meeting today that they brought to us and gave us a great outlook of what we have to do to help them help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Anybody else in chambers wish to speak to this item? Okay, thanks again. Appreciate all the work that went into this, and we'll look forward to getting something more solid presented and adopted as we move forward. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is BD3, bid award for exterior maintenance service downtown city of Gainesville, with the recommendation that the commission award the bid to Contractors Enterprise in the amount of $110,000, with the option of 4 additional one-year renewals at $110,000 each, and authorize the city manager to execute the contract and any related documents subject to the city attorney as to form and legality.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad we're moving forward, or starting to move forward with this, because we do have serious issues with our downtown and how it's both receiving and clean. But I do have some issues with the current contract and kind of how it's laid out. I think the area it's too small. The area that was taken was from a 2012 CRA contract, and our downtown has changed a lot since 2012. Depot Park is built. We have a lot of new businesses on South Main Street. Tons of stuff built west of downtown, all 2nd Avenue apartments, Continuum, and then even newer things like the Santa Fe Blunt Center and much more construction along University Avenue. And we just have so much more pedestrian traffic, and we're trying to connect kind of our core downtown with further south as well. So I think we should look at a larger area. And the other thing too is I think what's being proposed will make the place look pristine, but I would rather us do a larger area than just make a small area look very pristine, because this really only covers like 2 or 3 square blocks. It's not what's being kind of in the current contract. For example, about half the money is going towards power washing, because that's power washing every single month. I don't think our downtown's been power washed in 6, 8, 7. I can't remember the last time our downtown was power washed. So I don't know if we need to go from every month from kind of never to every month, I think that money might be better spent picking up litter in a larger area and keeping that area clean. Another concern is that the contract has it from 4 a.m. to 7 a.m., which is nice when not a lot of people there, but like right now, it doesn't get light until about 6:45 a.m. right now too. So having people pick things up when it's dark is hard. So I'd like for us to consider, I put some maps in. I know those are much larger maps, but I think they do cover the areas where we have, I mean, the Midtown area is one of our heaviest areas that has tons of trash all the time. Is also where we have a lot of people who are coming from outside the community too and visiting. And then in the downtown area too, kind of connecting to 6th Street. So if you see in the backup, I put in some maps. I think there could be varying amounts. Some areas, I think we just need litter pickup. Other areas maybe they're just like washing the vomit and stuff like that. But I think we need to look at a larger area so that we talk about how we want to connect Depot Park and downtown. This doesn't do that, and I think, and also a lot of people who are working in Innovation Square, having them walk to downtown and being able to go to restaurants and that area. So I'd like for us to consider doing a larger area and paring down kind of what we do. I mean, a similar example is Northeast 1st Street. That street looks amazing, but every other street in our city kind of looks bad. And I'd rather just have a larger area look good than one small area look amazing. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And real quick, Mr. Hoffman, Mr. Hoffman, I'm over here. If you want to join Mr. Persons outside, he can help you with your issue. Madam Manager, you get, thank you. Yeah, there he is, right here. Okay, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to clean up as much as we can. And by clean up, I mean, I really mean that. I want people to feel comfortable walking and using our city as much as possible. We've had this conversation in bits and pieces many times over the years, and we kind of nod our heads and say, yeah, we're going to get that done, and we don't get it done. One of the things that absolutely holds us back as a community, and I believe it has to start downtown, is that we're tripping over garbage, and we're not cleaning up the sidewalks. We have an opportunity to start fresh with that. I would like to expand as large an area as we can, but what I would not like to do is wait. I would like to get moving on what we can get moving on and add to that as we go. And I understand that will come at a cost. I've had conversations with the manager as well as just other folks around the community. There is just no way that we are going to be a great city if we can't empty the garbage cans downtown, period. And we have had lots of conversations about that in various committee meetings and commission meetings over the years, yet here we are. We must make progress. I don't think it's productive for me as a commissioner to say this street, but it must happen in some way. And Madam Manager, I'm sorry that it ends up in your lap right here. And it's not any other individual manager's fault, because again, you are now the fourth manager we've had the conversation with. So it's not any one individual. It's just we have reached a point where we don't need the grand downtown plan to come back and tell us that downtown is dirty. We can see that. And we all know the reasons for it, but we got to get it done. So I vented a little bit there. Thank you. I'm really glad we're at a point to be able to take action on this. And I am open to a variety of ways to do it. I know that what's in front of us is not the extent of what we need to do, and that we will need some more money to be able to make it happen, and I'm open to that conversation. Thank you.
Excellent. Ms. Curry, you wanted to share some thoughts?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioners, when I came in, actually, this was one of the first things that caught my eye, because as a neighbor, prior to being in this role, I do spend a lot of time downtown, particularly at a particular restaurant. And coming out of that restaurant, the trash cans are always running over. And I spoke with Mr. Mann and Chief Jones. They have a little task force that they've put together to address this short of the contract. And when Mr. Mann told me that this contract was in play for board action or for commission action, I says, great, this is really the energy that we need to do the heavy lifting, because Mr. Mann's staff will not be able to do that based on other things that they have on their agenda. So I think we all agree that this is the right move. We need to have this contract in place. I've had an opportunity to talk to Commissioner Hayes Santos, and in this case, we only had one bidder. So we have the flexibility to negotiate the zones and what we're doing in those zones, whether it's more trash pickup or whether it is pressure cleaning, combination of both. But for now, I think we have to do it within the budget that's been assigned in the Public Works Department, and that's the $110,000. So there is room to work with the scope of this. I think the county attorney will agree. I don't want to speak for him, but because we only had one bidder, we have the flexibility to negotiate. So I would urge the commission to move with this item to allow us to be able to address that downtown area, because it's clearly in need. But understanding Commissioner Hayes Santos's concern about maximizing the $110,000 based on covering a greater area is accommodatable. We can do that. If we need to come back to the board for an amendment, because clearly it's just beyond what we, think is appropriate at this time based on what downtown looks like, we will do that. But allow us the opportunity, working with Public Works, to just basically review the scope of work to be done and rearrange it if necessary.
Okay, that's very helpful. And Mr. Mann, so you feel like you can adapt the scope under this if we approve this contract and this budget amount? I just want to hear that since you're the one that's managing it.
Mr. Mayor, yes, sir. We have worked with purchasing staff. We're in a unique position because there was only one bidder. If there was multiple bidders, we would have to rebid the whole project. But because there was only one bidder, we can negotiate with them. And the contract is also worded so that we can expand or decrease areas.
Okay.
Depending on how the bids came in, and that's kind of how we're at now.
Great. I think that's what we're wanting to hear. So, and I would, once that scope gets accepted and agreed upon, I don't want you all to feel like you can't come back to the commission and say, we need to find another $50,000 to really take care of our core area the way that we need to. But I understand that that's going to take a little time to really lay out what the scope is and evaluate how effective it's working. I agree, monthly power washing, never heard of such a thing. That's, but I don't want to micromanage it either. I mean, that's not my intention right here. I have complete faith in your ability to figure out what the right mix of how we deploy that service to have the best impact.
Mr. Mayor, I did identify myself first, Phil Mann, Public Works Director. And second, I want to clear up a misconception. We actually do power wash once a month downtown.
Really?
I mean, with all of the vomit and other things that occur on our sidewalks, the spilled alcohol, we really need to, especially in the bar district, we really need to power wash those. I mean, it's not power wash like I would do my house where the concrete turns white.
Okay.
But it's power wash enough to get the sidewalks cleaner.
Okay.
And to Commissioner Hayes Santos' point, it probably does need to be expanded, but we were working, as City Manager said, within the confines of our budget.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify, Mr. Mann, there's spraying and then power washing. The spraying is what is used to kind of clean up the vomit, right? Is that correct? There's two different things in here. Just what's the difference? When I was reading it, it seems like that's what spraying was.
Yeah, the spraying just washes it off for now,
Yeah.
but on a monthly basis, just because of the buildup of everything that occurs, our staff is doing it in-house right now on overtime.
Okay.
Since we terminated the contract for cause.
And I guess one other question on the timing. It says that all work has to be done between 4 a.m. and 7 a.m. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is language we copied over from the CRA contract that we inherited.
So my worry, I mean, it's dark, and having to pick up stuff home when it's dark. And then also, we do have people living downtown, and power washers are loud usually. And that definitely, I think, would wake people up and stuff like that. So that's something to consider as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We have Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I'm in agreement with my colleagues. I would much rather see the expansion of the area than the expansion of the service. I did also just have a general, I think it's because I was looking at what was in the contract, what services were being included. And now I've lost it there. Yeah, weed removal, comments on herbicide, and I'm pretty sure nobody around here wants to be spraying herbicide in our downtown. I certainly don't. So it's things like that I mean, weeds are offensive to some folks. They're just plants. They're not hurting anyone unless it's invasive. Like, so I'd much rather, focus on litter pickup and spraying / power washing our sidewalks so that they are clean and decent as people visit our downtown area. As for the time, so I understand there's not enough light to see all the litter and clean up properly, and that people might be sleeping, but then it comes down to the aesthetic of, and it might be for good, it's the aesthetic of seeing, people at work to beautify our city. So do we shy away from, do we do it all when people can't see what's happening behind the scenes at night? Or do we do it slightly later in the day so there's visibility, both for those who are working to clean up our downtown and so that our neighbors can see that we are working, that we do make an effort to keep our community clean and beautiful. So I'd be, for that reason, I'd be really willing to look at moving the timing a little bit up, just so that it is visible for that purpose. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think that's a really good point, Commissioner Sacco, on being visible. That might be something to look at. And in many other cities, a lot of the people who are keeping their downtowns and stuff kind of in a nicer order, a lot of times they're considered ambassadors of that area as well, and they have special clothing and things like that to really show hey, we are trying to do things, and they can answer some questions. One other question is on would the contractor be required to? There's broken sidewalks and missing bricks and things like that. Are they required to report those? That's one thing that if we do have people out there. So that is correct, that they would be required to report issues that they come about so they can get those fixed?
They are supposed to report any issues they uncover to our staff so that we can take corrective action.
Okay. And on weeds, I don't think weeds should be on our sidewalks. It does make it difficult for people to walk and stuff like that. So there are other issues. So I think we have to be considerate about what herbicides we use and things like that and what measures. But I do think it's important that we try to get rid of those. Thank you, Mayor. And also, I guess, in tree trimming too, because we have a lot of trees that block sidewalks as well.
I knew sooner or later this conversation would end up in the weeds.
I know.
Thank you very much. I'll be here all evening. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we have essentially a 20-hour-a-day downtown. It goes in a couple of shifts, but it runs about 20 hours a day. It does double duty. We have, starting around 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning, people show up to office jobs downtown, and then they clear out, and the restaurant and bar industry kicks up and stays kicked up until the workers for that industry mostly clear out by around 3 a.m. And that leaves a brief window of opportunity to clean up. I do like the idea of some visibility so that, on either end of that, so that the people who are showing up to office work here can have some conversations and share information with the people doing the cleanup, and maybe the same at the end of the restaurant and bar shift as well. I am not necessarily in favor of expansion of area at the risk of expansion of service. I want to see this look different. I don't want to see us, increase the level of service a little bit over a much larger area. I want to see us extend the level of service to the point that it is absolutely noticeable in the area that we do it. What I fear most, however, is us coming up with a lot of great ideas and slowing this process down, and a year and a half from now having the same conversation. We have done that with a variety of things I've noticed over the years, and it doesn't help. I want to know, I want to do what staff wants us to do in this regard to get it done. I don't want to slow staff down in moving forward. That's what's key to me here. I want to be able to give staff what they need to get moving so that we can see a difference, so that the community sees a difference in whatever the area of service is. And we'll know when they see a difference. People will tell us, because they darn sure tell us when they're stepping over garbage. And they should. Don't get me wrong, they should. I also want to go back and make sure that staff understands that I'm not being critical of what you're doing right now, because we've not given you the tools to get it done to the level that it needs to be. We have not made it as clear as I hope we're making it today with our words and with our actions that this is a priority for this commission. So please don't walk out of here thinking, man, Ward's really upset with us. I'm not. I really want us as an organization and as a community to do better, because it hurts my heart when downtown looks bad. I love being here. I love working downtown, and it hurts me to see us not be an excellent city in that regard. So thank you.
Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll put a motion on the floor. I would move that we move forward with this contract with a couple considerations for staff looking at it. Looking at maybe a larger area and paring down the services somewhat. I mean, I do want a noticeable difference, but it doesn't have to be pristine, like eat off the ground. And then also look at the hours of service, and I guess also come back with what might be, if we did do a larger area, including Midtown and all the way University Avenue and kind of those areas where we do have very high intensity uses that produce a lot of trash.
Second. Motion and second to approve the recommendation with a couple additions, including scope of service and area. We'll open it up to any members of the public that wish to speak to the motion. Start with you, Mr. Shepherd.
Yes, sir. Thank you for this opportunity. My outlook is that I'd like to expand it. I also like to put in a motion to take and change the hours of service, as far as bars go, to take and close down at 2 p.m. This here gives us a more of an open window and more of an area in which we can take and work in the areas that are needed to do these power washes. We are going to have more expansion within our city when we do our East Side Gainesville outlook and plans. And so some of this here power washing and trash pickup and ins and outs of public works of Mr. Mannon's job will take and expand. And so this is why I'm making the motion to take and change the closing of bars down to 2 p.m. so that we can take and have more time to have a better outlook of what kind of work we can get done within those time spans. So that's what I have to address. Also, the equipment that is used at Mr. Mannon's job, there's some equipment there that needs to be upgraded. So I don't know if the manager has brought that to the attention of a list of what we need to take and renew within Mr. Mannon's outlook of equipment which he has. I think that is another thing I'd like to be brought to our city manager so that she can address that.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Thank you, sir.
Shepherd. Appreciate that. Adam, do you have anybody on the line that would speak to this item?
We have at least one person and potentially two. So the first of the two is Debbie Martinez. Ms. Martinez, you have 3 minutes.
Yes. Thank you again, Adam, for taking my call. Can you hear me okay?
Sure can.
Hello?
Yeah, we sure can.
Can you? Okay. When you ignore underage binge drinking downtown and midtown, it is no surprise that you end up with people vomiting, urinating, defecating on the sidewalks and the streets and trashing our city when we have a city commission that allows this, especially now that you started allowing college students and young people to drink alcohol outside on our city streets 7 days a week. Now you want our struggling, hardworking people and lower income people to pick up the tab for this cleanup and havoc. Why should poor people continue to have to pay more so college students and young people can party in our streets? You cannot contain all of this when you allow people just to drink outdoors on public property. You need to put it back indoors where the bar owners can contain part of this mess. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Mr. Mayor, would you like to take the next caller or would you like to look in chambers?
No, go ahead.
All righty. The next caller, Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So I also want to echo the prior comments. I was listening. I thought it very ironic that we talk about the vomit on the streets and having to wash that away and the power washing when we know that your open container ordinance, repeal of that ordinance is facilitating and contributing to this problem. You're talking about having to expend significant city resources cleaning the streets and doing the things that I heard discussion of, up to and including the people who live downtown don't matter. We're going to have to clean and we're going to do it even if we wake them up. The repeal of the open container ordinance is again causing and facilitating these problems. And it's incumbent upon the commission again to reinstate that ordinance. It was repealed to help business owners address the COVID pandemic. That's pretty much behind us, and you guys used a bunch of pretext to justify why repeal of the ordinance was necessary and appropriate, but it causes collateral damage, and this is the damage we're seeing with trash, debris, vomit, containers, beer cans, drink containers, all over the city. And, it's not vibrant when that happens. So again, you're contradicting your own hypocrisy constantly. But, I have to chuckle when I hear a lengthy discussion about the condition of downtown and the trash and the waste and the vomit, but you guys don't take ownership and responsibility for repealing the open container ordinance, which is facilitating and compounding the problem that you guys are lamenting about. So again, it comes down to hypocrisy and failed governance at City Hall. And if you guys weren't concerned with all of your other visions for this, that, and the other thing, you might have some time to focus on core city services, which is ensuring that we don't have a city downtown that looks like ground zero for trash and vomit and everything else. So again, I think you guys need to look in the mirror and acknowledge the fact that your own actions have contributed to this problem by repeal of the open container ordinance, and I think that you need to reinstate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sacco, I do see your hand. Commissioner A. Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. And just downtown being dirty didn't start last year. It's been like that for a very, very long as I can remember. Downtown and vomit and other things there. One other thing is just on this contract and the secondary, be okay with amending it, is looking at, I know we have Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but that's 5 days, and then maybe having a small amount of litter pickup during the week. I know I understand the cost constraints and things like that, but that's something I'd like for police to consider. And the other thing too, we've talked about in the Zero Waste Subcommittee is added trash receptacles and things like that in the downtown. I heard that was moved. I was wondering where, that's one of the issues I think too, is just there isn't enough places to put trash. There also is overflowing ones. I was wondering what's the status of kind of adding those. Commissioner Ward, you remember that discussion we had a few months ago too. Is there any updates on kind of that initiative? I thought it was budgeted, but.
Mr. Mann, Phil Mann, Public Works. To Commissioner Hayes Santos' question, I asked for an update on that today. I know we have those additional bins ordered, and the biggest advantage those bins will bring us was one of the discussions of the commission was, the full trash cans. Those notify us when they're like 3/4 full, so that we can schedule the pickup, whether it's every day, every other day. So my understanding is those are on order.
Okay.
I asked Mr. Heimbach to give me an update, and I haven't gotten it back yet.
Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Santos. I was jubilant when we had that Zero Waste Committee meeting, and I went all over social media talking about all these new garbage cans we were going to put out there, and I'm so glad to know that they're actually on order, because that's a big deal. I mean, the map that we were provided that showed where those were going to be was phenomenal. It wasn't just downtown. It was over to the Duval neighborhood. It was Midtown. It was a variety of neighborhoods that are going to do good for our city, and I'm excited to know that is on order. I know the supply chain is slower than it ought to be. But I also want to reiterate something that Commissioner Santos said. I know it meets people's political purposes to bang a particular drum, but I know we've been talking about cleaning up downtown since 2017 at least, and it looks like it did then. It didn't just all of a sudden get funky after we suspended open container a year and a half ago. Thank you.
Commissioner Sacco?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mann, I hate to call you back up. I don't know if you're still at the podium. I can't see. Oh. Okay.
Yes.
Yay.
I've learned not to move far.
Good strategy. Mr. Mann, if I really quickly, how long have you been with the city?
Almost 35 years.
So in those 35 years, has trash pickup downtown been a consistent problem?
It has been a consistent problem.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. I thought we'd take it from staff since they are the experts on the subject matter. We can have our own opinions, what have you, but Mr. Mann's been at the city longer than I've been alive, and he says it's always been a problem. Thank you, Mr. Mann. I appreciate that.
And now I feel old.
Sorry.
That was cold-blooded,
You're
wasn't
dedicated. Okay, fine. I just won't celebrate my birthday around you people. But no, what we can do, and again, I apologize to staff and Ms. Curry with I guess the preferences and suggestions that we're putting forward as you try to negotiate what we're doing. But because I understand it's not easy trying to balance the cost versus what you're hearing today. But that said, I do have to agree with Commissioner Hayes Santos that 3 days a week sounds great until you realize it's 3 days back to back. So if there is a way to figure out, I don't know, Sunday being a half day and throwing in another day in the middle of the week, I think that that could work and would be really helpful. I know, at least from law school experience, that the partying starts Thursday night. So there's no one day of the week necessarily that is the problem from anecdotal experience. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So we got a motion on the floor. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
We do have a quorum. Oh, she doesn't count? Okay. Can someone go get Commissioner Duncan Walker, please?
Very glad to know that I don't count.
In our hearts and minds, you count, Commissioner Sacco. Thank you. See, I've got a good guy over here on my right and an awesome woman over here on my left that help make sure I do that. Coming, thank you.
Oh, and while we wait, Mr. Mayor, I do, except for my voice still being like this, the coughing and everything else is kind of dead right now. So you should have me back next week.
Glad to hear it. Very glad to hear it. Yes. According to the clerk, she is. According to the clerk, she is. Mr. Nee, do you want to say anything differently?
Present, and there's an extraordinary circumstance such as an illness, then
Commissioner Ward.
Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, well, never mind, we're good here. I'll catch up for commission comment.
Okay, motions to approve the contract, asking staff to come back with some scope of service amendments potentially. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
My motion passes unanimously with Ariola absent.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, please.
Of course.
Approved with staff coming back. Do we have to come?
No. It's approved. We've asked staff to come back at some point with looking at some suggestions on how the scope might change.
Thank you.
Yeah, the contract has been approved. Commissioner A. Santos.
My intent was that it's approved, they can negotiate within that, and then also come back with a larger scope thing. Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is not related. It's the commission comment.
Okay, well, we're now on the items that were pulled to the regular agenda.
Okay, never mind.
So, Madam Clerk?
Absolutely. CA 7 on page 7, request to release lien at 2509 Northeast 11th Place with a recommendation that the commission reject the magistrate's ruling and grant staff's recommendation that the fines not be reduced due to this property being problematic for the neighborhood, generating illegal activity and police calls for service.
Okay, Commissioner Duncan Walker, you pulled this item, so I'll recognize you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I really don't have too much additional comment outside of just recognizing the staff recommendation and wanting to hear a little bit more from the community. I know that I had several constituents that reached out to me that wanted the opportunity to hear discussion and have a little bit of discussion about that. And so I just like for the floor now to be opened up to them to comment.
Sure. Mr. Persons, Mr. Backhouse, you want to fill us in on this particular item?
Pete Backhouse, Neighborhood Enhancement Manager, City of Gainesville.
The reason we recommended the rejection of the magistrate coming forward with the reduced amount on lien is the continued problems we've had at the property. And the request in the backup that you saw that was made from the property owner, he even admitted that it became a drug house, that he's had squatters in the property. This, in fact, is one of the properties that Ms. Craig complained about at the last commission meeting about being a problem within the neighborhood. And so because of the continued visits, not only us in neighborhood enhancement, but the Gainesville Police Department had made to the property, we wanted to see the collection of the full amount of the lien to reimburse the city and the neighborhood for the problems that the property has caused.
Okay, any other questions, or is there a motion? Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I move staff recommendation.
Motion and a second to approve staff recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Backhouse. Appreciate you being here with us. We'll open it up for members of the public to speak to the item.
Mayor Post, a point of clarification. Can we, which item is this? Because there's numerous requests to release the liens.
CA7.
Okay.
It is the property
Yep.
at 2509 Northeast 11th Place.
Yep. All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So with respect to this, again, as a matter of practice, absent extraordinary circumstances, I'm not sure that it's appropriate to release the lien. I mean, you guys have the audacity to raise our property taxes and our GRE rates indiscriminately, but you don't enforce your own codes. And there's at least 4 of these items on today's issues, one of which the property is owned by Bank of America. And I think that there should be compassion for extraordinary circumstances and somebody that wasn't aware of the issues. And in those circumstances, perhaps there might be some forgiveness, but there's substantial amounts of money that are being forgiven here. I mean, you know, and you got one lien was $700,000, another lien was well beyond that. And my point being is, where's the diligence of the city to enforce their codes? I mean, this is selective enforcement to some degree. If you're not treating everyone equally, it's problematic. But I mean, there's all kinds of money, and you have to question why, you know, it's just being left on the table. The city has the option to, you know, potentially foreclose unless it's homestead property, but you guys have not shown diligence because you've got so many different visions for all your pet projects. You too, Commissioner Ward. You've got visions for this, visions of that, visions of everything, but properly running the city. Visions for increasing our property taxes and our GRU rates. But where's the diligence here of protecting the taxpayers and enforcing your own codes and being consistent and equitable? Let's use that word, equity. You know, you want a vibrant downtown, but you're not enforcing your codes on these properties. You're letting, I mean, I'm perplexed that a lien could grow to $703,650. How do you explain that as a commission? Is staff not communicating this to you in a timely manner? Are you guys not minding the farm? But you guys need to be consistent. There's at least 3 or 4 of these items on there, and there were 3 or 4 last week. I mean, we shouldn't be giving away the farm. We're paying these people to code violations, to issue code violations. And if they're accruing fees, then y'all need to get off your high horse and visions and everything else and global everything else and do the job and foreclose and take action to enforce these liens. Common sense. Thank you.
Okay, Adam, do you have anybody to speak to this item?
I do have 2 callers here. Tana Silva, you're the first. You have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. And I appreciate Commissioner Duncan Walker taking this off the consent agenda. I realize that you recently put all these release of liens on the consent agenda. And this one struck, as I was looking through the agenda, this one struck my attention because the staff recommendation is counterproductive to getting the property sold and occupied and would make it less affordable. As you can see in the narrative, the the city put a lien on the property because of a dead tree in 2013. The property was sold in 2014, and apparently the current owner didn't know about the lien at the time. And he has tried to sell the property at $100,000 when he learned of the lien and pulled it off the market recently. And the magistrate recommended releasing the 8-year-old's lien that was $100 a day for a dead tree 8 years ago. And that the magistrate also said that the property is in compliance, and that, you know, I looked it up on Zillow even. I'm sorry, I'm just a nerd. But it looks like it could be a really nice rental or owner-occupied house. And Zillow estimates the rent at $515 a month, which probably is not realistic. But at any rate, when the magistrate says, you know, to release this lien, request that, and staff comes back with the excuse of imposing it because of, you know, it being vacant, and causing police to go there and homeless people to go there. That has nothing to do with the lien itself. The man is trying to, he lives down in Miami, and he's trying to sell it, and hopefully to someone who will live in it, or at least rent it out to somebody. And so it seems so inconsistent that, you know, there's another lien forgiven for more than $700,000, but this one, I don't get the connection between, because it was a nuisance, why, you know, such a, you know, a kind of preposterous lien in the first place for a dead tree for $16,000 is still being imposed just because the police got called to the property after the owner had to end the lease of somebody who lived there for 4 years because the person stopped paying rent. And so he left it vacant and tried to put it up for sale. So I would just ask that you deny the staff recommendation and go with the magistrate recommendation and get this property, you know, sold and rented.
Thank you, Ms. Silva.
Ms. Silva?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I have one more caller. Debbie Martinez. Ms. Martinez, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Adam, again for taking my call. I agree with what Ms. Tana Silva just said and what Mr. Nathan Scott said earlier. And it would be in the best interest of the citizens if you didn't try to talk against them, knowing that their 3 minutes are up during your commission comments like you did on the last issue. Nobody said that all of the trash and the vomiting and the urinating and the defecating downtown was a result totally of you
Okay,
allowing
Ms.
people to
Martinez,
drink
we're on
out
a
in the
different
street.
item now.
What they said, it has gotten a heck of a lot worse. And
Ms.
now
Martinez.
you're wanting struggling, hardworking people and lower income people to pick up the cleanup bill.
Ms. Martinez, we're on a different item now. We're on a lien,
So-
a forgiveness of a lien.
Trying to talk to citizens when they're giving you information,
Ms.
knowing that
Martinez,
they don't
I
get
gotta
another
let you go.
opportunity to come
I
back
gotta
and speak.
let you
Thank
go.
you.
All right, Mr. Mayor. That's our last caller.
Anybody else in chamber wish to speak to this item? Okay, so we'll go back to the commission. The motion is to, I'm sorry, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Sacco, go ahead.
Sorry, thank you. Thanks, Omi. So I spoke about these issues briefly with Mr. Persons. I can't see if he's in the room.
He
If
is.
he's already. Oh, hi. We'd spoken about this issue and the matter of liens coming before the commission and how that process has been worked out in the past. And I think that he said that he and his staff have some suggestions that they think might improve the process and make it more efficient for everyone. And if you would indulge me, Mr. Mayor, could Mr. Persons give like a 30-second elevator pitch about that?
Sure.
And maybe include in the motion that we explore further what he has to say?
Go ahead, Mr. Persons.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Andrew Persons, Director of Sustainable Development. I believe this issue has been, I think, sort of discussed here and there, but essentially per the way that the city's code of ordinances is essentially that the magistrate who hears these liens before the commission does could be empowered with an ordinance change to actually be the final arbiter of liens, essentially meaning that liens wouldn't have to come to the commission as a matter of course. There's a option potentially of, if there's a dispute from the magistrate's ruling, there could be an appeal process where those could come to the commission. I can tell you from sort of a operations side, it is somewhat challenging just due to the nature of the commission's agenda scheduling. We control sort of the magistrate meeting, and so we can bring folks who are looking for a lien relief to the magistrate pretty predictably, but then taking them from the magistrate and getting those onto a commission meeting is a little bit challenging, both in terms of just telling people when their item is going to be able to be heard, and then oftentimes they may be out of town. Several of the lien rescissions that you heard today are folks who no longer live in town, or in the case of the one that we're considering today is actually an investor who lives down in Miami. So there is, I think, some benefit to potentially considering amending the ordinance to having the magistrate just hear those and be the final arbiter, perhaps with an appeal option to the city commission. So that's the pitch.
Okay, thank you. Look, this is a very discrete item. It's good to learn about. I really should go through our policy process. I don't want to leapfrog all of that stuff to the front of the line. And so if any commissioner wants to refer it to Morgan to do a little research for us, and it sounds like a lot of that's already been done through Mr. Persons, and then bring it back to us on a GPC meeting for discussion, I think that that's appropriate. But any commissioner can do that at any time they want. Commissioner Saka, did you have anything else?
Right. I realized that as Mr. Person kept speaking, what I was doing, but it was more to say, we have had discussions on the matter and we are thinking about it. And unless Morgan can hear me, I will be sending her an email asking for further research and collaboration with our department.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
So just a little bit of clarity today, and thank you for that. So no decision is being made on this today. It will be forwarded to GPC?
No, the motion is to approve the staff recommendation.
Oh,
the
okay.
item of an alternative process for releasing liens is what's being referred to GPC.
Gotcha. Okay.
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 All right, so all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes 4-1 with Duncan Walker in dissent. Okay, Madam Clerk, our next item.
Okay, our next item is CA 12, and that is on page 10. City Auditor Quarterly Update with the recommendation from the Audit and Finance Committee that the City Commission accept the City Auditor's report and the addition of one new audit to the audit plan.
Okay, thank you. So just for folks out there, the city auditor, since coming on board, provides a quarterly update. It has a variety of content in it, including status of open audits, some other, important items for the committee. And then with this particular one, the auditor, because they were able to close out another audit early, they're suggesting we add to the outstanding audit plan an additional audit that'll take about 300 to 350 hours, which is an audit of Colliers International. And so the committee heard her report and then placed it on this agenda for the full commission to be able to see. Commissioner Duncan Walker, you asked for it to be removed, so I'll go ahead and recognize you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Pretty much today, all of my desires to pull things and put them on this portion of the agenda have just been so that our neighbors can just be fully apprised of the process. So am I to understand that this is the information that was presented at Monday's meeting?
The presentation you see in the backup is the same presentation that we saw at the Audit and Finance meeting.
Wonderful, wonderful. And so I certainly now just simply defer to my neighbors as they'll have an opportunity to just make whatever comments they'd like to make.
Okay, very good. We will open it up to members of the public that have any comments on this item. Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mayor Poe, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So I had the opportunity to attend and participate at the Audit and Finance Committee. I think there was some eye-opening things that, basically there's only 2 members on the panel now, so there was no real discussion. It was just a referral to the commission to approve most of the items. Noteworthy, I know that in the statements, they stated they're going to do an audit of Colliers at 300 hours. Irrespective of the audit, I mean, that contract in itself, I think, should be called into question in light of the revelations that were revealed at the Alachua County School Board with Tina Certain, who brought that whole land purchase thing to light and just illustrated, whether it's legal or not is a question of law, but as a matter of ethics, I think that sufficient documentation was provided to allegedly suggest that they were representing both parties and bidding the price up at the same time to increase their commission. I mean, is that the type of firm that we as taxpayers want representing the city? That was put in place by Mr. Feldman. And many people have questioned their involvement in city deals, whether it be the power district and other things. So I look forward to see what this audit will conclude, but I would just respectfully suggest, based on the optics alone, the city ought to really consider terminating that agreement, that contract, because I'm sure all of us that were asked to pay additional taxes to help fund education in our local school system are not happy to know that we way overpaid for land. And I want to commend Commissioner or School Board Member Tina Certain for exposing that, because it needed to be exposed, but it transcends itself into Colliers, and Colliers has been under criticism at the city level too. So beyond this little audit, I think holistically this commission ought to have the intestinal fortitude to take a look at optically whether this is a good contract or not, and exit the contract if appropriate. But beyond that, in the Audit and Finance Committee report, there's lots of good things in there. There's the State Audit General report that Commissioner Ariello, who's not here, he's running for mayor, but he's not here, kind of swept under the carpet saying we're ahead of the game, we're ahead of the game. There are a lot of deficiencies there, noting that GRU has a mountain of debt that may be insurmountable. Practically most people would call it insolvent. It's owned by Wall Street bankers. So I think there's a lot of good information in there. I would encourage the public to take a look. I'd encourage the public to participate, because this commission seems more concerned with global issues and visioning and telling the public and lecturing us what's important to us rather than doing what we elected you to do. And it's like downtown hasn't been clean forever, but Democrats have been running the city forever.
Adam, do you have anybody that wishes to speak on the quarterly update?
We have one in the queue and one in screening. First, I'll give you Tana Silva. Tana, you have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. I was glad to see that the commission is splitting up audit from finance committees, and I think it deserves a lot more. The auditor's office deserves a lot more attention than it receives at some times in decision making. And I think it's important for some of these issues to be even raised at city commission meetings, such as the state auditor general's preliminary findings, or some discussion with the public and the commission especially, and that's a special interest right now. And I would hope that the commission would rely more on the auditor's good work going forward. There's been some examples recently when the commission hasn't really discussed or taken into consideration important audits, such as the one for Phalanx, not complying with any of the employment criteria that it's expected to produce under its contract, which the city attorney calls clear as mud. And then really disturbing was the lack of of examination of the auditor's remarks on the data protection plan. It was a year-old draft that just got sent through the whichever committee that is, the internet committee, whatever it's called, and then passed on consent by the commission. And the auditor's remarks she was given a chance 5 days before the committee meeting to give some input, and she gave some wonderful input to protect citizens and employees' privacy rights, but it was not incorporated at all. So, and the commission didn't hear anything about it really. I mean, it was in the backup, but barely even that. And then there's the unfortunate history with audits and the previous auditor, that needs review to make better informed decisions. And I'm happy that the auditor is planning to audit Colliers International. I agree totally with Mr. Scott that contract needs to be ended right now, and the City Commission needs to ask for an immediate accounting of all that has been spent and committed to Colliers International. Also, the audit CAPER would be a good idea as well. So I just hope audits take a more important role
Thank you,
in
Ms.
the
Silva.
decision making in an open
Thank you.
public
Thanks for calling
forum.
in.
Thank you.
Tim. Thank you. All right, we do have one more speaker. It is somebody who wants to self-introduce. So if that person come online, you have 3 minutes. Please let us know who you are.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, this is Joe Beatty, and I'd like to thank Commissioner Walker for asking this to go on the regular agenda. I think that the public should be afforded the opportunity to see the same presentation that was given to the Audit and Finance Committee of 2, and I would ask that staff do that presentation so that people know what we're talking about, know what the citizens are talking about, and know what's getting passed on consent, and usually, although this one's been pulled, I think it's a good thing to do. I thank her for pulling it. Now I would ask that you do the full presentation so that the citizens of Gainesville, the public, is fully aware of what's going on. I believe at that meeting it was also mentioned about the Auditor General, preliminary findings, I think. And I would say that essentially was really on this agenda, and I would still ask for my public records request that report be placed, copies of it be placed for the public to see what that report says, so that they know when citizens who have made an effort to inform themselves speak, the general public would also have an opportunity to know what we're talking about and why we're so concerned. So thank you. I hope that that a full presentation is given to everybody. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you. Mr. Shepherd, did you have some comments? Good.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Paul, for considering that. My comment is that I'd like to have an appointment scheduled with the audit finance people to take and review more information. I wasn't here Monday for this meeting. I don't know why I wasn't. But my automobile. But I would like a copy of that also. And as Ms. B has said, it's been a problem as far as record requests. And this, I'd like to ask also that we take and stop the charge of $1 for the disc in which you ask for or have to ask for to take and concur this information. When you go with the county, you can concur the information or the disc of a PDF with no fee. So I don't understand why the city sees it that they need to collect the money of $1 for a disc. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepard. Anybody else wish to speak to this item, the quarterly update? Okay, back to the commission. Commissioner Santos.
Move recommendation from the Audit and Finance Committee.
Motion and a second that we accept the quarterly update from the auditor. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. I didn't hear Commissioner Sacco. You might want to. Commissioner Sacco, just for the record, did you vote in favor of that?
Oh,
or
sorry. Yeah, that was an aye.
You did,
I'm
okay.
trying to time it so that it's when
Thank
you
you.
guys say it.
You're all
it's
good.
tricky.
You're all good. Thank you. Okay, we've reached the end of our afternoon business, and so we are going to recess until 5:45. Okay, good evening, everybody. We're going to call this meeting back to order. Madam Clerk, our first order of business.
The Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand if you're able and willing, and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and you may be seated. Madam Clerk?
Okay, our next item is a proclamation recognizing World AIDS Day, December 1st, 2021.
Okay, do we have anybody here to accept the proclamation for World AIDS Day? Good evening. Thank you for being here. Okay, whereas 33 years ago, World AIDS Day was the first established global health day dedicated to raising awareness of HIV/AIDS and uniting people around the world, demonstrating international solidarity surrounding HIV and celebrating the advancements in treatment. And whereas worldwide there are approximately 36 million adults and 1.7 million youth living with HIV, World AIDS Day is a day to reflect on those who we hold dear, those who are living with or affected by HIV/AIDS, and to remember the more than 35 million people we have lost to AIDS since 1981. And whereas observance of this day provides an opportunity for nations, faith-based organizations, foundations, businesses, academic institutions, and community organizations, which are critically important to the fight against the stigma surrounding HIV, to encourage progress in HIV/AIDS prevention and care efforts. And whereas 1.2 million people in the United States are living with HIV, and 13% of them are not aware that they have the virus, the ongoing stigma around HIV impedes testing, the negotiation of safe practices, and the needed support of those living with HIV. Judge not by being tested annually and by embracing this year's theme, Ending the HIV Epidemic, Equitable Access, Everyone's Voice. And whereas World AIDS Day serves as a day to normalize HIV testing as a part of annual preventative care by encouraging people to get tested for HIV, to know their status, and to get linked to care and treatment. We recognize the local efforts of area service organizations, the Rural Women's Health Project, Let's Talk About It, the Gainesville Area AIDS Project, Peers Empowering Peers, Well Florida, the Alachua County Health Department, and the Cultural Arts Coalition, as well as other local organizations which are united in their efforts to bring together advocates living with HIV and their allies to build a pathway to a stigma-free community. Now, therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim December 1st, 2021 as World AIDS Day in the city of Gainesville, and invite all of our neighbors to join me in recognizing the organizations and community members living with HIV/AIDS as they mobilize to reduce the stigma around HIV testing in order to prevent future HIV transmissions, to diminish HIV-related mortality, and to improve quality of life for persons living with HIV. In witness whereof, I have hereunto caused my hand to, sorry, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 15th day of November, 2021. Thank you for bringing this forward, and we invite you to say a few words.
First of all, I would just really like to thank you all for recognizing World AIDS Day and continue supporting us. It is a privilege to be standing before you all. And I am Marvin Edwards. I am the president of PEP. And I just thank God for everything that you're doing for us and keeping us connected with one another. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for being here tonight. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is early public comment.
Okay, so this is our second opportunity for early public comment. If you want to comment on any items on our agenda this evening, you may do so now and then be free to leave. If you do comment during early public comment, you cannot comment on items later on in the agenda. If you comment on one item, you'll get the standard 3 minutes. If you comment on more than one item on the agenda, you'll have up to 5 minutes to do so. Let's start with Adam. Adam, do you have anybody on the line for early public comment for this evening's items? And Adam, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you.
I had you on mute, sir. I apologize. Nobody's called in yet, but if you give me another 60 seconds or so and come back to me.
I'll check back with you, absolutely. Anybody in chamber wish to speak during early public comment? Okay, Adam, we don't have anybody in chamber, so I will give you a few more seconds. Just let me know.
Thank you, sir. We do have a caller coming in right now. We'll screen that caller and get right back to him. Actually, we have several callers coming in. All righty, we do have the first caller, Telford Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, when you jump on, please let us know which of the agenda items you are speaking on. Thank you, sir. You have the floor.
Yes. Good evening, commissioners, mayor, and charter officers. My name is Telford Cartwright, and I'm running
which issue are you
to
speaking on?
well, it's affordable housing. And once again, I've heard this term or these. Can you hear me?
We can, and you're speaking on affordable
Yeah,
housing.
and actually, Adam, he spoke at early public comment this afternoon. So can you please move to the next person who's here for early public comment?
Sure.
Wow. Look.
Sheila Payne, you are the next caller. Which issue are you speaking on, Ms. Payne?
The last one on the agenda, I'm not sure I'm allowed to.
That's exactly what this session is for. So you're more than welcome to offer your remarks now, and that frees you up for later in the evening.
Yeah, so I believe it, Ms. Payne, you want to speak to the source of income, lawful source of income item, FR1?
Yeah, if I'm allowed to, since I made public comment earlier.
Yeah, this is different than general public comment. Yeah, so go ahead.
Okay, so once again, I'm unprepared because I was working, but I am very happy that that you all, okay, very happy about the housing anti-discrimination ordinance. It's done a lot in the community, even during COVID, not enough, but, and thank you to Commissioner Hayes Santos and Sacco for helping shape this ordinance. It is the most robust in Florida. Now that it's being amended so that landlords can only ask for 3 times the portion of rent minus the housing voucher payment, it's another tool to try to allow more renters to use their housing vouchers. The problem that we found during COVID is the enforcement mechanism, and the new equity and inclusion interim officer has been great, has met with the Labor Coalition. And after 16 months of outreach, ERAP payments will also be considered under the SOI, which is great because that's what the Labor Coalition, we got a lot of calls people not being able to use their ERAP payments. But I do think there's a problem with getting the word out. I know that landlords with 4 units and below will be giving their tenants that information, but a lot of the people that have called us are people in big apartment buildings. Just today, I heard from a friend that I've known since I moved here 13 years ago. She lives in one of the worst housing apartment buildings. In her lease, it says that they will no longer, that they do not accept housing vouchers, and that she said the lease she signed, she's on a year-to-year lease, it says they would not accept emergency rental assistance program money. So I don't know how we can get the word out. I'm hoping we can use like the GRU bill or a letter sent to every renter, whether they're, because they are under the anti-discrimination ordinance, whether they are being inspected, whether they're more than 4 units in that apartment complex. All of the people, almost everyone, I'd say 80% of the people who have contacted the Labor Coalition, we get like 3 contacts a day, are in the big housing with corporate landlords, and they are not being able to use their housing vouchers. So I'm hoping that we can get the word out more, that the Equity and Inclusion Office is prepared to help people file. And thank you very much. This is, we've had a lot of contacts with other organizations
Ms. Payne.
across Florida.
Thank you, Ms. Payne.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Bye.
appreciate you calling. Okay, Adam, do you have anybody else for early public comment?
No, sir. No, there's.
Okay, very good. Thank you for taking advantage of that. Commission, I believe the majority, if not all the people in chamber are here for RE3 and RE4. Do you want to go and take those up first? Is that okay with everybody? So, okay, it's okay with you. Okay, I thought it would. So, Madam Clerk, if you'll go ahead and read in RE3.
Absolutely. RE3 Green Ridge Unit 1 Vacation. Petition CC-21-44 Sub DRMP Incorporated. Agent for Henderson RL Jr. Trustee request to vacate the plat. Green Ridge Unit 1 or 98-590 parcel 06496-000-000, returning the subject property into non-platted acreage. It's currently zoned RMF 5. Located between Northwest 8th Avenue and Newberry Road, west of Northwest 36th Drive, with the recommendation that the Commission approve petition CC-21-44 sub and adopt the proposed resolution.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. And Mr. Nee, I'm once again going to ask you to remind the commission and the public sort of what the breadth of our decision-making is with this particular item.
Absolutely. It's rather limited, Mr. Mayor. This item is under the resolution section, these two items are under the resolution sections of your agenda because that's the manner in which plats are created or vacated by resolution. But it is all, they are also quasi-judicial items.
Okay, okay.
I'm sorry.
Well, you go ahead and talk through me, and then I'll make sure that our staff is speaking up and can hear you. Is your microphone on?
The light's on.
Okay.
I'll speak slower, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
The items that we're talking about are under the resolution section of the agenda because that's the manner in which plats are created and vacated by resolution. They are, in addition, however, quasi-judicial items, meaning that the hearing that you have on the items is focused and limited to a certain extent. The concerns we have in every quasi-judicial matter are that, first and foremost, due process be afforded. That's why the hearings are noticed appropriately and called before to have it at this time and place so that an opportunity to be heard will be had by all.
I'm sorry.
You can't hear? Yeah, we can try
Maybe
with your
it's
mouth.
the mask. I'll take it off for now. Yeah, so the first thing we want to be sure is that due process is afforded to the people involved. Due process entails notice and ability to be heard, and it also involves an unbiased decision maker. That's the commission. So to the extent there had been any ex parte communication, for example, concerning these issues, the vacation of the plats, not any other surrounding development, for example, but the vacation of the plats had been discussed outside the course of this hearing, then there would be an opportunity for the commissioners to reveal that and to discuss whether or not they can be unbiased. Beyond that, the hearing should be focused on the essential elements of law. And with the vacation of a plat, we look to Florida Statutes 177.101, where the requirements for a landowner to seek to have lots within the plat to be vacated and returned to acreage boil down to in subsections 3 and 4, basically that they have fee ownership of the land and that all the taxes are paid and it's proven, and there'll be proof of publication required as well. The language from section 177.101 sub 3 states it must be shown that the persons making application for said vacation own the fee simple title to the whole or that part of the tract covered by the plat sought to be vacated, and it must be further shown that the vacation by the governing body of the county in that case will not be affected by the ownership or right of convenient access of persons owning other parts of the subdivision, and that certificates showing that all state and county taxes have been paid or provided. So the essential elements of law must be complied with. Beyond that, the decisions must be based on competent substantial evidence as adduced in this hearing. So it is a quasi-judicial matter with all of the significance that conveys, but also the limitations that the decision that you reach will be based upon these very limited criteria and based upon what you hear regarding the applications at this hearing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. D. Okay, so with that, I will recognize whomever it is from our staff to make their presentation.
Mr. Mayor, members of the Commission, good evening. This is Lawrence Calderon with Department of Sustainable Development. This request is a voluntary request to vacate a plat. The code does not require that the
Mr. Calderon, one moment. Is there a broadcast any way we can turn the volume up on the Zoom feed? Mr. Calderon, you may have to get closer to a mic as well.
Okay. How about this?
It's about the same.
Can you not hear me at all?
We can hear you, just not very loudly.
I will try to speak a little louder so that we might hear me. Mr. Mayor, members of the Commission, good evening. Lawrence Calderon with the Department of Sustainable Development. This petition is a request to vacate 2 plats, and the request is voluntary. Our ordinance does not require that the plat be vacated. Especially in this case, there is no evidence that the right-of-way were dedicated to the city, and we do not have any evidence that there were transfer of ownership of the individual lots that were created. There are 2 resolutions attached to this, and you have them before you. I'm addressing the first one, and if you want a second presentation, I'd be happy to do so. This is the location of the subject property, and you can see Newberry Road runs along the south, west, and south side of the property. Northwest 39th Road is shown here. 8th Avenue is on the north side, and you can see the surrounding development, residential, mostly all around the development except the Plaza Royale section, which is on the south side of the property. Again, this is a close-up so you can actually see the Northwest 39th Road, Newberry Road, and some of the residential surrounding. Most of on the east, north, and east side of the property, it's single-family residential, but on the west side, it is multifamily residential. This is the plat, the general layout of the survey that shows the 2 plats you're addressing, and we're addressing Unit 1, which is this one. The second one would be Unit 2 on the north side of the property. And this plat was recorded or filed with Alachua County in the early 1960. That's the date shown on the plat. This is the actual plat as recorded, Plat Book 98, page 590, and the Unit 1, consisting of 64 lots, will be vacated if you approve this. And it means that along with this, all those roads that are indicated there will also be vacated, and the property will be returned to a single parcel and will be subject to the Land Development Code regulations. This is the second unit, which consists of 6 lots, and as you see, it lies just north of the first part and a little bit west of the residential, which is occurring on this side. Again, I want to bring your attention to the general layout of the lot and its access points here. It is zoned RMF 7, just like the adjacent property, with the commercial zoned as PD, and most on the north and the east side, it's single-family residential zoning. This plat is being reviewed primarily along state statutes, as the attorney mentioned, Chapter 177-101, and it requires that we address those conditions, and staff has reviewed this and found that it complies with all of these requirements. The applicant has shown fee simple title. The tract or parcel to be vacated will not affect any ownership of any adjacent rights. It will not obstruct the ability for any adjacent property to access the overall network. Notice have been provided by the applicant in a local newspaper twice as per state law. Certificates showing that the state and county taxes have been paid. And tonight, if you approve this, you would be approving a resolution which staff would forward to the Alachua County office for approval per state law. And every such resolution, governing body shall have the effect of vacating all streets, as I mentioned before, and the resolution must be recorded with the county, which we have discussed with the applicant. So if you approve this, the plat will be returned to a single parcel as indicated here. Staff's request is that you adopt the resolution attached, authorizing copies to be submitted to the Alachua County. I am here and will be ready to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Calderon. I'm thinking if there are no questions from the commission at this time, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Is that okay with the commission? Okay, so let's go ahead and open up the period for public comment on this item. If you're new to our, go ahead, Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I see a connection. Is that Northwest Fifth Avenue on the bottom of that slide there?
Yes.
So when this originally was platted, there was a connection with Northwest Fifth Avenue, probably when this whole area was platted. Is that correct?
That is correct. There were no access points here. The applicant has an additional parcel that moves on the other side, but the plat's access was on this side.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
And
We'll open up for public comment. If you're new to our meetings, every person will have an opportunity to speak for up to 3 minutes. So what we do is we ask you to introduce yourself, and then once you start, a green light will come on that little black box up there. That means you have 3 minutes. When you have 1 minute left, the yellow light will come on. And then when the red light comes on, you need to stop. That's the duration of your time. And I'll ask for the next speaker to come up. And what I will do until we sort of run out of folks either here or calling in is I'll alternate between people on the phone and people here, so our amazing Miss Malden can clean the area and keep everyone safe. So we'll kind of go back and forth until we give everybody an opportunity to speak. Excuse me. So I'd like to invite the first person. We'll start in chambers here. The first person that wishes to speak to us, come up, introduce yourself, and we'd love to hear what you have to say.
Okay, my name is Maria Jones, and I think you all know who I am. I don't represent anybody. I represent myself. But okay, the first thing I want to point out: if you are voting today to approve or not approve the vacation of this lot, and if you're basing it on this report that was attached to what was in one of the links, I must point out that this is a very misleading report, in my opinion. For instance, a special feature, significant parcel with very little frontage along improved roadway contains some wetland features. Well, this is misleading because the big feature about this lot is that it's in a flood zone, okay? And that it has significant amount of wetlands. So that for me is kind of misleading, unless you have seen the plot before. Then when you go to the comprehensive plan consistency, we see that an objective 2.1 especially addressed redevelopment. Why do you consider this a redevelopment? This has never been developed before unless it's only been drawn on a piece of paper. So this is not the right verbiage in my opinion. And then policy 211C states that the city should identify infill and redevelopment sites. It also says that it identify characteristics of each parcel, and then it says major site limitations, okay? So if we put these things together, there are major site limitations to this parcel, all right? And for the proposed development, definitely. Again, this is mostly a flood zone with wetlands and very little frontage, like we've said before. Okay, so I'm almost done with my time. Just to know, one thing that I wanted to point out, since I'm running out of time, is this proposed for students' housing or not? And the next thing is, the reason I'm saying that is because of the amount of bicycles and scooters that they are allowing. And the last thing that I want to point out is, and this is especially for Commissioner Hayes Santos, to please remember, measure twice, cut once. And what I mean by this is that pushing something that you don't know what consequences it's going to have just because we need affordable housing doesn't cut it. In other words, everybody around that neighborhood is living in an affordable house right now, okay, and require affordable housing. So just destroying other people's neighborhoods does not exempt you from, you know,
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
cutting
Appreciate it.
twice.
Okay, very good. Adam, we'll go to you.
Great, I don't have anybody for you, Mr. Mayor. You can turn back to chambers for a moment.
Okay, very good. I'll check back with you in a couple speakers.
Thank you.
Okay, can we have our next speaker, please? Welcome, and I just have to
Hi.
say, I love your sweater.
Oh, are
Love
you
it.
here or there?
Yeah, no, you speak, you're good. I just want to tell you I love your sweater.
Oh, thank
I'm in the
you.
mood, so. Just
Okay.
introduce yourself and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, my name's Lori Cantor, and we've lived in the neighborhood. My mother-in-law built the house. Our problem, one of the major problems we have is we agree with Florida, affordable housing. Our neighborhood is pretty much owned by most people. I think you guys consider it rental area. When we walk our grandchildren, we go around the block. Fifth Avenue is part of around our block. There's no sidewalks there. When you are looking at, I'm sure none of you've gone there and looked, but when you walk, your pets, your children, and there's a lot of walking there that the neighborhood does, you're gonna have cars zooming through there. I guarantee there's gonna be an accident and someone's gonna die, and I hope it's not one of my children. Because of the way it's set up, not only is it dangerous now because there's no sidewalks, but at least there's less traffic. But if you use that Fifth Avenue there as a straightaway into that complex, we all know it's close to the university. So I'm guaranteeing that's gonna be 90% students in there. And you know how they drive. They don't pay attention, they just zoom down. We have a couple that live in our neighborhood and they zoom down our street on 7th Avenue. We wanted to put a sign out that said children at play so they would slow down, but we're scared that sign's gonna go zoom. So, and that's just a couple. If you have all those people going down, and they're gonna go down that street because of the traffic on University and 34th, they're just gonna zoom right down there. And I'm really worried about how it's gonna, I wish you guys would just go there and look at the neighborhood and watch the parents with their children and their grandchildren and their pets walk that area and see. I have kids in my house because they can't afford housing. So I am very into affordable housing, but not to screw up another neighborhood like this is gonna do. We are a family-oriented neighborhood. We have some diversity. We have children, we have older people, we have younger people in our neighborhood, and we like it that way. To hurt us is gonna, we already have on 7th Avenue, they closed that many years ago for traffic to not go through. Now you want to open up the other side of our block so it zooms through.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm afraid your time has expired.
Thank you so much for
Thanks for
listening,
being
and
here.
happy holidays, everybody.
You too, you too. Okay, thank you, Ms. Malden. Can we have the next speaker, please? Would anybody else like to speak to this item? Mr. Scott?
May I have the overhead before my time begins, Mayor Poe, please? With streaming video. Can we zoom in? A little bit further, please, so everyone can read this. Good evening, Mayor Poe, Nathan Scott. So with respect to the proposed vacation of the plats, again, I've identified the typographical error and the agenda narrative where it said the zoning is RMF 5, whereas the staff report calls it RMF 7. So there's a discrepancy in your quasi-judicial proceeding in itself. With respect to the traffic study that was sent to the commission by Kimmy Horn, I think that traffic study is also erroneous. I mean, that's what happens when you have out-of-town consultants doing studies that don't understand traffic flow in Gainesville. I mean, very few people are going to turn right on 39th. There are better solutions, but the crux of this issue, and this comes down to where the commission has preconceived notions of affordable housing without considering your neighbors and your existing neighborhoods and not listening to the numerous people in the room that just want you to hit the brakes and do this the right way rather than you ramming it down their throat and not listening to their concerns. crux of the problem here is consistency with the Land Development Code compliance. One important criteria is relevant to the plat vacation is availability of adequate access commensurate with the type of development. The traffic study report stated that there's going to be 384 bedrooms with 192 apartment units and almost 600 daily trips. You don't have adequate access. It says after the plat is vacated. That should be before. We're putting the cart ahead of the horse here, because what we should be doing is figure out the ingress, egress, and getting all the stakeholders together to figure this out before you guys just acquiesce to vacating the plat, which you don't have to do if it meets the requirements. There are requirements that have to be met, but there are also mitigating factors, one of which is this traffic, where the conditions being discussed are necessary prerequisites but do not constitute the sufficient basis for the commission granting the request based on the traffic ingress egress issues. And again, during development review, adequate rights of way to public roads shall be established. That's putting the cart ahead of the horse. We should be doing that now before you're rubber stamping this development and creating additional traffic nightmares in the city of Gainesville. We have traffic backed up on westbound on Newberry Road, well east of 43rd Street now, okay, right almost to Royal Park. You've got traffic on 34th Street that's backed up, traffic on 43rd Street, traffic on 8th Avenue. You're just going to create more traffic jams. We need to think through this and do this in a manner where you're respecting your neighbors and the neighborhoods and not just acquiescing to the needs of the developers, which this commission is intent on doing. So again, the issue is it should be before the plat is vacated. It should meet the minimum access and development standards in terms of ingress and egress. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we have quite a queue developing here. If you want to turn this way.
Sure, go ahead.
First speaker, I'm going to mispronounce your name, I'm sure, and I do apologize. Alex Terabaccia. Mr. Terabaccia, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. Can you all hear me?
We sure can.
Yes.
Okay, all right. My name is Alex Terabaccia, and I'm a resident of District 3 and a homeowner on Northwest 36th Drive. And I'm here to discuss Resolution 3 on this evening's agenda. The vacation of this plat is required to move forward with permitting of the Royal Park apartment complex. This is something that we all know. I ask that this request be moved to a later date, or at least temporarily be negated. And I would hope that we as a community could have a workshop just to discuss potential impacts of this project, both positive and negative, prior to allowing it to move forward. And before disregarding this request, I ask that the city commissioners, the city attorney, and Mayor Poe outline and describe in layman's terms the city ordinance relating to the right of a public workshop and of notification. I am specifically referring to Article 3, Division 1, Reviewing Authorities 30-3.7-Neighborhood Workshop. Based on my interpretation, it gives me the right as an adjacent property owner to receive formal notification of at least 15 business days, particularly as it relates to a change in land use which is being proposed this evening. It also gives me the right to attend a formal neighborhood workshop related to major changes in existing neighborhoods, which I'm a part of. Please let this serve for the record that to date, I have not received any formal notice related to this project from the developer, from the city, from traffic studies, from public works, or any other related party, nor an invitation to any public workshop. And my understanding is based solely on the efforts of myself and the community members, and many of them who are in the room right now. At the end of the public comments portion of the November 18th meeting, public officials did vote in favor of having a meeting to at least address egress and regress. I have not received notice of when this will take place. I want to know when we can expect to hear when this will occur, and shouldn't this occur prior to vacating the plat this evening? Regarding some of the pushback that was expressed at that meeting, I want to clarify a couple of points for public record. My concern is not with respect to having additional neighbors or for affordable housing, because our neighborhood is affordable. My concern relates to the increase in traffic on Northwest 5th Avenue and Northwest 36th Drive, which is in front of my home. It is not clear to me how the existing neighborhood can accommodate this. Additionally, there were comments made by public officials that this is up to the developer, that as a community, we don't have any say in the matter, and that the expense of any meeting is not something the city should fund. This rhetoric is concerning. It assumes my voice does not matter. It assumes that my elected officials lack the power to advocate on my behalf.
Mr.
It also
Chervache,
assumes that I am not entitled to the representation,
we're running out of
despite
time.
being a taxpayer.
Thank
So
you
thank
for
you all
calling in.
for your time and attention.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
we'll take the next speaker in chambers. Welcome.
Thank you, City Commissioners and Mayor Poe, for the opportunity to voice one of my concerns about this proposed entrance for the Royal Park apartment complex to be located at Northwest 5th Avenue and Northwest 36th Drive. My name's Jillian Keyser, and I'm from District 3. I'm a longtime resident of Golf Club Manor. I've been there over 35 years, and I'm worried about the impact that an estimated 270 daily trips by cars through this east entrance, as reported by Public Works, will have. There are no sidewalks, no curbs, no bike lanes, and no traffic lights on those two streets, and on-street parking is permitted. Further burdening our neighborhood streets with heavy traffic will destroy the character of our neighborhoods and endanger the residents. A more practical location for an entrance must be sought. I ask that the city clerk accept a document that I have prepared here, listing every address, the owner's name, the acres, the bedrooms, the bathrooms, the just value, the assessed value, so you can see, you'd have a mailing list for once you could reach us, and also it would show you that, as our neighbors have said, we are affordable homes. We live there. Gainesville's community planning statement reads, "The broad goals of community planning are to protect human, environmental, social, and economic resources, and through orderly growth to maintain the character and stability of present and future land use and development. Community planning identifies a community's resources and the long-range community needs and goals. It provides a process for developing community consensus and for local governments to adopt their comprehensive plans." Gainesville Code of Ordinances addresses guidelines for neighborhood workshops to ensure that the citizens and property owners have an adequate opportunity to learn about the applications that may affect them and to work with us to resolve concerns at an early stage of the process, not this far in. I've not received notice of a workshop in my home, located at the corner of Northwest 5th Avenue and 36th Drive, is directly across the street from where this access is going to be, well within the 400 feet of the petition site. I too feel that you shouldn't go forward and vacate this plat until you've gone through the proper steps for working with the community. I insist that the process for developing community consensus should be followed as part of the established permitting process. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And should I just leave this here, or?
Can you give it to the clerk? Yep. And I'll ask Mr. Persons after we hear from everybody about the notification process and when a workshop is scheduled and that sort of thing, so everybody understands what that process is. But Adam, I'll turn it back to you.
All righty, sir. It looks like our next caller, Mr. Telford Cartwright on RE3 and RE4. Mr. Cartwright, you have 3 minutes.
Yes. Once again, good evening, Commissioners, Mayor. My name is Telford Cartwright. I live here in Gainesville, Florida. And I'm asking that this item agenda be rejected. I'm asking that you all vote no for this. Because time and time again, apartments are being built here in Gainesville, Florida, which is turning out to be like another New York City. A city, as far as I'm concerned, is disgusting. All this brick, like that building down off of, or there on the intersection of Northwest 13th Street and University Avenue. This is Gainesville, Florida. Why not build upon the rich history of Gainesville, Florida? And as far as I'm concerned, this is nothing but a big government socialist, communist agenda to warehouse people and to force them or to dictate every facet of their lives like they do in China. Take, for example, where the people, take, for example, why do many people in China have bad teeth? Socialized healthcare. Has anyone noticed that? Mr. Poe, I know what you're doing.
Mr. Cartwright,
and
those
who,
statements are
support you.
Mr. Cartwright, those statements are not acceptable. They are racist, and they are not welcome in this chamber. Adam, you can move to the next caller.
All righty, sir. Next caller, Megan Walker. Ms. Walker, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much for taking my call. Yes, my name is Megan Walker, and I'm a resident of Woodland Terrace. My concerns about this issue are specific to the traffic considerations related to the proposed Royal Park apartments. I actually support this development. I think we need more affordable housing in central Gainesville. And so my concerns are specific to vehicular traffic that would be routed through Woodland Terrace if the proposed driveway access to Northwest Fifth Avenue is approved. And so I would like to second the request made by a previous caller that the decision on this item be moved until after the neighborhood workshop. It was approved at the last City Commission meeting to address these traffic concerns. We need to accurately assess how vehicular access to the proposed development can be provided without causing loss of service and changes to the safe multimodal characteristics of the adjacent neighborhood before moving forward with this project. And we need a traffic study of Woodland Terrace. We need to apply the same rigorous standards of analysis and consideration to the roads in Woodland Terrace as were applied to the intersection of Northwest 39th Road and State Road 26. If you look at the most recent traffic study from July 22nd, 2021, it's a 43-page report that addresses the intersection of Northwest 39th Road and State Road 26, but it does not address traffic in Woodland Terrace. There are 2 diagrams to address traffic in Woodland Terrace. And when I spoke with staff about why a more rigorous analysis was not performed, their answer was that because the streets in Woodland Terrace are a grid, that grid acts as traffic mitigation by dispersing traffic. But that assessment just looks at the map. That doesn't actually look at the reality of traffic in our neighborhood. We are bordered by traffic jams during most of the day. Northwest 8th Ave backs up. Northwest 34th Street between University and 8th Ave is also notorious. It's very, very difficult to leave our neighborhood. We only have one signal at Northwest 36th Street and University. And so traffic is actually funneled to known congestion points. And that's what I would like to see addressed and assessed before we move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Could I have the next speaker in chamber, please? Welcome.
Hi, my name is Ann Prue, nickname Holly. I live on 35th Street, right near First Court, and I want to be sure, I have 2 concerns. I'm happy with affordable housing, but I have 2 concerns, and they relate to each other. One is because we live near First Court, where there's a lot of issues with flooding, and you have a lot of rain that gets kind of caught between the bridges on 34th Street and on University Avenue. With Hurricane Irma, we had water in the streets. We had all of those, the intersection of University Avenue and 34th was closed. These streets were closed. And my concern is that you're gonna be dumping more water into the Hogtown Creek Basin fairly near us, I think, but I'm not sure. And the egress out of our neighborhood is blocked. Fifth Avenue was blocked, First Court was blocked in both streets. 35th Terrace was blocked. I think 7th Avenue may have also been blocked. And so it's already difficult to get in normal weather, sometimes turning from our neighborhood onto, say, 34th Street where it backs up, depending on the time of day. During hurricane, it was barely a hurricane 1, level 1, with a little over 12 inches of rain and non-saturated soil that gave us those conditions. I'm concerned that you're going to be dumping more people into a neighborhood that's going to have blocked streets during severe weather in addition to what other people have been saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam?
Yes, sir. We have Renz Torres next. Renz, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you so much. This is Renz Torres from the Alachua County Labor Coalition. I'm here to speak in favor of the resolution for the vacation of the plat. It's a really needed opportunity for low-income housing that's more central to the city. I'm in favor, ultimately, of the delocalization of low-income housing out of clusters like Holly Heights, Southwest 20th Ave, which are areas for mostly low-income housing. I'm glad for the housing the neighborhood currently owns, but we do need more affordable housing. We're pressured as a city to add more and more affordable housing, and I think an entirely affordable housing complex is ultimately necessary. So I trust the city to properly mitigate for wetland development or traffic. Though I do think the area can be developed for more sidewalks and walkability, discouraged by adding speed measures like bumps. I think more can be done to encourage connectivity to the larger neighborhood and Newberry Road to benefit everyone and spread out vehicular traffic instead of just having 2 entrances. Ultimately, I think the other solution, no housing, will cause more harm to low-income families pushed further and further away out of the city than the imagined danger of ruffians coming in with their cars by the millions and running over children, or quiet streets disturbed by honking horns and people that don't look like the white folks in the neighborhood. Ultimately, this is not a communist socialist agenda, and we're just trying to house our neighbors. We need this affordable housing, we need it here, and we need it now. Thank you.
Okay, can I have our next speaker in chamber? You're welcome.
Hello, my name is Daniel Cantor, Commissioner, Mayor. I would like to address the traffic. On Newberry Road, 36 Terrace and 36 Drive, during a hurricane, those are shut down for days. So now you've blocked off 2 roads, and we would have to go all the way up to 34th Street. As we know, 34th Street is congested already. So the runoff from 34th Street is 36th Street. So originally, 7th Avenue past 36 Terrace was open to traffic. Now if you go north on 36th Street and you come up to 8th Avenue, there's a stop sign. So the people would, to avoid the stop sign, would speed down 7th Avenue and go back up to 8th Avenue. We already have, that was blocked off years ago, and that's the reason why. Now, we already have people trying to avoid the Littlewood School Zone, so they'll run down 7th Avenue to 36th Street, but then they hit the stop sign. But if you're going east on 8th Avenue, that is a viable roundabout shortcut. So I wish you'd consider the traffic pattern as not just at 5th Avenue and 36th Terrace. Also, it seems like the city of Gainesville, to improve traffic, either adds lanes or adds a turnaround. That is an intersection that you will not be able to do that to. On the north side of 8th Avenue, there is a ditch, a drainage ditch. And I don't believe you're going to be able to fill that in and widen that area. There's just no place to do it. Thank you for your time, and I wish you'd at least delay and get a better traffic study. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Adam, back to you.
Yes, sir. Sheila Payne, you have 3 minutes.
Oh, hi. So I'm calling in support of the development, and it seems to me, after hearing all the neighbors of the development, that there is a traffic issue. I did go out today to check out the property. It's a beautiful piece of property, but it does seem like that road can't handle that number of people driving on it. So maybe the city commission could take a field trip out there to see. And it's a beautiful piece of property. I hope the builder will keep as many trees and buffers for neighbors. But this is the kind of development Gainesville needs. And the Labor Coalition has been advocating, and other advocates in the housing community have been asking, what is the holdup? Why can't we get true affordable housing? This is the only one that I have seen in the 13 years I've lived here that is truly affordable. We need more affordable housing. Developers are only building student housing and we also don't want to cluster all the affordable housing on the east side. 100% of the units are affordable for at least 50 years, which is exciting. Out of the 192 units, though, I would ask that more than 10% be at the 30 to 40% AMI, because that is where the real need is. And there's such a strong need for affordable housing. I hope the City Commission can work this out with the neighbors. There's already a lot of multifamily housing in that neighborhood, and I have not heard most of the people here complaining about the development being built, but only about the traffic and road issues. So I hope that you all could go out there and check it out. But thank you I hope this goes through. I'm very excited about true affordable housing on the west side. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pan.
Okay, can we have our next speaker in the chamber, please? Can we have the overhead, please?
Okay, I'm going to talk fast because it's 3 minutes. 192 units. If all of them have cars, and if they're students, they will, or if they're not, they might. The worst case is I calculated 456 cars going down Fifth Avenue twice a day, not counting deliveries and service. Imagine. Fifth Avenue is 23 feet wide. And when people park in the street, which they often do, that's a one-lane road. The apartments will not have availability for public transportation because the buses don't go down Fifth Avenue. They can't. Or not. I don't think they go down 39th. The traffic smog will be noxious to the inhabitants of Woodland Terrace and Gulf Manor. Fifth Avenue is too narrow for traffic, especially when some people park in the street. I mentioned that. Traffic will be a nightmare because there is only one traffic light on 36th Street and University, and it is a very long light. If they propose widening Fifth, they will destroy my trees and put a road at my back step. So the construction, what road are they going to use for the construction vehicles? It's a flood zone. And when that water is blocked, it's going to flood more. 36 already floods on the west side. 36 is a double road, and it already floods. Never before have you ever put traffic from an apartment complex through a single family neighborhood. And I know that I suspect that you have not driven over there and looked at the situation. So build your apartment complex in the wetlands if you must, but leave Fifth Avenue and our development out of it, please. It'll be a nightmare. And I say Joni Mitchell was right. They paved paradise and put it in a parking lot.
All right, thank you. We'll go back to Adam.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think we have anybody else on the line right now. Please come back to me in just a little bit.
Okay, I'll check back with you.
Thank you.
Okay, could we have our next speaker, please? Anybody else here in the chamber tonight that wishes to speak? Yeah, come on down.
Hi, my name's Deborah Almeida. I'm speaking in opposition to the rural park development that's being proposed. I'm really concerned that this development will flood our neighborhood. We have all kinds of flooding issues already. Our street, our neighborhood was flooded by Hurricane Irma in 2017. And assuming you go ahead and approve this development, I'm very concerned about the access at Fifth Avenue. It'll be an east-west cut-through road, just like the 36th Street is north and south. And so Fifth Avenue, it will not just be the residents that live in that subdivision or that apartment complex. It's like everything else. We find the closest way we can go somewhere, and they'll go through that apartments and on Fifth Avenue so they can miss the lights on University and Newberry Road. So please consider our lives and our children's lives and our dogs' lives, and don't pass the Fifth Avenue, and hopefully you won't go to the rest, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, would anybody else like to speak to this item? Welcome.
Hi, I'm John Almeida. I've lived on Northwest 36th Drive for 63 years. My home has never flooded until Irma. This is due to the rapid and increased development along the Hogtown Creek water flowway. This project, as it's stated at this point, the water retention ponds will not hold the water. That water will eventually drain into Possum Creek. Possum Creek will drain into Hogtown Creek. It all backs up, and it was within 1/4 of an inch this past time of being in the living quarters of my home, which is 12 inches above basically the ground. So I've got a problem with the flooding. Now, if I look at this, if you're asked, they're asking you to do away with the plotted area there. And I keep hearing about Fifth Avenue, Fifth Avenue. Fifth Avenue was part of the 64 house plotted neighborhood. So therefore, if we do away with the plot, we need to do away with this Fifth Avenue entrance and egress, because it is going to do nothing but put more cars into this neighborhood. They blocked off 36 Terrace, the DOT did years ago. That in turn put hundreds of more cars on the 36th Street between University Avenue and 34th Street. At any time of the day, you can go there and count 5 to 7 cars waiting to turn right or left onto 34th Street. I'm not against affordable housing. I think the project, if it's looked at again and possibly redone and some more things are done to it, it could probably work out good. But as it looks right now, it's going to be a disaster. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, do we have anybody on the line for this item?
No, sir. Nobody on the line for R3 or RE3 or RE4.
Okay. Anybody else here tonight that would like to speak? Going once, going twice. Okay, Adam, I'm going to check with you one last time.
And one last time, I got nothing for you. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. So we'll close public comment on this particular item and turn back to the commission. I first wanted to invite Mr. Persons up to talk about the sort of notification and public workshop element, because I think there was maybe a misunderstanding about what the responsibilities were. Go ahead.
Are you speaking specifically about neighborhood workshop?
Correct. Not the one that we
right.
moved to hold, but just sort of through the normal development process.
Sure. So as you know, in the city of Gainesville, we have a variety of ways to try to notify neighbors of pending development or zoning actions or that kind of thing. In this case, essentially, any residential project in the city that's more than 10 acres requires what the Land Development Code identifies as a neighborhood workshop. The workshop is not to necessarily create consensus, but it is merely there to offer an opportunity for some initial dialogue between somebody who's developing property or rezoning property to speak with the neighbors. So the essential sort of steps of that is there is mail notice that goes out to registered neighborhood groups in the city, as well as adjacent property owners. There's an ad that's taken out in the paper advertising the neighborhood workshop. There's typically a sign that's put out on the property as well. I did go back and look at the original documentation for the separate and unrelated development plan that's been talked about tonight. And there was a workshop held on March 1st of earlier this year. Again, the neighborhood workshop is a part of the review process or part of the notification process that the city has. For commission's recollection, we actually talked about that whole process, land development code as it relates to neighborhood workshops earlier this year. And you will be hearing probably at the beginning of next year that some changes to the neighborhood workshop process that we had proposed and that you had moved forward. But essentially that's the way, the sort of very start of the process. And that happens before any application actually comes to the city. So it's very, very much sort of even before my department takes in a zoning or a development application, that neighborhood workshop happens first.
Okay, thank you. And then for our workshop, Madam Clerk, have we scheduled that? Do we have a date yet?
Yes, we do. I believe it's January 6th, but let me double check.
That's our city commission meeting.
Just kidding.
Yeah,
That's why that one sounds.
I think the earliest was that I got from Betsy was February 16th, I think, and then another later date in February as well. So I don't think it's been scheduled yet. I think we're still trying to find a date.
No, that was.
So we're still looking for a date.
Yeah, I believe so. Then if it's not that February date.
Okay. So it shows you how difficult it is to coordinate our different schedules and calendars. So that will be forthcoming, and you know we're not going to rush anything through until we have that. The vast majority of you, I think we all consistently heard your concern, which is the traffic, ingress and egress, especially with the Fifth Avenue side. And so that's something our staff will be looking very closely at and working with the developer on how to mitigate some of those impacts and concerns. There are a variety of things. It's not going to involve road widening. That never improves traffic. That only makes it worse. So that will not be the solution. But there are a variety of approaches that we can take to try to ameliorate that. I also think that we're still in communication with FDOT, but again, their decisions are not ours. And so, I think what we as a city have to do, we know that we have the authority to make changes to Fifth, make changes to 39th. Those are under our purview, and we don't need to ask DOT's permission. And so that will be the most likely remedy or solution, and one that's under our control. We're not having to sort of beg, borrow, or steal to try to make happen. But all of that to say, those are not the questions that are being asked of us tonight. The questions that are being asked of us is really two things. One, does the property owner own the property outright? And the answer is clearly yes. And the second is, have they paid their taxes? Are their taxes current? And the answer is yes. And the statute then says that we are obliged to approve the vacation because it meets those two criteria. In other words, I see you shaking your heads, but this is not a legislative matter, meaning we are not allowed to vote because we like or don't like something or want or don't want something. we are sitting as judges. And just like a judge will weigh the evidence and then make a determination on what Mr. Nee earlier called competent substantial evidence, that is the standard that we must use. If we do not do that, we are derelict in our responsibilities and duties. And that's something we all took an oath of office, and that's something that we all take very seriously. And so the two are not mutually exclusive. I will say that it's very clear to me that as a member of this quasi-judicial board, it is my obligation to approve this, and I think that's a good thing. We desperately need this housing in our city. We have also committed to working with all of you to make sure that whatever impacts, whether they be stormwater impacts or traffic flow impacts, are addressed through this workshop that we're going to host with you and work on a common solution. It doesn't mean that 100% of everyone will walk away completely satisfied, but I think that we can get to a place where most of you have your concerns addressed, and we find reasonable ways to resolve those and move forward. So that's sort of where we are. I will now turn to the commission and start with Commissioner Hayes-Santos.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for being here. Mayor Poe kind of outlined it. There are very strict parameters that we have to make the decision on, and acting in essence like position as a judge. Under the information that's before us, I believe this does meet the requirements for a plat vacation, and that we should move forward with it. As for the workshop, I think there is, to the mayor point, I think there are ways we could do traffic mitigation. There are a lot of different things. That neighborhood was built, I guess, in the 60s, is that right? And really hasn't been touched. The city hasn't really done much to increase the safety and walkability and that. So I'm pushing in the next year's budget that we add more money to do those things. And I think that your neighborhood should be one of those neighborhoods that sees some of those funding, because there are definitely traffic and pedestrian safety things that can be put in place in your neighborhood. I know well, I've been there many times, and had friends live there and walked around it. It's a beautiful neighborhood, and I think that there are ways that we can have more neighbors and also have them a part of your neighborhood, and also having them, everyone be able to move safely around. So I believe we can get there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to hear, so first let me just preface by saying I live in the neighborhood. I won't say exactly where, but this will directly affect me. So I share a lot of the concerns, because I see the traffic going through the neighborhood every single day, and everybody walks in the neighborhood. Everybody rides their bike. Children are always playing in the street. It's very important that we get this right. We don't want to make any mistakes, which is why I was advocating for the workshop, because I think it's very, very important that this be done really well. And I do think we need to talk about adding sidewalks, but I also think we need to look at the context for the area. This is actually a good place to put housing. I did want to hear Mr. Persons or Mr. Calderon, somebody comment on the wetland issue, if that has been evaluated and how that was sort of taken into account, if at all.
Yeah, I think you addressed that last time, Mr. Persons, about you're gonna probably have to come back up, but I think you did share with us the how that was planning on being addressed. But if you could remind us.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This thing on. There we go. The wetlands are located in the northwest portion of the property. The development is happening in the southeast portion. So essentially, they pulled all the development away from the wetlands. So, as you know, there's a countywide environmental regulations which stipulate essentially that we can't impact wetlands, and there has to be buffers. Those to those wetlands, that applies countywide. Those regulations have been met with the development. So there'll be no wetland impacts at all to the property.
Okay, thank you. So I want to think about the actual context of the development itself. I think it can be better in terms of the ingress and the egress. I think that, for example, sorry, my voice is very hoarse, and so I don't want to, overdo it. I want to make sure that we are looking at all the possibilities for ingress and egress for our new neighbors. And that shouldn't just include the Northwest Fifth Avenue, because I don't think that's a good point of entry. It is straight through the residential neighborhood. The only connecting road would be Newberry and 8th, and I think that, at least from the conversations we've had as a commission, we're trying to connect people to main thoroughfares, not to residential roads. So I think we should re-engage with FDOT to try and get that connection to Newberry Road. Secondly, I want to engage the property owners to the south, because, and we've seen this in other developments, where you see two fences just lined up next to each other, where a perfectly good sidewalk would create all kinds of multimodal connectivity. And this is where we can have those conversations rather than after the fact. So I think that would be a good topic of discussion during the workshop. I want to thank everybody for coming out. I sometimes get frustrated with all the sort of legal restrictions that get put on how we vote and things like that. Because at the end of the day, the comprehensive plan is the guiding document that we make decisions on as city commissioners. And the comprehensive plan that this commission has promoted is, yes, more affordable housing, but more connectivity. And that isn't just accommodating cars. So I don't think that the proposal in front of us is really meeting that high standard that we set for connectivity. And I just want to make sure that we hit that. So, I'm not going to support the motion. I don't even think we have one on the floor yet. But I want to make sure that in that workshop discussion, we're inviting the stakeholders who are next to this property, the business owners and FDOT, as well as neighbors, so that we can talk about the ingress and egress, safety measures and traffic mitigation measures that have to take place, because at the end of the day, already too many people use 36th Street to cut through, and I would know that. So I just want to make sure that we are being very, very sensitive to how this development is going to impact their surrounding areas, and I certainly don't want to stop any of the housing from being built. I just want to make sure that we are making these projects with as much connectivity as possible. Thank you. And since the mayor is not here, I will.
Commissioner Sacco.
Okay. Well, I will just go to Commissioner Sacco. Did you want to make a comment, Madam Clerk? Okay. Commissioner Reyna Sacco, are you with us?
Oh, one, sorry.
Yeah, it was actually me this time. I just wanted to confirm that meeting date is for February 16th at 6 p.m. here in the auditorium.
Okay, thank you. So we don't have Commissioner Sacco, but we do have Commissioner Sacco. Did you want to speak, Reyna?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll have you jump ahead of Adrian then. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So to Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and now Mr. Mayor, so those alternative routes, after we had our first meeting, I did sit down with Mr. Calderon and Mr. Persons, and they were very patient as I looked at all of the application, all the materials, all the mapping, and I asked, can we try here? Have we tried here? Every suggestion that has been made has already been attempted. There is no obligation to the property to the south to give that easement and connect to the property. They have already asked, an answer has been given. DOT might change their mind, but we can't force them to change their mind. To the north, we don't, the property is owned by someone else, and they have already given their answer of no, we will not give you an easement. These are the only available options at this point, as far as movement. If another option becomes viable in the future, that is great, and we should embrace that. However, there is no, to my understanding, legal or factual reason to vote against this vacation because it does meet all of those qualifications. And it does serve the purpose of relieving traffic on the other side. Searching for that perfect solution out of the development is not, it's not viable. It's not going to happen. You're never going to find the perfect solution out of the neighborhood because it's always going to be into someone else's neighborhood. Unless you live next to a main road and then you can't back out your car anyway, and then that's a problem. I empathize. I do. I empathize with people speeding through the neighborhood. I've almost been hit by cars many times. I get it. But legally, from a functional sense, this is where the commission is. And Mr. Person, I hate to make you do some more cardio, but could you come back up to the podium, please?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. I can't see. Mr. Persons, we have somewhere in our code a requirement to not slow down affordable development. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's actually both a requirement in the city's comprehensive plan as well as in state statute. Essentially, we by law, because we accept SHIP funding through the state, we have to expedite affordable housing projects to a degree that is more than just what we would do for any other development. So that's also replicated in our comprehensive plan. Essentially, we have to fast track affordable housing projects.
So at this point, I guess where in the timeline would this project be? Giving the vacation to, I guess, guaranteeing the vacation so that the rest of the application can move forward.
With respect to the plat vacation before you, that is not, I think as Mr. Calderon indicated, that's a voluntary action that the property owner is taking. It has nothing to do with the city's approval of the development plan, and would, even if the commission were to deny the plat vacation, that may actually affect the project and its viability from financing side, but it wouldn't affect the city's approval of the development plan. The two things are separate.
Okay, thank you, sir. In your professional opinion, and I'm gonna, Mr. Mayor, you're gonna have to excuse me for a second. I'm gonna step outside of the vote of the vacation for a second. In your professional opinion, Mr. Persons, would waiting until that February meeting be an unnecessary delay to an affordable housing development?
I would absolutely not recommend that the commission provide that direction. I think that's problematic from just a due process standpoint for the actual developer as well.
And by due process, you mean that this developer has by right has the ability, by just being by the owner of that land, has the ability to do what they plan?
That's correct. And actually, last year, the legislature actually put a shot clock provision in state law, which essentially for things like development review, essentially the city has approximately 180 days to either approve or deny petitions, not related to whether it's affordable or otherwise. Essentially, we have a shot clock. Once the application comes in to the city, to my department, it's deemed complete. Essentially, that shot clock starts. And if within that 180 days, if the city doesn't approve or deny that application, then it's essentially automatically approved under state law now. So, thanks, legislature.
Thank you, Mr. Persons, for your expertise. I appreciate it. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the reasons why I think this meets the standards, and I would move that we adopt petition CC 2144 SUB and resolution 210547.
Second.
Okay, motion is second to adopt the proposed resolution and accompanying petition. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will also offer a second, just in case the off-site second becomes problematic. We're gonna have a workshop in February. We've already got the mobility department working on potential options, things we could do within the neighborhood to make it better. This is not the only ingress and egress, as I understand it. There's another one on the west side of the property. Is that accurate, Mr. Persons? Okay. And yeah, you don't have to come up, just that's good enough. I said this is not the only ingress and egress. There's one on the west side of the property as well. I confirmed that with Mr. Persons. We're going to have this workshop. We've already started work with our mobility department to work on what else is potentially possible to make a better grid in your neighborhood, to make it more mobile for everybody, which is legally about all we can do. We could ignore our attorney's advice and our planner's advice, but I'm pretty sure they're correct. What's presented to us is, do they meet these guidelines that the statutes present us? And they do. That's the choice. If they didn't, it would be an easy no. But it's not a judgment call on our part. Well, it is a judgment call. It's, do they meet it? Do they not meet it? And they seem to meet it. It's not a do we like it or not? Do we wish it were better or not? This is one of those things on the agenda that are, do they check the boxes or not? And if they check the boxes, the statutes say what we have to do. Is that accurate, Mr. Attorney? If they check the boxes.
I think, to reiterate, your decision should be based upon the competent substantial evidence you've heard here and the essential elements of law. So
I am inclined to take my attorney and my planning department's guidance on that. And I wish that I could tell you that we could promise you another road, 2 or 3 other roads, but we can't. I would urge you to challenge the statute, but that's not where we are tonight. So that is why I will be voting for it, and you know, the attorneys in the audience can shake their head all they like, but they're not responsible. So I will continue to work with you.
Can we keep the profanity away from this chamber? He did not use profanity, you did. Please keep the profanity out of the chamber. That you did, I heard you very clearly. You absolutely did, I heard you clearly. If I heard you clearly up here, so did they. I can dismiss you for that. Our rules say so. I absolutely can. Vulgar language is not permitted in this chamber. You cannot use vulgar language, Mr. Scott. Can you just agree to not curse in this chamber? Can we do that? I only signaled you out because you use swear language in this chamber. The rest of these nice people did not. I don't even know what that means. I'm just trying to keep control of this meeting. Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You have my commitment that I will continue to work with anybody here. You know how to get in touch with me, I hope. I'm pretty easy to find here, and I'm happy to meet with you. We will be together February 16th. We'll find solutions that make your neighborhood safe and usable. That's what I can promise you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion on the floor. Madam Clerk, this is a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola? No. Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
I'm sorry.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker?
No.
Commissioner Ward? Aye. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe?
All right, that motion passes 4-2 with Ariola and Duncan Walker in dissent. Next item, please.
Okay. Our next item is RE4, Resolution 210681, Green Ridge Unit 2, Plat Vacation. Petition CC-21-44 Sub DRMP Incorporated, agent for Henderson RL, Junior Trustee. Request to vacate the plats, Green Ridge Unit 2, /596 respectively. Tax parcel 06496, -000-000, returning the subject property into non-platted acreage, zoning RMF5, located between Northwest 8th Avenue and Newberry Road, west of Northwest 36th Drive.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Calderon, I think just briefly, if you could, I don't think you need to do the whole presentation, but just show us on the map which plat it is that we're considering for this decision.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, let me try sharing my screen again. I think it's this one. I'm trying to find that petition right here. Share the screen. Give me a minute, please. I think it's this one. You're seeing my wrong screen, or are you seeing the screen now? Can you see the screen, Mr.
Yes.
Okay. For sharing, let me stop sharing. Share my screen.
No, we cannot.
This one. Can you see this one now?
Nope, we can see you.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
Good. Thank you very much. Unit 2 is in the same general area as you see, and the surrounding properties are the same. So Unit 1, which we just discussed, is here, and Unit 2 is this section which contains 6 lots, and it's going to be incorporated as part of the development. And most of the wetlands are shown up in this area. So the concentrated development will be down there on this side of the development. And with that, Mr. Chair, here are the 6 lots. Our RMF7, our request is to approve the resolution based on the competent substantial evidence that it satisfies the requirements for Chapter 177.101. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Calderon. I appreciate it. Any questions from the commission, or is anybody interested in putting a motion on the floor? Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe this meets all of the standards laid out for a plat vacation, and I would move that we approve petition CC 21-44SUB and resolution 210681.
Okay, motion and a second to adopt the proposed resolution and accompanying petition. Yes. I'm about to do that if you just let me get the motion on the floor. Okay, so Adam, we'll start with you. Have anybody on the line wanting to give public comment?
Not just yet. We have a gentleman who called in just before the vote.
No problem.
On
We'll check
RE3.
back with you in a few minutes. All right. First
Thank you,
person
sir.
in chamber that wishes to make any comments. Welcome back.
Okay, I guess that you do not go by this document that we received as a link in the agenda. So, because if you go by this, then this is not a check mark. I'm sorry to tell you, this is not just checking 2 boxes, all right? What this says, it's more than checking 2 boxes, all right? So that's number 1. Number 2, if you're so desperate for affordable housing, why didn't you build affordable housing on top of all that new Butler Plaza? I didn't even know that that belonged to the city. That's how you build affordable housing when you want to create a city like the one you envision, okay? It's not by building in a flood zone, all right? And number 1, I want to know whether or not this is going to be student residences, because I'm also worried that we are pandering to developers to develop as many luxury student apartments as they possibly can, while our students are then getting into debt that then the federal government is planning on forgiving. Okay, so where are we here? What is this development really for? Is this development going to be used by students that cannot afford the very expensive housing that you are proposing, that you have proposed and accepted and approved? And honestly, it is The fact that you don't even take into account the quality of that parcel. I live 2 blocks north, okay? I live 2 blocks north. What you're proposing to do, building that access on 39th Road, is the following. You will raise that level of that road. It will cause flooding on Concordia, and Concordia only has one building that has flood insurance, which means that if you start, it'll be like a domino effect if there's flooding there, okay? Because they only have structural damage control for one of the buildings. And most of the people there that live in that building do not have flood insurance. So just think about the flooding issues instead of the traffic issues. Think about the flooding issues and what's coming ahead of us when it comes to climate. How many more storms do we need? Thank you.
Thank you. And just to be clear, Butler Plaza was not owned by the city. That property is all owned by Deborah Butler. I don't know what rumor you heard that the city owned that property, but we did not. And then this is not planned to be student housing. This is planned to be affordable housing. We'll take one sec. We just have to let Ms. Molden clean up. Okay, we'll take the next speaker. Whichever of you wants to go first. You can do rock, paper, scissors. Yeah.
On checking these boxes, he said that we all got notified in the mail. We didn't know about this until we read it on the neighborhood. We never got notified.
No, I didn't either.
And we live in that area. So that's a lie. So I suggest you ask them where those letters to our neighborhood went, because I can guarantee a lot of us did not get it. And where they went, maybe on the other side, but not where they're gonna do the traffic. None of us got it. Thank you.
Sure. So, Madam Clerk, if we can follow up just on when those letters got sent out and who they got sent to back, I think it was in March, Mr. Person said.
We never got them.
Yeah, I have no way of knowing that one way or the other, but we have records of what we mail out, so we'll check with that. One moment, ma'am. We'll get you up here in a sec. Go ahead.
There was a document called Key Issues. Do you have that? I don't have it with me, but it was Key Issues. And it listed 3 or 4 issues about this. And then number 3 was how it impacts the people who are going to be impacted by the resolution. So, do we matter? Are you actually going to destroy a neighborhood to do this?
Okay, thank you. Adam, I'll check back with you. Do you have anybody on the line?
Thank you for checking. There's nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, I'll check back in a couple minutes.
May I have the overhead before I begin, Mayor Poe, please, with streaming video. Good evening, Mayor Poe, Nathan Scott. So it's amazing to sit and listen to the commission bamboozle the public, and more concerning is regulating the content to speech, and done that to Mr. Cartwright, you've done it to others, you do it to me. Inappropriate. Let's read. You said you checked the boxes for criterion. Just because it meets a standard is a far different thing than requiring commission action. I heard that this was voluntarily requested by the applicant. If it's voluntary, I'm not sure the commission has to take any action. But let's talk about criterion from staff's own recommendation. One important criteria, which is relevant to the plat, is vacation of available adequate access commensurate with the type of development. Okay? There's not adequate access. The property has limited frontage to improve public right-of-way or approved private street, and property would be, basically you need to provide adequate access. Looking at the map here, and I've reached out to the property owner to the south because, again, the neighbors, which you're not listening to, would love to see some sort of access down here. There's a big right-of-way and a drainage canal, and I don't know, maybe you could bring it out to this existing light on Newberry Road, or talk to DOT, because I'm willing to call the Secretary of Department of Transportation and have a discussion. But you got to be able to get the cars out here to Newberry Road somehow. There's existing traffic signal. So yes, the commission does have options available to it. You could defer this until after the workshop. You could defer this whole approval item. There's no urgency because we're having a workshop. Isn't it important to hear from the stakeholders, as others have stated in this room, from the property owner to the south, from the developer? You know, maybe it's a matter of monetary compensation. Maybe the developer's too cheap and doesn't want to pay the property owner the south the amount that they want for an easement. But we don't know that because we don't know what the issues are, because all we heard was, well, staff said that they're not willing to do that. I don't care. I don't trust what you guys are telling us, because I think we need to hear that in the public meeting. But the bottom line is that, you know, you could reach out and try and bridge things together and find win-win solutions amongst the stakeholders, or you could just ignore the property owners and the neighborhoods, which you guys consistently do, and lecture us. And it's inappropriate because, again, Fifth Avenue, you're not going to be able to widen it. It's 22 feet wide from what we heard tonight. I've been there. It's narrow. If a car parks on the street, you couldn't get a bus through there. So for you guys to think that this is multimodal transportation, you're going to have public transit, where's the bus going to stop? Newberry Road. How are you going to get from here to Newberry Road? I mean, bus can't go anywhere. So all y'all say is much stuff to bamboozle the public and make excuses why you're mandated to do something when this commission clearly has discretion under the statutory criteria to deny this. I mean, just because staff says it's true doesn't make it true as a matter of law. And
Thank
Mr.
you,
Parsons
Mr. Scott.
isn't it?
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Adam, while we're cleaning the lectern, do you have anybody on the line?
I wish I did, but I can't say that I do.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Malden. Anybody else wish to speak to the item? Okay, we'll close public comment on this item and move back for a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker. No. Commissioner Ariola.
No.
And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes 4-2 with Duncan Walker and Ariola in dissent. We'll look forward to seeing you all on February 16th and hopefully have some good creative solutions to some of your concerns at that time. So we'll see you then. All right, Madam Clerk, let's go back to the beginning of our evening agenda.
Okay, back to RE1 on page 16. Resolution accepting the report of the Board of Canvassers for the special election. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Gainesville, Florida, accepting the report of the Board of Canvassers for the City of Gainesville, Florida, special election held November 16, 2021, and providing an immediate effective date.
Commissioner A. Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I move resolution 210663.
Motion and a second to adopt the proposed resolution. This is accepting the report from the Board of Canvassers for our most recent special election. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? This was the election we just had, and it's accepting the canvassing board's results. It's a formality, basically. The runoff will be January 25th. January 25th, yeah. Good, good. We appreciate that. Adam, do you have anybody on the line to talk to this item?
I'm afraid not, sir. The floor is yours.
Okay. Anybody in chambers again? Okay, it's roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker. Aye. And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Our next item is RE2, resolution amending and restating the rules of the City Commission. A resolution of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending and restating the rules of the City Commission, providing a repealing clause and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Nee, I believe that you had prepared a little something and, you prepared a little something and, yeah, you want to go first? Oh, okay, yeah, he's letting you go first, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Back at the October 28th General Policy Committee meeting, quite a few proposed changes to the commission rules were raised, and I think there were 11 changes that were voted in favor by the GPC with instructions to go back and make those changes. We took that direction and with your rules, crafted a underline and strikeout, trying to contemplate all of those revisions. I prepared a chart to put on the front of that in your backup, which will show that where those changes are. There were a few, for example, where no change was made because we reached the conclusion that that proposed change was already contemplated by the rule and indicated where that was. And there may have been a couple that we thought, well, maybe just one, that we thought were problematic. In particular, there was a change to, there was a change regarding advocacy of candidates running for office, for example, and there was some concern that it would be an improper content-based regulation, even though the forum during your public comment isn't a full public forum. It's a limited public forum, but still such political speech seemed like we would be coming close to the line there. Other than that, there were, on the chart that I mentioned, we tried to keep the original numbering from that October 28th meeting for ease of reference. I did notice, I think Commissioner Hayes Santos pointed out to me, the one place where one of them was to change the start time of the meetings to 10 a.m. And we made that correction under Rule 1 at the beginning, but within the actual schedule set forth at the bottom of page 1, it still says 1 p.m., so I would certainly make that change to 10 a.m. And as to any of the changes that we tried to make in response to the direction, we can certainly noodle around with it some more or make any other changes at your direction. But this is what we prepared in an effort to comply with the direction at the October 28th GPC meeting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nee. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, staff, for working on this. Yeah, I agree with the 1 a.m. or 10 a.m. change. There is one thing I think we should add. I spoke to Mr. Nee earlier, and he thinks that I won't speak for him, but if he said otherwise, disruptive behavior. I think we should include that ad hominem attacks are considered disruptive activity. And that should be added to, I think, the section page 13 in that line 10 in that area, destructive activities. So adding that ad hominem attacks. I do also, when it comes to public comment and speaker cards, I understand we do have a live call-in, and I understand the issues that creates with that. But I think for in person, if someone's in person, I think we can pass this today and then ask for this later, but I think we still should add in that if you're in person, we need to collect speaker cards. We have continuing issues where, today, I think Mr. Shepard wanted to speak and he wasn't able to speak because he missed it. We have people who missed public comment as well. By having speaker cards, that issue would go away. And then the issue of people not knowing who's going to be next and things like that, I think it would kind of bring more order and allow that. So that's one thing that I would like for us to still move forward on in person. I don't see any other lights. I'll make a motion then that we move forward with the changes, with two changes to the resolution that was put forward by staff. That on page 1, line, 36, that it's 10 a.m. instead of 1 p.m. And then on page 13, under, I think it's E or E2B, the destructive activity, that we add ad hominem attacks are considered disruptive activities. And then thirdly, we ask for staff to come back with a resolution after this one's passed that would have sign-in speaker cards for public comment in person.
Okay, motion and a second to adopt the resolution with two amendments. One, changing 1 p.m. to 10 a.m. on page 1, line 36, and two, adding to the list of actions that are not deemed acceptable ad hominem attacks. Madam Clerk?
Question for clarity on the speaker cards, bringing that back. Are you stating or are you intending that that be the only option for people to be able to speak, meaning that we will no longer open the floor and say, does anyone else desire to speak to an item without a card?
My intent is that people sign up to speak. I mean, it's how a lot of other cities do it. While people are speaking, they can still put cards in, but that would at least make it, I think, a clearer, orderly fashion. So yes, you would have to have a speaker card to be able to speak. It's what many other cities do, and it allows it to kind of, so people don't get missed, because we're going to have this, if we allow that, where people are still going to get missed if we don't do that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Ariola?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm okay with all the changes proposed, except I would like, because there's going to be that period probably for decades upon decades upon decades, they've not had the sign in here in Gainesville. So I think we should at least allow the presiding officer the ability to open the floor. You know, if someone comes in late and they didn't get a chance to turn it in, I just don't want that. I don't want the presiding officer to be in violation. Like, we'd have to waive the rules to open the floor. That would seem a bit overdone for me. So, I mean, I think we should ask people to register, but then allow the presiding officer to open the floor. And just for my clarification, the part of the resolution where you want to add, what is the part of the resolution where you want to add the language about ad hominem attacks?
Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
I'll address the first point. Yeah, I definitely agree. I think the leave discretion to the chair, whoever is presiding officer. If there are issues, yes, it's going to take a little while for that to happen, but the kind of standard would be that, and the presiding officer could do something different. Where it would be added to would be page 13, which I think is page 16 in the PDF document. Do you see that one? I think it's section E 2B. The destructive activity of persons within the meeting room and the lobby includes any conduct that significantly violates general or established rules of order. So,
Down more. Okay.
depends what I have.
That's possible. Okay, the only reason I'm asking that is I just want to know what section it's in, because I'm gonna err with the side of not putting that in the public comment section. I mean, we have fairly standard rules, statewide standard rules for public comment. And of course, the commission has its own rules of debate, which are held to a higher standard, actually, if you read the rules. So I think that's fine. That proposal is fine. Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Nee, did you want to jump in here?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think I understand the intention behind that addition, and it'll be Rule 10E2B, which discusses disruptive activity, which I think is the proper place for decorum type matters. And
I'm sorry, Mr. Nee. Ladies, it's just a little distracting. If you want to have a conversation, you're welcome to right outside, and then you can come back in. It's just hard to keep focused. Go ahead.
And I'm hesitant, or I would like further direction regarding, I'm hesitant to put in a provision that will be ambiguous to different people as to, for example, what is an attack? And I understand that I think the intent of that change would be to limit name calling, to limit attacks upon personality as opposed to the issue at place, to attacks upon someone's character. I suspect unless that person's character is at issue, which there could be conceivably a matter such as that. So maybe something along the lines of ad hominem comments on other individuals' character irrelevant to the issue at hand. That sounds sort of strained, I understand that. But obviously, we are talking about a public forum, a limited public forum, but a public forum still, and certainly the First Amendment isn't designed to protect, popular comments. So, but I do think it's not inappropriate to add something limiting non-material name calling.
I'm thinking that the comment is disparaging and has no relation to the subject matter at hand.
So disparaging comments unrelated to, yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Mayor. So the language that is in the rules of debate already in the resolution is avoiding all personalities and indecorous language. So we could say ad hominem attacks on personalities, including indecorous language. That's language that's already in our rules of debate.
Okay.
Say it again, I'm sorry, I'm trying to write it down.
In the rules of debate section, it says, confine remarks to the question under debate, avoiding all personalities and indecorous language. And that's for the commission, but.
Perhaps, so we'll prohibit perhaps indecorous language directed at personalities as opposed to the issue at hand.
And I believe this light is for the attorney, but
Sorry.
Madam Manager, did you want? Okay, I have your light on, but
I pushed the wrong
he's
one.
encroaching upon your territory.
I'm squeezing her out.
Yeah, what I'm saying is keep an eye on him. He's getting in your business. Okay, so let's go. We have a motion on the floor. Let's remind, it's the resolution in the backup with two changes. On page 1, line 36, it's changing 1 p.m. to 10 a.m. to be consistent with our previous direction. The second, on page 13, section E, subsection 2B, add the language, and can you read that, Mr. Nee?
I was going to add B, then Roman numeral 8, indecorous language directed at personalities irrelevant to the issue at hand.
Okay.
That might be the best we can do.
Okay, and then also, part of that motion is for a future resolution to come back with the comment card item. Commissioner Santos?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that the motion is for the staff's resolution, not the one that I put in backup.
Correct, yes. But with those two changes. Okay. Yeah, and I'll just, for the comment cards, that'll be whoever the chair is of any meeting. I think at the beginning, the cards are over here, please fill one out. And then periodically through the comment period, just remind if you haven't filled a card out, but you would like to comment, there's one right here for you. And I think that that will start to work really smoothly as we get into it. Mr. Nee?
And Mr. Mayor, there will be some other little things perhaps that aren't contemplated. For example, when the decision was made to start the meeting at 10 as opposed to 1, I know there were some staffers concerned about, well, should we allow for a lunch break? Breaking the day into 3 sessions. And I opted to take your direction more literally, understanding that the presiding officer can take a recess for a break.
Line muted.
For refreshment when appropriate, so without building a definite block in there. For example, if you start at 10 a.m. and know you only have 3 hours worth of work to do in the morning, the early session, then you may most likely want to just go till 1. So that's not in here, for example.
Right. Yeah, and the chair always reserves the right to call recess, and we'll take a few meetings to get on our new rhythm, but we'll get there. The county seems to be able to do meetings starting in the morning and get through business, so it should not be a problem. Commissioner Sacco.
Hi. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in favor of staff's recommendation and those changes. As for comment cards, I'd also like to point out that they would probably be a boon to the clerk's office as far as getting minutes to be accurate and reflecting who comes to our meetings and who presents what comments and favorably or disfavorably. I know also from personal experience on the other side of the dais that the cha-cha dance that you do with people of, oh, do you want to go? Do you want to speak back and forth? It's just easier if you tell someone to go. It's just much more efficient. And other governments that I've participated in just do that. It's streamlined. And as you said, you can always just point out, here are the cards, fill one out before you speak, even as other people are speaking. I did have one question, and it's probably my fault it is my fault for not asking about it earlier. But Mr. Nee, as for the, where is it? I lost it. For item number 14, the language translation services, I know that it says that it's going to be referred to the Language Access Working Group, and I see that Ms. Bowie's on. Could we entertain an update on how that would go?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, that's one where we noted that, that we would refer that to the working group. There was a desire, I perceived, as trying to get some of these items back before you promptly, such as the change of the meeting time and some of the procedural things. The addition of this sort of language services, while seemingly very valuable, I think is a much more complex issue to work out as to the scope of it, in terms of the number of languages, to the length of the meetings, the expense that would require. It's a larger issue than a lot of these more administrative type changes. So we could certainly, our office will certainly work with the clerk or whomever else to bring back some sort of proposal to you.
Yeah,
or accept further direction.
I think even more than that, if I'm interpreting what you're asking, Commissioner Sacco, correctly, and let me know if I'm wrong, of course. If we could ask the city manager and or the director of equity and inclusion to just give us an update on the language access group's work, what they've been working on, what outstanding items are still, out there. And including, how this might fit into that. We know they've been working really hard. We haven't seen a presentation or gotten an update on that work. So I just think it would be helpful if the whole commission got a memo on sort of what they're up to and where they are, and all, including stuff that they need to bring back to us for direction or approval. So Commissioner Sacco, hopefully that will answer those questions in short amount of time. Yeah, go ahead.
So normally you can read my mind, but I think the distance is kind of messing with the signal. My question was more, if it is, Mr. Nee mostly answered it, is just going to be referred as a continuous project. But I don't want it to get tossed in a drawer and dealt with later. It's a sincere issue. It's an issue that we've seen many times, and it's very close to my heart. I want everyone to have full participation. But if the, I guess the more efficient solution is having EO and the city attorney's office and the city manager's office kind of hash out a skeleton of what that could look like. And the language access working group could just a memo on where they are in certain items. I would appreciate that as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. So, see no further lights. We'll open it up for public. Go ahead, Ms. Madam Clerk.
That was actually for me that time. Just to clarify there, we actually did convene the working group as part of the revised policy process on this particular item, just as a exercise, but it actually was beneficial because we did identify this is an item that is going to be coming back to you all from OEI. So the work has already started with the language access piece, and I'm presuming they'll come back soon with the budget request to make sure that that particular access is granted during our meetings.
Okay, very good. Thanks for that update. All right, so with that, we'll open it up to any members of the public that wish to speak to this item.
May I please have the overhead before I begin, Mayor Poe? Can we zoom in? please. Zoom in. Thank you. This is good afternoon or evening, Mayor Poe, Commissioners Nathan Scott. So while we're on the subject of decorum and how you treat the public, this is a great cartoon by Jake Rush. Can we have the overhead again, please? Jake Fuller, sorry.
Yeah, we don't need to show that.
Oh, no, but it's okay for you guys to vilify the citizens and impose rules, restrict the content of speech, restrict public participation, require sign-in cards, which the county commission does not, but you don't want to see how you treat the public? Isn't that a little bit hypocritical, Mayor Poe?
I treat the public very respectfully.
You do.
Mr. Scott.
You do. For the most part, you do, except when you accuse people of other things and silence people and otherwise. But yes, I would agree that probably 95% of the time, I feel that you treat the public with respect. There's times that we all depart from that. But again, this process has worked very well in the past before this current clique of commission took over, started destroying the city with your failed policies and fiscal irresponsibility, and started hearing from the public, including neighborhoods who are very upset that you don't listen to your constituents. So your solution to this is to invent a problem, to finger the citizens, blame the citizens, say that there's discord because you don't want to hear the criticism that's properly and appropriately leveled to hold you accountable. And, I don't know if the person behind me is going to speak, but there's a little controversy in this meeting that I think could be cleared up. But, nevertheless, the problem is not the citizens. There is no need for new rules to impose draconian restrictions on citizens to limit public participation. The county commission doesn't do that. The county commission doesn't have the problems the city commission does because they treat people with respect. They listen to people. They don't lecture people. But you guys just like to blame the public for the evils before this commission. You can't get through your normal agenda because you spend over an hour debating the consent and regular agendas. You can't even pass a single motion. That's an utter failure. The agenda, which is set by the mayor through agenda review, are so long because you're addressing so many global issues that have absolutely nothing to do with the city. You can't get through a normal meeting. The county goes through their meetings very efficiently. They don't require sign-in cards. They treat people with respect. They don't have all these silly rules. But what concerns me the most is you regulating the content of speech. And you did that to Mr. Cartwright tonight. You cut him off, and I think you subjected the city to a lawsuit. That was inappropriate, Mayor Poe. I didn't hear anything. Maybe you can enlighten me as to what he said, but I didn't hear anything that would have drawn the line where you cut his mic and lectured him and admonished him the way you did. I think that was regulating the content of free speech. Thank you.
Yeah, he made an incredibly racist comment, and that absolutely will call that out every time. And I'd be happy to defend that in court if need be. Adam, do you have anybody?
We actually have 4 people on the line, Mr. Mayor, the first of which is Tana Silva. Ms. Silva, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I couldn't hear all that Mr. Need said in the beginning in some of the discussion. Anyway, obviously the same commissioners who voted for these rules last time are going to pass them no matter what anyone says. It's sad that a commission majority would expend this effort and precious staff time on something that's not a problem but a right. Time and energy would be much better applied toward resolving real challenges through seeking and incorporating collective input from various perspectives. In the past 6 years, the public has been shut out of participation in important city matters. With the dissolution of standing committees and citizen boards, development code changes, the unwise sudden overhaul of governance in 2016 and of code in 2017. A pattern I noticed is micro-regulating the little guys and deregulating the big interests, with objectors considered an impediment. That's a recipe for frustration and poor outcomes. The obsession with slicing and dicing public comment rules began in early 2019. Let it flow. These proposed rules introduce further unpredictability into meetings. The presiding officer should not be allowed to curtail length of comment or decide correct content of speech or to hear equal numbers of pro and con comments. The worst idea is requiring speaker cards with name, pro or con, and home address or city district. And now the presiding officer also could potentially decide who may speak if they don't sign a card. Those cards would do the opposite of orderly, predictable meeting flow and clerk's duties. It seems a violation of free speech to have to declare pro or con when that doesn't even fit speakers simply adding to collective understanding of what's being discussed. Giving an address or city district makes no sense, as speakers outside city limits can't be denied a chance to address the commission either. Some commission members were so worried about protecting that kind of personal information that they took their emails offline. All these proposed little nitpicking rules do is complicate something that's working. A 1 p.m. start time hasn't been a problem either, and you'll still have evening sessions. What the commission could do at meetings is restate guidance that people on the dais not rebut or debate public comments, and that agendas are final at a certain point well ahead of meetings. The main point is to seek and incorporate people's perspectives to inform decisions and restore lost means to participate, such as housing and public safety standing committees. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silva. Mr. Mayor, do you want me to continue here, or would you like to go to chambers?
No, sure, go ahead. You can take all the callers.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Mr. Armando Grundy Gomez. Mr. Gomez, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I appreciate, actually, I'm going to say something differently than the comments being said in the chambers right now. You were not wrong to cut off Mr. Cartwright's comments. They were completely inappropriate, completely bigoted. I'm not sure about the racist part, but they were completely bigoted and inappropriate. And I'm not sure why somebody would pretend or feign like they didn't understand like what that was, because if it was a different type of energy, and it was a particular neighborhood, they would be playing the same game. But we're not going to go there today. But Mr. Mayor, the one thing I do want to bring to your attention is something to like, for the same tone that you admonished Mr. Cartwright's behavior, it would be really refreshing if you could also do that with some of your colleagues behind the dais, to which I never see you do. I never see you admonish or correct. Even when it was happening with your former colleague who's no longer there, was there to ask you to do something, you looked at her and said, well, what do you want me to do? I want you to run the meeting, Mr. Mayor, just like the same tone and the same energy that you gave Mr. Cartwright is the same thing, because you're saying disruptive behavior is only one-sided, but I've heard some of your colleagues behind that dais use profanity. You've never corrected them. I've heard them say ad hominem attacks. You've never corrected them. So tell me, when is it all equal, or is it we cherry pick in how we get fame, and we cherry pick in how we get offended, or we cherry pick on which we choose to think is appropriate and not appropriate? It's okay. It's out of bounds for us as residents, or as you like to call us, neighbors, to do it, but it's completely in bounds for you all to use racial tropes or pejoratives or ad hominem attacks or even profanity. So, Mr. Mayor, I just want to ask you that, because to my knowledge, not one of you on that dais, and I am saying that, to my knowledge, none of you have ever talked about policing yourselves. I could be wrong. I thought maybe Commissioner Duncan Walker, I have to go back and think about it. But to my knowledge, I don't think that any of you have ever talked about the behavior and ethics about yourselves from behind that dais. And if I'm wrong, I'll stand corrected, but I don't think I am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, Joe Baby. Joe, you have 3 minutes.
Hello. Good evening again. This is Joe Beatty. I won't go into detail. The speakers before me had certainly brought up a lot of problems that we have, and the issues with the meetings that you perceive as problems are really of your own making, as it's been said before. I think part of the problem is most of you have never attended or haven't attended regularly meetings under previous commissions, before you changed the rules and started really, putting citizens in virtual straitjackets. And I think, that what you perceive as bad behavior is just a reflection of your rules. And I don't expect to change anything today. I think you really should revert back to the rules of 2016, 2017. Before that, the rules didn't change all the time. And there was no problem. and I don't know Commissioner Hayes Santos. I never really saw him at meetings before he decided to run, and doesn't know that we didn't really have any problems. There would be a lot of speakers, and people would, sometimes let somebody go ahead of them if two people were talking on a topic. It was very amiable, and we were treated with respect, and it's what you've done to control, it has been said by previous speakers, you don't want the public to hear. I just let the public know that these rules are once again, just more restrictions, and you are making, as I said earlier today, several times, that you just want to, control what we say, what the public knows. Your press releases only say one side. You still have not made it easy for the public to know what the Auditor General's preliminary report is. So I would ask you now that you at least post that report on the website so that everybody can see what's being talked about. And it's a public record. You should post it. You're going to do what you want. You complain about other parties' control, and you rail against Tallahassee, but you're using, I think, maybe even some worse kind of rules to control us. Thank you. I don't expect you to do anything different, but I hope the public wakes up and sees what's going on and what's happening here.
All righty. We did have one more caller. Mr. Cartwright dropped. If he calls back, I'll reach out to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. And just to Mr. Gomez's point, I have definitely admonished my colleagues. I'm sure that any of them that have been admonished recall it. I don't say that with pride, but it has happened because it needed to happen at certain times. Usually after the fact, they recognized that it needed to happen. And I have also done so with our staff when I thought that they were saying things that were inappropriate or just out of place for the moment. So I'm not saying I run a perfect meeting. I definitely do not. I am constantly trying to improve, but I do my best, and some days that's better than others. Okay, anybody else in chambers wish to speak to this item? Okay, then we're going to come back to the commission, and it will be a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
No.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 5-1 with Duncan Walker in dissent. Next item, please.
Our next item is RE5. Second budget amendment to the fiscal year 2022 general government financial and operating plan budget with a recommendation that the commission review the proposed amendatory budget resolution, and if acceptable, recommend that the city commission adopt the proposed resolution.
Okay, thank you. So this item was heard at Audit and Finance. This is the mandatory budget. Are there any questions, or is there a motion? Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I move the resolutions.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second that we adopt the mandatory budget resolution. So with that, we will turn it over to members of the public that wish to comment on the motion. Anybody in chamber? Adam, do you have anybody for the mandatory budget?
Not right now. We just called for it, so if you give me 30 seconds, I'd appreciate it.
Can do.
Thank you.
So, good evening, Mayor Poe, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So, with respect to this mandatory budget, this is on the general government side. As you're aware, utility tax flows to general government. When you bought the biomass plant and it went from being recovered from fuel charge as a power purchase agreement to base rates, we encourage this commission to use, because base rates are taxed, we implored this commission to utilize that money to offset rate increases, which, nope, you wouldn't do because they're like, it's our money, it's city government money, we're going to grab all this money that we can grab. Well, here we are again. Now today, we've got GRU rates as of December 1st for GRU residential. I hate to think what they are for commercial, but residential rates are $163.75 per 1,000 kWh, which is standard unit measure in Florida, with taxes. And that's a 20.5% increase in everyone's GRU bill from September of this year. And that's multiples if you got a bigger house, you know. And so with those additional taxes, because we're taxing on taxes, you think that maybe the city in its budget can maybe use some of that tax revenue. Since our rates keep going up, the taxes go up commensurately. Maybe use some of that additional tax revenue to help provide rate relief. Because I got to tell you, you guys can have a meeting next week and talk about the how you're going to spend the government money that they're going to give you. You better earmark a lot more of that money to GRU customers because people can't afford their bills. So while we're looking at the revised budget here and the amendments, maybe you guys can find it in your heart to provide some relief to GRU customers and not be the Grinches that stole Christmas. So that's one way to do it, because as you increase rates further, which again, a lot of that money is tax money on top of you're taxing upon a bigger number. You're generating more tax revenue, so maybe you can use that tax revenue that's going to general government to help bail out GRU customers and give somebody a gift, your ratepayers a gift for Christmas rather than being the Grinches. Thank you.
Adam, did you have anybody on the amendatory budget?
We do have somebody screening. Yes, we do. It has come in. We have Armando Grundy Gomez. Mr. Gomez, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I actually have a question regarding this. So this went through Audit and Finance Committee. And so when we were going through the budget earlier this year, when you all were going through the budget and you asked GRU and general government side of the house, which would predate the interim city manager, but you were asking both sides of the house, let's start with GRU first, because I don't want to conflate this. One really has nothing to do with the other, but then they are combined because of the general fund transfer. You asked GRU to make $2.5 million in cuts. They brought back those cuts. You asked general government to bring back those cuts. And when you looked at it, the cuts were paltry or nominal at best. So my question to you, Mr. Mayor, is when we have the general manager of the utility speaking about where we are with the structural budget deficiencies that we have, and general government over the last 2 to 3 years, if you look at the budget, has grown 25%. There's been no change in staffing, no change in spending, no change in behavior. I guess my question, if it's not appropriate for you, Mr. Mayor, would be maybe to the interim city manager about what is it that we're forecasting and looking at how we're going to control the rate of growth. Because to do all these great things that we want to do, there's a cost. And we can't continue to do them if we don't have the money to do it. And so either we're going to grow our economy, either we're going to grow our budget, which we're not doing, or we're going to change behavior. So what is it that we're doing right now? Because it's a more tangible question than, just accusing you or criticizing you. It's a tangible, legitimate, fair question about where this budget stands, because it is a structural budget deficiency, Mr. Mayor. So I don't know. I guess I'll address that to the interim city manager, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So
Mr. Mayor? Go ahead.
No, do you have any more callers?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. What we're going to do right now is hopefully pass this amended budget, which is a periodic and routine exercise that this commission goes through. For example, when we passed our budget, we did not expect a special election. We had one, so we have to budget the money to pay for it, and therefore we have to go through this budget amendment process in order to do so. That is the item and the action before us right now. All of those other points are good discussion points, but they're not relevant to the business and the item that we have before us right now. Madam Clerk, forgive me, but was there a motion put on the floor? There was?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Duncan Walker. Aye. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
We have a second reading of ordinance 190981, quasi judicial rezoning of 20.73 acres of property located northwest of the intersection of Southwest 43rd Street and Southwest 24th Avenue. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 20.73 acres of property generally located northwest of the intersection of Southwest 43rd Street and Southwest 24th Avenue is more specifically described in this ordinance from residential multifamily, and single multifamily to urban 9, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. This is a second reading of an ordinance. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance number 190981 on second reading by title only.
Okay, motion and a second that we adopt the proposed ordinance on second reading by title only. Any members of the public wish to speak to that motion? In chamber? Okay, Adam, and I know you'll need a moment.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
We're like an old married couple, the two of us.
It's getting that way, isn't it? I think you're free to go, sir.
Okay, move back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
No.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes 5-1 with Duncan Walker in dissent. Go ahead and read the next item in, and I'll explain what we're going to do, Madam Clerk.
SR2, second reading of 200886, land use change of 83.79 acres of property located on the 755 to 1100 block of the south side of Northeast 39th Avenue. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the land use category of approximately 83.75 acres of property generally located on the 755 to 1100 block on the south side of Northeast 39th Avenue is more specifically described in this ordinance from planned use district to commercial, urban mixed use, and residential, low density, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. It was brought to our attention that the legally required ad for this was somehow run on the wrong day, and therefore we do not meet the legal requirements. And so our advice from legal counsel is that we continue this to the January 6th meeting, and then we will also re-advertise it out of an abundance of caution. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we continue item 200-886 to the date certain of January 6th and re-advertise.
Okay, motion and a second. That's administrative. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Adoption reading of ordinance 191037, land use change of 1.79 acres of property located west of I-75, north of Southwest Archer Road, and east of Southwest 43rd Street. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the land use category of approximately 1.79 acres of property generally located south of tax parcel number 06800-0066-001, west of Interstate 75, north of Southwest Archer Road, and east of Southwest 43rd Street, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from Alachua County Tourist Entertainment to City of Gainesville Commercial, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have a presentation for this?
Members of the City Commission, this is Bedez Massey of the city's Planning Division within the Department of Sustainable Development. I'm here tonight to present this item and the item to follow. Both items involve companion petitions and they affect the same tax parcel. So if you would allow me to share my screen, I'd like to do that at this time.
Someone with powers greater than me will allow you to share. They don't give me any buttons or anything.
Thank you. The first item is a city-initiated request to adopt by ordinance a small-scale amendment to the future land use map of the city's comprehensive plan. It involves a 1.79 acre tax parcel occupied by the Country Inn and Suites Hotel. The tax parcel was voluntarily annexed by the city of Gainesville in January of 2019. The companion petition will be discussed as the next item. The property is located west of I-75 and north of Southwest Archer Road, and it is located east of Southwest 43rd Street. If adopted, this ordinance will remove the existing Alachua County future land use category of business, tourist, and entertainment, or BR-1. I'm sorry. I think we'll see. My apologies. I started too far below in my PowerPoint presentation. Okay, that's better. If adopted, the ordinance will remove the existing Alachua County future land use category of tourist entertainment that's on the subject property and change it to the City of Gainesville commercial future land use category. Both city staff and the city plan board recommend approval of the ordinance based on having reviewed the future land use element within the city's comprehensive plan, more specifically policy 4.1.3. Thank you. And that concludes staff's presentation for this item.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Massey. Any questions from the do we have a presentation from the applicant?
I think we get everything if the applicant change.
Okay. Oh, right. Okay, very good. So are there any questions or is there a motion? Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I move resolution or ordinance number 191037 on adoption reading by title only.
Okay, motion is second that we adopt the proposed ordinance on adoption reading. Any members of the public want to speak to this item? Anybody in chamber? Adam, what I'm going to do is give you 30 to 60 seconds to see if anybody is calling in about this item. And at the end of that 30 to 60 seconds, if there is nobody that's calling in about this item, we'll come back to the commission and go to a roll call vote. Does that sound like a plan?
Excellent, sir. That sounds awesome. I think we're good.
Okay, very good. Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola? Aye. Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
That motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
AR 2191038, quasi-judicial rezoning of 1.79 acres of property located west of I-75, north of Southwest Archer Road, and east of Southwest 43rd Street. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning 1.79 acres of property generally located south of tax parcel 06800-006-001, west of Interstate 75, north of Southwest Archer Road, and east of Southwest 43rd Street from Alachua County Business, Tourist, and and entertainment, BR1, to City of Gainesville General Business, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Massey?
Thank you, Mayor. This item is the companion petition involving a city-initiated request to amend the city's zoning map. The affected property is the same tax parcel discussed previously. If adopted, the ordinance will remove the Alachua County zoning designation on the subject property from Business, Tourist, and Entertainment, or BR1, and it will change it to the City of Gainesville zoning designation of general business. Both city staff and the city plan board again recommend approval of the ordinance adoption based on having reviewed this petition against Article 3, Division 3, Section 30-3.14 of the city's Land Development Code. We find it to be in compliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Second verse, same as the first. Any questions, or is there a motion? Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance 191038 on adoption reading by title only.
Motion and a second, adopt a proposed ordinance. Members of the public wish to speak to the motion. Mr. Scott.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Poe, Commissioner Scott. So, with respect to the parcel that's being voluntarily annexed, what contiguous property is already in the city adjacent to that annexation? Because I'm trying to understand the benefit pro-con here, because again, voluntary annexation, not necessarily bad for the city, but usually there's a pecuniary interest there. They avoid the GRU surcharge. It's probably putting a lot of businesses out of business. But likewise, too, with it being annexed west of 75, city then has to provide, I think, fire service, right? Does it not? So I'm trying to understand this whole annexation thing from the city's standpoint and the benefit to obviously the applicant. We've seen Oak Hall School annex. They don't pay taxes, so probably doing it to save money on their GRU bill. So maybe that's the commission's strategy for trying to help bail us out on GRU. But I think it's a relevant question to ask because, again, that one seems a little odd, and I'm trying to understand, and it's not really clear on the photographs there whether that's the only parcel in that group of development that is in the being annexed in the city. And if so, does that make it an outlier where the city's obligated to provide fire service, rescue service, and others west of 75, which is a whole traffic nightmare in itself? But just wanted to get some additional color and information on that particular issue, if we could. Thank you.
Sure. I think Ms. Massey's trying to point to the adjacent property, and we have a fire articulation agreement with the county, so city could respond, county could respond depending on closest unit.
It looks like we're just getting this one little parcel that's being annexed. That's it.
Correct. Adam, do you have anybody wishing to speak to this item?
Nobody at this time, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Santos?
Mr. Scott, yeah, I met with them a few years ago and was able to run numbers for them. And I think their biggest savings was actually from the fire assessment fee. That's where they were getting the majority of their savings. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we'll move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola? Aye. Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker? Aye. Commissioner Ward? Aye. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
First reading of ordinance 201088. Proposed revisions to Chapter 8 titled Discrimination of the City Code of Ordinances. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending Chapter 8, Section 8-88 of the Code of Ordinances relating to prohibition of discrimination in the sale or rental of housing by adding a provision clarifying prohibitions against discrimination based on lawful source of income, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
All right, thank you. Mr. Folston, always best dressed.
Thank
for
you,
sticking
Mayor.
with us all evening. We're appreciate you being here.
I was last tonight, so thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for having us tonight. So we're going to do our presentation fairly quickly. We're here tonight to talk about lawful source of income in relation to housing. One of the things is that we believe here that fair housing is everyone's legal right. And so as the city has made it their business of making sure that we have different types of affordable housing within our community, one of the things that we want to make sure that we're advocates for the ordinances and rules that we have in place. Prior to me coming to the city of Gainesville, you guys had made a decision at a prior meeting about mirroring language to that of the county. So tonight what we're doing is mirroring the county's language as it pertains to lawful source of income, so that the residents as well as our landlords within the city and the county are consistent in terms of what they can and can't do under law. And so tonight I have one of my colleagues here, Ms. Shakayla Birch. She's going to come and present a presentation on lawful source of income to you in the commission. So thank you so much, Mayor, for having us.
Thank you. Ms. Birch, welcome. Appreciate you being here tonight.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission. As Mr. Falston said, my name is Shakayla Birch. I am a compliance investigator here at the City of Gainesville's Office of Equity and Inclusion. With this PowerPoint today, we're going to talk to you about lawful source of income and discrimination. Next slide. The overarching theme of this presentation is really stressing the point that renters are entitled to housing free of discrimination. Housing is literally the basic need that we all have to fulfill. By having housing free of discrimination, you are providing access to individuals who would not be afforded that opportunity without our ordinance. Next slide. Very briefly, I want to tell you about discrimination and just give a little bit more background. Discrimination is defined as the unjust or prejudicial treatment of different categories of people. Anti-discrimination laws are designed to prevent discrimination against specific protected classes. Under our ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, Chapter 8, Article 5, it is illegal to deny anyone housing based on a protected class. Next slide. Here within the city limits of Gainesville, we have a multitude of protected classes. As you can see, there's race, sex, race, color, gender, age, religion, national origin, marital status, sexual orientation, disability, gender identity, and then you all added the additional protected classes back in May of 2020, such as citizenship status, lawful source of income, veteran status, as well as status as a victim of domestic violence, dating violence, and stalking. As you can see with this list, everyone who visits and lives within the city limits of Gainesville is covered by our ordinance. Next slide. Now we're going to go into lawful source of income. Specifically, lawful source of income means the lawful verifiable income received by or on behalf of a person, including but not limited to income derived from Social Security, supplemental security income, child support, alimony, veterans benefits, disability benefits, pension and retirement benefits, or any form of federal, state, or local public food or housing subsidy assistance. This also includes supplemental nutrition assistance programs, also known as SNAP, as well as the Housing Choice Voucher Program, which many know as Section 8 vouchers. Also, I wanted to point out that funds from rental assistance programs are included in this definition of lawful source of income as they are derived from federal, state, or local subsidies. Next slide. Now we're going to talk about the prohibited practices. These specific bullet points are items that are prohibited within the city limits of Gainesville. As a compliance investigator, I am assigned the housing complaint, and I am assessing whether or not these specific items have been violated. Refusing to rent to a housing choice voucher or Section 8 recipient, as well as refusing to complete documentation needed to receive rental assistance. Also, it is prohibited to issue a non-renewal of lease due to the use of a lawful source of income. It's also prohibited to misrepresent availability of a unit to hinder the use of lawful source of income. And also, it's illegal to have discriminatory advertising as it relates to lawful source of income. Next slide. Very briefly, I want to tell everyone about our investigations and our process. The Office of Equity and Inclusion investigates housing discrimination complaints based on the protected classes that I previously mentioned. We are a neutral third party that investigates whether a violation of Chapter 8 has occurred. We do not represent the complainant, and we do not represent the respondent. We are simply trying to conduct an investigation to uncover whether or not our ordinance has been violated. With our complaint process, each individual has 1 year to file the complaint from the date of the incident. Our investigations include on-site visits, interviews, reviewing policies and procedures, as well as other relevant documents. This can include applications. This could include also any other evidence that supports or doesn't support the allegations made by the complainant. We are reviewing the documentation from both sides, the complainant and the respondent. So it's an equal opportunity for both parties to have their story told. With our investigations, we have a goal of completing the investigation within 100 days. I want to stress that this is a goal. Sometimes it's not always feasible given the complexity of a case. Given the amount of applications that a housing provider may receive, or the volume of policies, or the amount of interviews that need to be conducted, sometimes that 100 days is not within reach. Next slide. This is a brief overview of our complaint process. Everything begins at intake. Intake is where we are listening to the complainant's story and gathering the facts about what they believe happened. Once that information is received, it's drawn up into the complaint, and the complaint is then sent to the respondent. Once the respondent receives the complaint, they have an opportunity to participate in mediation. I am a huge advocate for mediation. Mediation is an opportunity for both parties to come to the table and try to resolve the issue before it escalates to investigation. During the mediation process, all of the parties will be signing a written settlement agreement, memorializing the terms that were agreed upon by the parties. If mediation is unsuccessful or one of the parties does not agree to participate, the case goes on to investigation. As I said before, the investigation includes on-site visits, as well as reviewing policies and procedures. Once the investigation is completed, we type an investigative report. That investigative report outlines whether there is cause or no cause to believe that discriminatory practice has occurred. Once that report is finalized, it's then sent to review by the Human Rights Board. The Human Rights Board is composed of 7 citizens here within the city limits of Gainesville. They're reviewing the report, and they have the option to either adopt the findings or send the case back to further investigation. Go back one. Last slide, please. Go back. Thank you. The outcome of the investigation results in either dismissal, administrative hearing, or civil action. Our no cause findings, they go to the dismissal level. If there's a cause finding and a conciliation attempt to try to resolve the matter is unsuccessful, then the case can go to either an administrative hearing or civil action. Next slide. The administrative hearing involves the hearing officer who has power to administer oath, issue subpoenas, and compel the production of documents as evidence. All parties have the opportunity to respond and present evidence and argument of all the issues involved. They can conduct cross-examination and submit rebuttal evidence, as well as propose findings of facts and orders. The hearing officer at the end of the proceeding will prepare a recommended order consisting of findings of fact, conclusions of law, as well as affirmative relief. If the hearing officer finds that a discriminatory practice has occurred or is about to occur, the hearing officer may recommend affirmative relief from the effects of the practice, including actual damages, equitable and injunctive relief, as well as reasonable attorney fees and costs. I bolded that section of the PowerPoint because I want to stress today that this is an outcome of the administrative hearing. You can get out-of-pocket expenses, you can get your attorney fees, you can also receive affirmative relief to prevent the discriminatory action from continuing. Once the final order is issued, the board may either adopt the recommended order as the final order, or remanded back for additional consideration. Should any parties fail to comply with the final order issued by the board, then the board can forward the order to the city commission and request that the city commission authorize the city attorney to bring action or actions as necessary to bring the compliance of the ordinance. Next slide.
Now, if you'll pause for 1 sec, we do have a question from Commissioner A. Santos.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your work on this. And you might have said, I apologize. The administrative hearing judge, is that somebody we have on staff? Is that the magistrate, or is that someone at the state level that we kind of bring down for that?
The state level.
Okay, so there's a bunch of administrative hearing judges, and we just send a case to them, and one of them does it? Okay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And but that takes place locally, or does that take place in Tallahassee?
Locally.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
As I said earlier, the other option outside of administrative hearing is to go to a civil action. If the director finds there's reasonable cause to believe that an unlawful discriminatory housing practice has occurred, at the request of the person aggrieved, the board may recommend to the city commission that the matter be referred to the state attorney's office for appropriate proceedings. The board may also recommend to the city commissioners that the city attorney bring a civil action in a court of competent jurisdiction if the director is unable to conciliate a complaint, or if the city is unable to obtain voluntary compliance with the ordinance. Also, with the civil action option, the city and/or the board need to not have requested or petitioned for an administrative hearing or exhausted any administrative remedies prior to bringing a civil action. As you can see, with the cause finding that is issued, there's a multitude of options for the complainant. We advise the complainant and the respondent of their options following the finding, but we are always a proponent of resolving the complaint before it has to go forward. Next slide. Very briefly, I want to talk about enforcement. This is what we have actually seen here on the ground level of investigating source of income complaints. Since May of 2020, 9 cases have been filed with our office based on lawful source of income. Of those 9 cases, 4 have been no cause determinations, resulting in dismissal. 3 have been withdrawals due to the parties resolving the issue outside of our office, as well as 1 cause finding determination issued. And then we also had a case resolved through mediation. I want to highlight the case resolved through mediation. In that instance, there was an individual who was given a non-renewal notice because they had a Section 8 voucher. That individual came down to our office, filed a complaint with me personally, and we were able to get the process started of investigation. Once the respondent received a copy of that complaint, they were willing to come to the table and resolve the issue to avoid the case going any further. So as I said before, I am always a huge proponent for resolving the case if you can get both parties together. In this situation, it just took an individual who had courage to come to us and draw up the complaint, and we were able to help them with their housing. To this day, that person still resides in their unit. Next slide. Now, with the recommendation, we are recommending that the city adopt the proposed ordinance before you. Under lawful source of income, landlords or any agent may only consider the portion of rent the holder of the Section 8 voucher is required to pay out of pocket. This proposed change would mean that landlords cannot refuse to accept vouchers or automatically disqualify voucher holders from rental consideration. These proposed changes are no more onerous or burdensome than our recently adopted living standards for residential units. Next slide. Very briefly, I want to show you the proposed ordinance in action. For instance, if you have a 3-bedroom unit that is available to rent for $1,500 per month, the applicant goes and applies with the landlord. They have a policy. that requires the tenant provide proof of income that is at least 3 times the monthly rent. With the voucher, the individual receives assistance in the amount of $1,200 per month. Since they receive that amount of assistance, they are now responsible for $300 per month. Without the adoption of this amended ordinance, the applicant would have to show monthly income in the amount of $4,500. That $4,500 is calculated based on 3 times that $1,500 per month rate. With the adoption of our ordinance, the applicant would only have to provide proof of monthly income in the amount of $900, as it is calculated based on $300, which is their portion, multiplied by 3. As you can see, there's a major difference between how our ordinance is put into practice now versus the adopted ordinance that we have before you today for first reading. Next slide. And with that, I want to thank you all for your time. I did want to put our contact information out for everyone to see, because if there is an instance where someone feels they're being discriminated against, now they know where to go. And with that, I'm going to pass it back to Mr. Folsom.
Thank you so much, Ms. Birch. That was so illuminating. I really appreciate you taking as much time as you did and the level of detail that you did to walk us all through that, especially folks out there that are wishing to communicate this to other people who might be victims and need to know what options and rights they have. So I really appreciate that. Mr. Fulston.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, and definitely want to thank you, Shakayla, for that wonderful presentation. You're correct, Mayor. We want to use this as a time for us to advocate that we are a resource to the citizens here in the city of Gainesville. Call us. We want these types of cases because we want to help people. We believe that it's a goal of ours to make sure we have affordable housing at every different income level within the city of Gainesville, and we want to assist those that are having issues. Really quickly, Mayor, I want to point out some things that we have already done on behalf of the city of Gainesville for those that may be listening in terms of advocacy around this issue. We've updated our website to include a housing-related matters section. We've added the city's housing ordinance protections, the tenant bill of rights, a link to the codes rental page has been added, the visibility. We've also, in January, we're going to be having a housing discrimination symposium in partnership with the Gainesville Apartment Association, the Gainesville Alachua County Realtors Association, and our office. January the 13th at 9 a.m. is tentative. We're going to be doing a chat and chew with the Gainesville Housing Authority in partnership with us in terms of talking about rental housing discrimination and lawful source of income. We're doing a social media campaign to start spreading awareness around this topic as well. We're having discussions with GRU regarding potentially sending targeted mailings through GRU building using on-search to distribute rental housing discrimination information like some of the ones that you've seen in the backup tonight. The Gainesville Housing Authority is also distributing information through their office to provide to landlords, participants, and residents as well for us. We're working in partnership with communication on distributing information throughout the community. There's a library partnership distribution information that we're working through the community as well. My friend Andrew has also volunteered that his group can help us in terms of the code enforcement officers. So I'm gonna be in contact with him to see how we can make it better in terms of getting out the message to all of our tenants and all of our landlords within the city of Gainesville. And I just want to tell you that Miss Sheila Payne, she may not hear me tonight. Sheila Payne is one of the first citizens that I met during my time here in this position. And the thing I love about her is that she's passionate about this topic and about what she believes in. And so one thing I've shared with her, and I've shared with the Gainesville Apartment Association, the Gainesville Alachua County Realtors Association, I believe that we can be a bridge to bringing everybody to the table so that we can better inform not just the tenants, but the landlords as well. And so I'm excited about this opportunity tonight to be able to advocate around lawful source of income. But I want the public and the commissioner to know that we are more than willing. We are inviting you. Please call us. Please let us know. We're here to help you. The City Commission has this as a resource for the citizens here in the city of Gainesville, and we implore you to take advantage of that opportunity.
Right on. Thank you so much. Turning back to the commission, Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for this great work, and thank you for the presentation. And it really was enlightening. I'm glad. I think the GRU notice is a good idea, and maybe February, March, getting it in time. But it might be good just to do it to everyone, just first targeted, because people, they may not be a renter, but they hear that their friend has an issue or something like that, just so people know, because people do talk and they realize, oh, well, you can go contact the city. So just it's not just targeting those who are renters, because most likely they're probably going to have a higher turnover too. So people who might be more steady neighborhood, knowing the laws, so they can share that information with their neighbors who run into issues. Great to hear the mediation went well. I do have a question on the one that did not go to mediation, and the determination was issued that was found that, I guess it was, I don't know what the correct terminology is, but what exactly happened in that case where it didn't go to mediation? I guess these worst case scenarios.
In that specific situation, the complainant did not choose to go forward with the case. He was satisfied with the administrative process and decided that he wanted to withdraw the complaint. The complainant was made aware of the options of administrative hearing and civil action, but they chose to withdraw their complaint as they were satisfied.
Okay, so it was found that there was an issue, and then I guess they figured it out outside of that afterwards?
Correct.
Okay. Well, it's good to hear that it was resolved. And glad we're moving forward in education. I think it's very important. I do, when we do get to hopefully this doesn't happen, but it probably will, maybe at some point where there is one landlord who's continuing to have issues, or someone do just kind of keep going through the whole process. I do think that one issue is saying that the renter can file a suit versus the city filing suit. Someone who's low income is not going to be able to, it's hard to do that. And I think that if it does come down to that, I think we as a city should file that suit. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Folston, Ms. Birch. That was terrific. The thing I wanted to point out is that in my 4.5 years here, that's the first time we've, at the commission level, that we've had the complaint process drawn out for us in a presentation. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, or is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Sacco, go ahead.
Hi. So Ms. Birch, and Mr. Folston, I just wanted to say thank you. Commissioner A. Santos can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's 3 years to the week since that first subcommittee meeting where all of this started. So it's amazing to see that we've gotten to the point where it exists and where we're finding it to make sure that it's the most efficient tool for our community. I'm really glad with how detailed you were with this presentation. I do want to believe that sometimes it's a matter of education, that some landlords, if they are small mom and pop or they are just a manager, they don't know. They don't know, and through education, we can make sure that everyone is housed, everyone is paid, and everyone has a mutually beneficial relationship. So I'm very excited about how we're progressing with this program. That said, if I could have the honor, I would like to move to adopt the ordinance on first reading by title only.
Okay, motion and a second to adopt ordinance 201088 on first reading by title only. And we'll now invite our public to speak to this item. Go ahead, ma'am. We'll give you first shot. We appreciate you staying around with us this evening.
I'm just interested in,
Good.
in this. This is especially, it's a great opportunity, and anybody that's poor enough to get the vouchers obviously doesn't have $450 whatever dollars. I mean, 4,000. It's just, that's just making it impossible. But I did wonder, are the vouchers the same as, excuse me, allergies. Are the vouchers the same as cash? In other words, if a person presents a voucher, is it paid immediately, or is there delay? Is there always some delay or something?
So most vouchers, and correct me if I'm wrong, they submit those to HUD, to Department of Housing and Urban Development, and then they get reimbursed for that.
Okay, so there is a delay.
There's a little delay, yeah.
But not,
But the upside to them is they know they're getting paid because it's the federal government. So that's the upside for the landlord. All right, Adam, there's nobody else in chamber, so we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, sir. I have one person in the queue right now. Hopefully more will join. In the meantime, Renz Torres, you have the floor for 3 minutes.
All right, thank you so much. This is Brent from the ACLC again. Thank you for hearing the amendment to this ordinance, and we're obviously going to be in favor of it. We believe the amendment will help people we've heard on the ground who've been discriminated against incorrectly. Will help clear up the confusion and ambiguity and provide a legal and clear avenue for proving discrimination. The biggest barrier we encounter day to day is getting people to file complaints. We hear a lot of people experiencing FOI discrimination, more than the 9 complaints you all have heard, but we haven't gotten them to be able to file. We as a community need to collaborate in making sure that people who speak are heard. And we also need to make sure to facilitate people who are hesitant to speak to do so without fear. And then people who don't have the time to speak for being working class, let's make it easier for them too somehow. The city does a lot to make the process easy once they do file, but we need more facilitation. Some type of process to proactively reach out to the people most likely to be victim to discrimination. For example, we like the GRU partnership and the education of landlords and managers, but ultimately we can do more. Regardless, thank you for passing one of the strongest anti-discrimination ordinances in the state. We still ultimately have work to do for a fair housing system, but we're doing good work as it is. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Looks like Nathan Scott is calling in. I'm just going to do him without screening. He knows that we're on this issue. Mr. Scott, you have 3 minutes.
I'm not commenting on this particular issue. Thank you.
I guess wrong. I'm sorry. All right, we do have another caller calling in. If you have anybody in chambers, Mr. Mayor, please take them now.
We have lots of amazing and incredibly handsome people in chambers, but none of them from the public wishing to speak to the item.
All right, I'll take another gamble just in the interest of time. There is a caller calling in right now. I don't know your name, but if you can introduce yourself and let us know if you're calling in on this issue. I don't even have a number. Yep. Armando, is that you?
Yes.
Are you calling in on this issue?
Yes, I am.
Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, first and foremost, I want to acknowledge Ms. Shaquilla Birch on what an excellent presentation, as well as the entire staff of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Office. They always do great work. And I've always known Ms. Birch to be very thorough and everything that she does, and it's just phenomenal to see such a wonderful program. The one thing that I wanted to ask Mr. Mayor, and I don't know, I mean, you all have the landlord and tenant bill of rights that you all push forward, especially when it came to tenants. But when it came to this issue, we do have a lot of landlords and even companies, some of them not far, literally maybe less than 2 blocks from City Hall, that own a lot of complexes where people are dealing with this matter, and based on not only just their income, but some are being put out because of disability, some are being put out, and they have vouchers right now. Right now it's happening. Veterans being put out right now.
Looks like somehow we lost Armando. I'm not quite sure how that happened.
Yeah, so Mr. Gunny Gomez, those folks are all covered by our ordinance. Those are all protected classes. And so certainly if you hear of anybody or any word gets to you that that's happening, please send them to Mr. Folston's office, and one of our investigators will get right on it.
Why did you hang up on me?
We didn't hang up on you. Somehow something happened with the technology.
Yes, you did. You hung up on me.
We can hear you, Mr. Gunny Gomez. You're not hung up on. We can hear you.
Yeah, it just got moved into what in the world is going on?
We can hear you right now. Right now.
Finishing my comments, and I got moved into a sub-conference. So do I lose my time or what?
We just want you to keep making your comments. We can hear everything you're saying.
Okay, so what I was attempting to convey, Mr. Mayor, is that is happening to people, and it's a shame. And I know a lot of it seemed to be focused on people's income and what they make, but it's so much more than just that. And that is literally happening. It's not if it's happening, it is happening And yes, we can encourage those folks to call, but some people don't necessarily know that, and some people don't necessarily have the courage to call Ms. Birch or other members of that staff. And some of you as commissioners, if they reach out to you, we should all have a duty to be each other's helper and to help each other. But we should also not be afraid to stand up to, just because they're right in our backyards or less than City Hall and they have big names and big companies, we need to stand up and stand firm and say this is not okay. And that's all I was going to say, Mr. Mayor, because it is not just a simple issue of socioeconomics, but people's conditions and disabilities, et cetera, and their veteran status that are being put out. And I want to bring that to your attention because it's happening with a very big company right now. Thank you.
Yeah, and again, all those are definitely protected classes, and but the only way we can help them is if we know about it. And so, whether it's them or a friend of theirs or a family member or somebody from their church, we just need to find out about it, and then we'll follow up. So we're at the ready to start assisting those folks. Adam, do you have anybody else?
No, we don't. And I will apologize to Armando. There was, in my jumping the gun on the screening, somehow something happened. It is something that we owe. And from the bottom of my heart, I apologize.
Miss Gainey reset his clock and everything worked out fine. It was a Christmas miracle. All right, so we'll move back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward. Aye. Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola. And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Last item on the agenda today, commission comment. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Handing out something here. We always talk about peer cities and how we never can decide what they are, as long as I've been on the commission. So a few days ago, I was going through stuff and just kind of looking at seeing what peer cities might be. I picked ones that are Florida that are close to us, kind of competitors, and then a lot of other college cities because they have similar populations, but also I think have a lot of same issues that we have. So my thoughts were that we could schedule this for discussion when we come back in January, and then if anybody has staff or anybody else, we can kind of set ones we kind of think of our peer cities and then pass a resolution to that effect. We can always add ones and delete them or use other ones, but I think it would be, there's always a confusion point whenever we are discussing what our peer cities, so at least we can have some standardization. So I just wanted to throw out a list of different ones and then come back if we could schedule it or put it on the agenda for January, if that works with you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure, thanks for doing that work. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to reiterate what a wonderful time that I had yesterday with the neighbors and the Quiet Courage Committee over at the Rosa Parks Park. It was an amazing event once again this year, and I'd like to thank Reverend Greiner and that committee for continuing. I believe this was the 15th year that they did it, and I'd love to see that event continue to grow. I want to thank them once again for the outstanding job that they continue to do, keeping that history and that story alive. And then I also enjoyed the Hanukkah celebration across the street over at Bo Diddley Park. It was very tempting not to get a jelly donut, but I'm on a mission. So but that was truly a joy to be able to participate in the lighting of the menorah. I really, really, really thoroughly enjoyed that and took away the message of peace and hope and unity. I'm looking forward to carrying that throughout this season and into the new year. And then my final announcement is that I certainly hope that all of my colleagues will join me at my upcoming town hall on gun violence. You all know, I believe, in previous comments that I've made how passionate I am about this subject matter, and we are having the first of a series of conversations that will lead to actionable items here on the 8th of December, 6 o'clock p.m. We're doing it in the chamber, and I will admit, I didn't want to do it here. I did not want to do it here because the subject matter is visceral. It deserved to be in the community, but I also wanted it to be accessible. And so I was somewhat limited in how I could make it accessible to a number of people via Zoom, via broadcast, etc. So This first conversation is going to take place here. A limited number of people in the chamber, meaning just our partners, just the people who have identified themselves as folks who want to try to assist. And during that conversation, I want the community to know that it will be opened up for us to hear from you about how it is you want to work with us to try to stem this issue. It is not solely a police issue, it is truly a community issue, and there's some wonderful community organizations that are already doing outstanding work. We want to illuminate them and find ways to work with them, assist them in the work that they're already doing, but also I feel it's important for them to know that we here on the city side consider it a very important and emergent situation. We are going to do our part as the city to address the issue, and I certainly hope that folks will tune in. It's a telephone town hall, and hear how you can participate in resolving this very, very serious community issue. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would reiterate that those were some really special gatherings yesterday. Really enjoyed those. I was inspired at one of them at the Rosa Parks Quiet Courage event to throw out an idea which I have engaged our policy research team to work on, to turn our a section of Depot Avenue and Southeast 7th from 6th Street to 9th Street, encompassing Cora Roberson Park to the Cotton Club, to turn that into a working term museum mile. An outdoor display of stories from Gainesville's role in the civil rights movement and the people who were instrumental in that and what it continues to mean to our community. And I've asked the research team to reach out to the Rosa Parks Quiet Courage Committee as well as the NAACP for ideas and input on that. And I'm looking forward to what they bring back, and then we'll talk about putting that on general policy. So I just wanted to let you all know that I had taken that step, and I look forward to where we can go with it. Yeah, that's great. Thanks.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, I'm assuming that's Commissioner Sacco? Yes. Not you? No commission comment down there? Okay. Commissioner Sacco?
Yeah, she's smart enough to have this job. So I guess, first of all, y'all made me really jealous that I couldn't participate in those events, but the photos were lovely, and I'm glad that the community can gather again. My hand was actually up during the housing thing, but it's fine. To answer the question about vouchers, you can actually, there's a slight delay in signing a lease because the housing authority has to inspect the property to make sure it kind of conforms to the needs. But afterwards, like any lease, it'll tell you like, this is the day we pay you. So there isn't necessarily a delay on payment. There's a pre-agreed pay. That said, I do appreciate the polite accommodations. I can't wait to get back to the chamber where I'm not dead last in comments. And I can actually see staff and people. I forgot how hard it is to stare at a screen for 8 hours. But no, I think I'm particularly proud of the work we did today and how well we handled it. Even when we disagree, I think we've made great strides in how we work, and that we're doing good things for our city, and are working wonderfully as a team. So in the spirit of the holidays, of your preference and choice, I appreciate all of you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Ward, I wanted to say thank you. I did hear your comments and your idea about the open air museum, and was reminded about our Heritage Trail project. That is also an open air museum through the 5th Avenue Pleasant Street neighborhood that we started quite some time ago. And I know that staff, I've certainly been in conversation with them prior to our interim city managers coming on, and also the former city manager, about us taking a look at that. GCRA, I've spoken with them about the status on that. So I certainly hope that we will take a look at that. And, you know, the reality is we have so much amazing, rich history here in Gainesville. It's going to be impossible to tell the whole story, certainly at one time or in one place, but I do want to make sure that we're very mindful about kind of finishing what we started. And we've got that project that is just about 20 years old. So I would really, really like for us at some point in the very near future to pick that back up. And those conversations about Gainesville's role in the civil rights movement were already a part, or planned to be a part of that story. But I love that idea. And perhaps that heritage trail could be expanded in different ways. One of the things that was exciting to me when we started discussing it, when I actually worked for the city at the Aquin Jones Museum and Cultural Center, and had the opportunity to kind of be a part of the visioning process, was we talked about how the idea and the concept would move from just the physical markers. So we're not limited to just simple signage on the streets. It could be where there is some sort of marker in the ground, someone hits a QR code, and this is all throughout the entire city, because the history is not just limited to the urban core. It's expansive. So we have, I think, a tremendous opportunity to do something that is outstanding, amazing, cutting edge, and perhaps it could actually run over into that depot area. I think the Heritage Trail is something we definitely ought to pick back up and take another look at.
Thank you. Commissioner Jesus.
Thank you, Mayor. Two things. Just the Champaign-Urbana Metropop. It's not 2.3 million. It's 231,000. Add extra one. And then your town hall, Commissioner Duncan Walker. So I don't think that's. So is that a telephone town hall, or is that okay? So
Town hall.
it's not noticed as a workshop or things like that. So we wouldn't be able to attend unless we did that. I don't know if that's.
We can listen in. We just
we can
can't.
listen in. We just can't.
That's fine.
Okay, I just want to make sure you know that
Thank
if
you.
we don't show up, it's not because we don't want to. It's because we're not allowed to.
Thank you. No. That's totally understandable. If you would be present by phone, I certainly would greatly appreciate that.
Well, I don't think we can. We can listen. We just can't talk.
That's fine.
And it will be recorded. Are you going to record that for posterity? Okay. Be nice to do, so we could upload it just like we would a video of a meeting. Yeah, that shouldn't be too hard. Well, I want to thank everybody. This is our last meeting, regular meeting of the year. We've got a special meeting, we've got a joint meeting, we've got a GPC, but this is our last regular meeting, business meeting of the year. And what a year it has been. You know, we are, I think, coping better with life under a pandemic. But we also are learning that we can't pretend like all of a sudden it's blue skies and fair winds ahead. So I just want to thank all of you for your patience and your willingness to put our neighbors' health and safety first over this past year, at the same time getting a lot of really important and difficult work done. On a brighter note, I want to make sure to invite everyone out to our annual holiday tree lighting ceremony. It's at the Thomas Center. This year it will be outdoors, which I'm really excited about because I'm getting old and a lot of people inside the Thomas Center is really loud. And so I'm going to be so much happier to be outside where it's safer and I'm not complaining about the noise. But it should be a beautiful ceremony. It's lit up so well. I did also want to mention the Quiet Courage ceremony in honor of Rosa Parks. To let you know how much has changed in a year. Last year, that ceremony was two. It was me and Reverend Griner. And we kind of waited around for people to show up. And eventually we said some words to one another. We laid some flowers, and it was a solemn but special occasion. I can tell you when I walked up there this year and saw all of those people, so excited to be there, and especially with the tribute to Dr. Patricia Hilliard-Nunn and her husband being there was just a really special moment. So that's just one sign that things are starting to kind of reemerge back to a place that we all look forward to, and that was so nice. Finally, wish everyone a happy holidays. We want everyone to be safe. Please, please, please If you haven't gotten your booster, get your booster. They're out there, they're available, everyone's eligible. And Alachua County Schools, and I thank them so much for this, is doing free vaccination events at the schools for all K through middle school, all K through 8 students. All they have to do is get a form and sign up. They don't have to do anything else. So we really want to thank the school board for that. If we can get most of our children vaccinated, this community is going to be in an incredibly good spot as we enter 2022. So with that, no further business before us. Thank you all, and we are adjourned.